Welcome along to Snetterton for the visit of the 750 Motor Club to the Norfolk Circuit. We're on the 300 layout this weekend. A very busy weekend of racing for you, with no fewer than 10 races today, including tomorrow the 2-hour McEwan Club Enduro Championship race, which is the centrepiece of the weekend. As you can see, the checkered flag is out on the final qualifying session of the morning, which means that we'll be able to get into racing very shortly here at Snetterton with a variety of different categories that we have for you this weekend. So whether you're watching on the live stream at home or whether you're here at Snetterton, there's plenty for you to enjoy. Let's just flag up a couple of things to you before we get too far into the action. If you would like to see live timing as well as the live stream, perhaps you're at the circuit, you want to keep an eye on the live timing, you can do so via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, and across one of the banners there on the top of the page, you'll see a link to the live timing for this race meeting. And also, if you'd like to download a digital version of the race programme rather than the paper version that is normally produced, you can say exactly the same thing but in digital format. And again, you'll find that on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, with all of the entry lists, the timetable, all of the information that you'd expect to find about the weekend's racing. Well, my name's Ian Sowman, and alongside me here in the commentary box we have the birthday boy. Happy birthday to Josh Barrett. Yeah, absolutely right, and it should be a good day's racing in prospect. Quite a wide variety of different formulas that that we have, including the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula series, which will be up first of all, and then we've got the ILM Racing Bike Sports Championship and the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, all coming up before the lunch break. I can see, though, that before we get into racing, it looks like we've got a few cars that are qualifying out of session before their race gets underway. So it'll be a few more moments yet before we are able to get into racing action. After lunch, 7 more races for you, including the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship, the Tagiwa Road Sports Series, I should say, and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship with the Race Park 750 Formula Championship. The remaining different category that we'll see live today. Some of those have 2 races today, some of them have 2 races or even 3 races over the course of the weekend. Additionally, tomorrow we have the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. Let's try again and say good morning to Josh.
Good morning, Ian. Hopefully you can hear me this time. And yes, looking forward to a good weekend of racing.
I think we may still have problems with Josh's microphone at this point, so we will get some work done on that. We'll hopefully be able to hear from Josh in just a moment, but while we wait, we've got the cars out on circuit for this session behind the safety car. They'll just do laps behind the safety car to make sure that they have got enough qualifying laps in, and that sounds like that might be a bit better. Hello, Josh. Let's try again. How are you doing?
Third time lucky, and yes, hello, good morning. Yes, it still was about morning, isn't it? To you and everybody here at Snetterton. And yes, looking forward to a great weekend of racing. It's been a busy month for the 750 Motor Club, hasn't it, with racing at Mallory Park, at Oulton Park, and now here at Snetterton. And every category, I think, pretty much taking part at one of those events.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been at both of those 2 racing machines, which you haven't, and we've had some...
well, I was at one, but not
yes,
working.
Not in a working capacity. But yeah, we've had some very good racing across those. We've seen some championships decided in other categories that aren't here this weekend. So, for example, at Mallory Park, we crowned Pip Hammond as Classic Stock Hatch champion. He had a good performance there. Probably helped by the fact that his main rival in the championship, Ryan Morgan, wasn't at the Mallory Park meeting, so the Nova driver was able to have a relatively clean run at it, although there was still some very good racing. He won the first race, and I think he finished 3rd or 4th, wasn't it, in the second race there in Nova? Yeah,
he used the sort of damp weather, didn't he, in the first race to his advantage. But then when it was dry for that second race, the success ballast sort of hurt his performance, but he'd already scored the points earlier on, and that's how you win a championship, isn't it? Consistent throughout the year, and in some categories, perhaps more important than ever to be consistent this year with less drop scores than in the past.
Absolutely. But with a reduced number of championship rounds this year, 8 or 10, in some cases even less than that. The number of drop scores has reduced from 2 to 1, or even none in one case, or 2 cases actually. So yes, consistency absolutely vital for the reduced number of rounds that we have this year due to the coronavirus pandemic and the reduced number of race meetings that we've been able to hold this year. So Pip Hammond was the first of the 750 Motor Club champions that was crowned at Mallory Park. Then we crowned 2 more at Oulton Park a week ago today. Pip Hammond was crowned with a meeting to spare in Classic Stock Catch, and similarly in Formula V, James Harridge wrapped things up with a meeting to spare with a second place and a victory at Oulton Park last time out.
It was quite disappointing for James, isn't it, getting a second this year?
Yeah, absolutely. It was, again, a race day with constantly changing weather conditions as well, and Danny Hans, the 2008 champion it was, who won the first of the races there. We've got Martin Farmer, 3-time champion, coming back as well. He was on the podium in both of the wet races that we had there at Oulton Park, which he was very pleased with. And but James Harridge, having won, I think, his first 6 races straight, added a 7th win in race 2 to wrap up the championship at Oulton Park. And again, they've got another meeting still to go at Donington next month. And then one championship had its final round at Oulton Park, and that was the Sports Specials, and Andy Hiley with the mighty Kronos again triumph there. He's pretty convincing winner in the championship, as it turned out. Colin Benham could mathematically have stopped him going into the last round, but he was out on the first lap, I think it was, of the second race. So that pretty much brought an end to that, and Andy Hiley in the Kronos, the Sports Specials champion this year.
You mentioned that mixed weather last Saturday, and you kind of wonder if today might, well, not quite extreme, I think, as you had at Oulton, but actually perhaps more difficult conditions could be the case today, because it just keeps drizzling every half an hour or so, or during the morning it has done. It's brighter now than it has been all day so far. but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some more rain through the course of the day, and that really makes it difficult to set the car up, and then for those categories that run on slick tyres, which tyre choice to use, because as you can see on the screen now, it is still damp, isn't it, which actually isn't a problem for this first race of the day, but it will be later on if it continues in the vein that the morning has done so far.
Yeah, that's right. It's certainly not quite as wet as it was at Alton last week, where it did have some really quite heavy rain sweeping across the circuit. I'm not sure that we expect to get too much more today, so hopefully that is the case, and things will gradually dry out as the day goes on. But what we've already had this morning has done enough to mix up a few of the grids, shake things up. Certainly it has led to some split tyre selection strategies. It did, for example, in the Sports 1000 session, which we'll talk about a little bit more a bit later on. But I would think from here on in, if there is a choice over tyres, you're probably going to go for dry, unless, as Josh says, we get some more drizzle during the course of the day. The championships that we've got this weekend, some of them will have their final rounds or their final races in the case of non-championship events, and some of them will have more rounds to go after this, but we have a few things that can be wrapped up. The things that will be decided this weekend are the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship, and the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. They all have their final rounds here this weekend. And in the case of the bike sports, they have both of their final two races today, whereas the other categories, Josh, split over 2 days.
Absolutely, and Pike Sports has remarkably still got 10 drivers in the mathematical contention for the title, although they're not all actually here, which erodes a few of them, but there are 3 drivers separated by just 2 points on corrected scores, so that's actually very close indeed. And Sports 1000, that's tight, isn't it? There's 4 drivers that can win it, but it's most likely to be either Ryan Yarrow or Richard Morris, and again they're only separated by a few points. 750 Formula looks potentially a bit more straightforward because Peter Bove has won every race this season, but the thing that could stop him is there's no drop scores there, so he has to still have a clean day. He doesn't necessarily need to win both races today, but he does need to have 2 decent point scoring finishes, or 2 races, 2 today and tomorrow. Yeah,
unfortunately with the Race Part 750 Formula, we've only ended up with 6 races this season because they were due to be at Anglesey in September, but that meeting was cancelled because of restrictions in Wales, and the races couldn't be rescheduled. So we've gone from a normally probably 14-round championship down to just 6 races this year, and all of them counting for points.
I see we've got a few of the actual historic 750 Formula cars doing their laps behind the safety car, so I suspect that may mean this first race may have to be delayed a little bit, with those cars having to then go through the paddock and go to the assembly area. That shouldn't take too long, hopefully.
No, hopefully not, and I would imagine they'll be starting at the back, so it shouldn't interfere with the gridding up of the rest of the cars. Yes, it's the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Championship that we're going to have 2 races today for Historic 750 Formula. The first race, a traditional scratch race, but then later on, Josh, we've got something a little bit different coming up, and we've got the excitement of the handicap race.
And I think the handicapper is going to have his or her work cut out because it was damp this morning in qualifying, and it's probably going to be partial.
750 Formula Grid who don't normally race with us, so that's great to see a few more Austin 7s on the grid. And of course Historic 750 Formula really does hark back to the early days of the 750 Motor Club, which was inaugurated 81 years ago this year, back in 1939. Not exactly an auspicious year for starting out a new club, but nevertheless that was done, and it was really aimed, as it was described at the time, as the impecunious motorsport enthusiast. So it was based around smaller capacity cars such as the Austin 7s, and they formed the basis of the 750 Motor Club. In the early days, then 750 Formula, which was built around Austin 7 chassis, was launched in 1949, so 10 years after that, and it's still going strong. And Historic 750 Formula, very much the sister formula to 750 Formula, which we'll see out as well during the course of this weekend. So what this category reflects really is historic 750 Formula cars, so cars from the earlier days of of 750 Formula, I should say, but also the Austin 7s as well, which around which the club was based back when it was inaugurated in the 1930s. Josh.
Yeah, I think we've got a dozen Austin 7s here, or at least a dozen of them here today, which I think is most certainly for this season. And I guess goes back to when you had the joint race with the Vintage Sports Car Club at Mallory Park a year or so ago. But as a pure historic 750 Formula grid, I'd suggest this is the most Class A Austin 7s that we've had for some time.
Definitely.
It's probably a circuit which you wouldn't traditionally expect to attract those competitors, because there's long straights here at Snetterton, which isn't necessarily what you can enjoy perhaps in one of these cars, because it's perhaps more the tighter circuits such as Cadwell Park or Mallory Park, quite a popular circuit for these types of cars. But they hadn't had much racing this season, have they? And I think this last chance for the next 6 or so months has attracted them out. And you can see there on your screen, that's Ian Grant, isn't it, who's a regular front runner within that class.
Absolutely. So historic 750 Formula, so it's a great mix of cars. You've got the pre-1939 Austin 7s, you've got Austin 7 specials from the post-war era, pre-1974 750 Formula cars, and on occasion, although there's not any here this weekend, I don't think, some of the 500cc Formula 3 cars as well. Of course, back in the day, 750 Formula attracted competitors such as Colin Chapman, Frank Costin and Arthur Mallock as well. But if you want to get involved in these days, it's actually a very good and accessible way of getting involved in historic motorsport, isn't it? Because you can pick up a competitive Class C. That's one of the historic 750 Formula cars for £7,000, £8,000, £10,000, something like that. So not too budget breaking. If you want to do a lot of the hard work yourself, you can pick up a restoration project for maybe about £4,000. You can even build a new car, providing it's built to the historic regulations. And obviously the cost of that, the scope of that is as much or as little as you want to spend doing it.
It's a good way to get into historic racing, isn't it? Because historic racing has boomed in the last decade or so. And as you say, that's very affordable figures, aren't they, for historic racing? You obviously hear much higher figures at the higher levels, but this is a good way to get started in historic or even vintage racing, as the pre-war cars you'd probably describe them as. And they're obviously not terribly fast, so it's a good way to build your way up, but although they're not that fast, you've got to be pretty brave still to race these cars, haven't you, Ian?
Absolutely. Right, we do have the cars heading out onto the circuit, as you can see now, for the first race of the day. Let's tell you about how the grid is going to line up. Pole position will be the number 200 car. It's a Class C car, but it is an Austin 7 of Christian Pedersen, driver from Wolverhampton. There you can see the car on pole position. Alongside him on the front of the grid is number 52, Mark Elder, and he's in one of the Class A cars, unusual to see a Class A car on the front of the grid. Row 2, 18 Tim Roebuck, a regular in historic 750 Formula in an Austin 7, and number 8 Martin Depper, the next of the Class C cars in his Centaur Mark 14. Third row of the grid, you've got 28 Archie Waterfield, and number 7 Graham Wilson, that's in an Austin 7 and the Time 3B respectively. Row 4 is 72 Trevor Slatter and 78 Kevin Welsh. Row 5, 23 Lyndon Fruston and 11 James Miles. Row 6, 26 Mike Whitby and 62 Jonathan Sadler. Row 7, 1 Gregan Fruston and 4 Simon Gallen. Row 8, 22 Charlie Plain Jones and 21 Alf Rayling Court. Row 9, 10 and 98, that's Stuart Rose and John Moss. Then row 10, 67 Paul Mason, I think one of those cars that we saw out qualifying out of session, and 19 John Ingram and 20 Ian Grant at the back again, also having qualified out of session there.
So we've had 2 meetings so far this season, haven't we, for these guys, Mallory Park and Anglesey, and it's been Trevor Slatter and Martin Depper that took a win apiece on each of those days. But here today, Depper starts 4th and Slatter's down in 7th from that tricky qualifying session this morning. Christian Pedersen's won a number of races in the past, but so far this season he's had a 2nd, a 3rd, a 5th and a 6th, and he was dominant in the session this morning, which kind of put him as favourite for this race. A different car really to the rest of the single-seater Austin 7.
Yeah, absolutely, and very much been a regular front runner in historic 750 Formula for several years now. Great mix of cars, as you can see on the grid. We should have more than 20 cars in all here this weekend, which is an excellent field for historic 750 Formula. Racing on the 300 circuit, that's the 3-mile layout here, so it's quite a long lap time for these cars, albeit lap time should be a bit lower than it was in qualifying because the conditions have improved, although there is a grey cloud now hanging overhead. 30-second board is being shown, we can see from our window. 5-second board is now up, so we're going to be racing very shortly indeed. First time today, it's the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and the lights go out and away we go, and good start there by Christian Pedersen from the front row of the grid. There's Lyndon Thruston in the number 23 car making his way through. And as we watch them head up towards Rich's Corner for the first time, it's Christian Pedersen that has the lead of the race. It looked like Timothy Roebuck that was up into second position. And who's that slotted into about fourth place? We'll try and pick up who that is in a moment. Certainly someone who's made some impressive early moves as they head up, Josh, to the hairpin for the first time.
I think it might have been Trevor Slatter, the double race winner this season, from row 4 that was coming up the inside that you spotted there. They make their way down to the hairpin. Pedersen leads. Then there's the 2 Austin 7s. Then sort of the historic 750 cars through there. But we're watching some of the cars trying to find some grip, which they're not doing so. Simon Gallen's Austin 7 there was massively sideways, wasn't it, through the Wilson hairpin. I would suggest this is as damp as it was actually this morning, so this will probably be about a 5-lap race over the 15 minutes. It looks really, really tricky out there. Where's the grip? Well, some of them are looking on the outside, and I think that one was finding the grip, but one of them hasn't. That's Mike Whitby. He has spun. Had he collected the palm code? I think he might have just avoided it, Ian. Yeah,
possibly. I think he also delayed Lyndon Thruston as well, didn't he, in the number 23 car. But there's our race leader then. That's Christian Pedersen out in front. In second place, it is the number 18 car of Tim Roebuck. That's the ex-John Miles car. John, of course, the Lotus Formula 1 driver who we lost a year or so ago now, but he's being challenged there, is Tim, by number 52, Mark Elder, who started on the front of the grid as they head through the left-hander Hamilton and head down towards Oggies. It's a very good battle for second place, this, isn't it? They're shortly going to be heading in through into Williams and onto the Bentley Straight. And Tim Roebuck, a quick look over his shoulder there, and he's spotted right behind him Mark Elder. Looks like this is going to be a good scrap.
Yes, these two cars in qualifying were separated only by 1/3 of a second. A big slide though from Mark Elder. He saved it, and on his way he goes again. But that would have lost him momentum all the way down the back straight, the Bentley Straight. I think this is the first time we've seen Elder in historic 750 Formula.
Yep.
And obviously pole within Class A this morning, but has lost the lead there within the class and second overall to Tim Roebuck, who has won the category twice this season. Once at each venue, as the other driver was Al Frayling Cork, but he's a bit further down in these conditions. He qualified in 16th. There's Trevor Slatter in his Contour. He qualified 7th, and he is up to 4th after that good start. So he's got ahead of Martin Depper. So it looks like in these conditions, Ian, the historic 750 cars are the ones that are struggling to find much traction, it would seem. They're much further back than what you'd expect.
Yeah, and certainly this season the wins, as you've been saying, split between Trevor Slatter and Martin Depper, both in their Centaurs. And as we look back to this battle for second place overall, we're going to get a change, are we, in Murray's? It looks like Mark Elder going to go around the outside of Tim Roebuck into the left-hander, and he's done it. So Mark Elder goes up into second place then. So number 52 up into second place. Christian Pedersen quite a long way ahead already at the end of lap 1. He's already been through to complete the opening lap, and he is leading then from number 52, Mark Elder, in second place. But it looks like Roebuck was getting back alongside him there as they headed along the straight. And indeed, Roebuck has got back through to second place before they even get to Rich's, and it is Trevor Slatter in 4th place. But this battle not over yet, because back up on the inside of Roebuck goes Mark Elder as they go through Rich's Corner. Just backs out of it, though, I think. They now head up to the Wilson hairpin for the second time, Josh.
Yeah, it's a great battle between them, isn't it? This is the first time we've been able to bring you historic 750 Formula races on an Alpha live stream, and it's great to have this vintage racing between these two Austin 7s. So a great addition to the category, Mark Elder, and he's really getting involved in a good battle with Tim Roebuck. They were separated by just 100th of a second at the end of the first lap, which did take over 3 minutes. So it does look like it'll be a 5-lap sprint, which is about right, isn't it, for vintage motorsport. There's a yellow flag, and that's the car number 11 has had a rotation, and that is the car driven by James Miles, isn't it, one of the Austin 7s?
Yeah, so James recovers after that spin.
He was in 7th, so he was going well.
Yeah.
3rd within the class.
He was. As there you can see the 62 car going through. That's being driven by Johnny Sadler, and off, I'm afraid, that looks like it's Gregan Thruston, I think, in the Rawson Special. Number 1 that's gone off, got muddy tyres, certainly now. And Gregan Thruston, father of Lyndon, who've also seen out, has gone off. Oh, and Timothy Roebuck, they're slowing all of a sudden, it seems.
Yeah, that was out of Hamilton, wasn't it? Now, was that an error, or is there a car drama for him? Whatever the case is, Mark Aldritt's back at front. You can see him working at the wheel in this Austin 7. So some great pictures we're getting thanks to the Alpha live stream of Mark Alder really working at the car. And, of course, there he is over the curve sideways. It's something you can't really do with modern cars, is it? See how much you're at work.
Well, and you can't usually see them looking over their shoulders to work out where his playmate has gone, the guy that he was racing a minute ago. But sure enough, Tim Roebuck has come to a stop. There's another one that's gone off there as well, at Agostini by the looks of it. Try and pick up who that is.
It does seem like it's a problem for Roebuck, doesn't it? Because
it does.
Mark Alder, I think, was confused more than anything where he'd gone. And now we can see the new 3rd place car, therefore, is Trefor Slatter. And him and Martin Depper are having a good battle again, as they have done much for the season, Ian, but not this much further behind the race leader.
No, I mean, they've been disputing the victories more often than they're not. I mean, we had a couple of races for these at Anglesey a month or so ago now, about 6 weeks ago, and really good racing actually for the historic 750 Formula category, primarily these two, but also Lyndon Thruston was involved. He led the races there for a time as well. Where's he at the moment? We saw that he was delayed. He was 13th across the line at the end of lap 1. But yeah, he was very much involved as well as these two in the Centaurs that go so well. Christian Pedersen goes across the line now to complete his 2nd lap. 6 minutes and 12 have now gone by. So I think Josh is absolutely right. It's going to be a 5-lap race. Here's this battle, though, for what is now 3rd position between Trevor Slatter and Martin Depper. Martin Depper in the number 8 car, the CNC supervisor from Stourbridge. He's owned this car for the past 6 years now. It took 12 months to rebuild it. Previously it was owned by Mike Dorset and Paul Mason, and he's going for 3rd position here, and he's through on the inside there before they even get to the braking area for Riches, really, and Martin Depper, therefore, has gone up into 3rd position.
Yeah, these two lapping pretty much on the same times they did this morning in qualifying. So, because when they had their qualifying session, that's when we just started to get the rain here at Snetterton. So I think we ended up at a fairly similar point. Christian Pedersen's going slower than he did in qualifying. I think that's because he knows he doesn't need to push too hard and risk anything. Where these guys, Slatter and Depper, were doing 3:13s, 3:14s, much like they were this morning. And they turn their way into Palmer, where there are yellow flags, because, of course, we saw Gregan Thruston go off, so I presume he hasn't been able to rejoin. So Palmer, we've seen 2 spinners there, so that must be a tricky part of the circuit to find the grip. So as they go down towards Agostini, coming out of that corner on the other side of the circuit there, you could see the race leader, Christian Pedersen, but there's Martin Depper turning left into the Agostini hairpin, not the former British touring car driver, like I've seen a few people comment that it is. No, it's not. And Martin Depper then turns his way out of Agostini as the driver in 3rd position after passing Trevor Slatter.
Yeah, we've lost our pictures in the commentary box at the moment, I'm afraid, so hopefully we'll get those back very shortly. But it is at the end of lap 2. There we go, that's better. Christian Pedersen leading from Mark Elder in 2nd, Trevor Slatter 3rd, Martin Dapper 4th, Kevin Welsh 5th, Johnny Sadler 6th. Lyndon Thruston made up 6th place on that last lap, up to 7th place. But we're now on lap 3. Andrew Watching, Martin Depper, really just make a bit of a break now.
Indeed, so he's getting away. He was quicker than Slatter in qualifying as well. But Slatter made that good start, didn't he, getting down the inside at Ritchie's on the opening lap. So that is what helped him out somewhat. And that's the 2nd place car just going through your short. And he really is the star of the race, isn't he, Mark Elder, in a Class A car. He leads that class after 2 laps by 40 seconds. Of course, we did see that Tim Roebuck was able to go with him earlier until his car had a problem. But it's a really, really good drive from him, isn't it, to run in 2nd place. He's only 8 seconds behind Christian Pedersen, and he's 15 or so seconds ahead of here Martin Depper, who turns his way out of the S's, out of Nelson. He's, as you say, getting away quite comfortably now from Slatter, and the pair of them are quite a bit ahead of the rest, and that's ahead of Kevin Welsh, which might be a good card to pick up on, because the Warren coming back to competition a couple of years ago, Ian, was a real treat for us here.
It was, and it was a car that was largely rebuilt at the Race Retro show as well, wasn't it, in that particular year. At the moment, watching Ian Grant, now he was one of those cars that was qualifying out of session, and he started to make some progress, and has Mike Whitby after his spin. So these were 16th and 17th at the start of the lap. They've just passed there the number 42 Malik, being driven by Tim Sage, I think.
I think it might have been the 19 car, John Ingram.
Yeah, even a bit further up, the Arthur Mark II, I beg your pardon, of John Ingram, yeah.
So I think Tim Sage is another driver that might have been going off the back.
Yeah.
So they're all making their way through ahead of that, the Arthur, as we say, of Ingram. Now Ian Grant is going to lose out to Mike Whitby, the spinner from the opening lap. Yeah, Mike Whitby was 10 seconds behind Ian Grant at the start of the lap, so he has made some decent progress. There's the Malik, isn't it? Just turning under the vehicle, the vehicle bridge, Tim Sage. So Mike Whitby is up next, then Ian Grant, and then John Ingram. So it's a big mix around from how they started the lap. But of course, a 3-mile lap is a very long way in these cars, which obviously aren't very powerful, and you have very small engines, 750 and 850cc generally.
Well, it's that Archie Waterfield, I think, that's making up some ground. Again, one of the newcomers. And yeah, that is the 28 car of Archie Waterfield. So he, with the novice cross on the back of his car, which means that he's not done the requisite number of races and got signatures to take that novice cross off the back. But he's made up another place now. Meanwhile, we watch the number 7 car, which is the Graham Wilson Time 3B. Again, another novice. I think he had his first races in this car at Anglesey. Qualified well. Races did not go quite so well. Had an off a spin, I think, as well.
He did finish third, though, in the most recent race at Anglesey.
He did get a third place there, but yeah, the first race was a bit of a disappointment, having qualified so well. So there it is. Is that
the car that Anthony Reid raced, was it, at Anglesey a few years ago?
It is, and James Winstanley's raced that car as well, I think, in the past. But most recently, it's been Simon Bolter that's raced that car with some success.
Yes, was
in his Dyke 750 Formula.
Multiple winner last season, I think it was, yes.
He was indeed. So that car running in 8th position, but James Miles, I think, is about to take the place off him by the looks of it, and he goes through at Hamilton.
Down the inside, and you can see his knees, you can see almost his whole body, can't you, of James Miles, and that is certainly something you don't see in modern racing. You can see the safety changes over the years when we get to our next categories.
Yes.
But it's great to see them here, and there's, as we say, so many people are enjoying themselves, even in tricky conditions, actually. You may wonder if some of the Austin 7 guys are enjoying themselves more because they're really sliding the cars about, which they probably won't be able to do in the dry to the degree that they are. You can see James Miles again just looking over his shoulder, then trying to duck in to give it the best or the least deficit of aero going down the straights. Because, of course, with so little power, if your head sticks out, you're going to slow the car down in a straight line.
Christian Pedersen's just gone across the line to complete his 4th lap, so he's now starting his final lap of the race because it's a 15-minute race. We've already had 12.5 minutes or so, and he's a long way clear of the 2nd place car, which is still number 52, Mark Elder. 3rd being number 8, Martin Depper. 4th, 72, Trevor Slatter. Kevin Welsh, 5th, number 78 in the Warren, which we were talking about briefly, and 6th, number 62, Johnny Sadler. But we're watching James Miles at the moment, now pinned to 8th place.
And he's pulling away, isn't he, from Graham Wilson. Lyndon Fruston will be the next car if he's going to catch any. There's the Warren we spoke about, Kevin Welsh. He's being caught rapidly by Jonathan Sadler. This was a 14-second gap at the beginning of the lap, and behind them is Lyndon Fruston catching them, and I think down the straight Kevin Welsh may lose out here to Jonathan Sadler because Sadler has accelerated past, and there's the Malik. The U2 of Tim Sage that's had a spin, but up into 5th position it'll be for Jonathan Sadler, so he has gained a place. He started in 12th, so it's been a good drive from Sadler, and Welsh loses another place by the time they get to Ritchie's.
Yeah, so Lyndon Fruston, number 23, in that sort of beige-coloured car, up into 6th position, although Welsh will try and fight back in the Warren as they head into Ritchie's corner for the final time in this race. Up towards the Wilson hairpin they go. The battle also for what will be 4th position within Class C. Going wide there is Sadler, and they're almost 3 abreast on the exit of the Wilson hairpin because of that. Heading now down to the left-hander at Palmer. Sadler, number 62, who's done various racing in the VSCC as well, continues to hold on to the position for the moment. They turn their way through the left-hander at Palmer, getting away now from Kevin Welsh and onwards towards the left-hand hairpin at Agostini. So that's the battle for 4th position.
And they make
5th position, I beg your pardon.
Make their way down towards Agostini then. It was a 4th position in class that you were going for, wasn't it?
That's well done, well retrieved.
So they turn their way then. Oh, there sideways and a spin for Fruston there. So that will give Kevin Welsh that place back that he lost a moment ago. And there's James Miles in the Austin 7, so he's going to be pretty much with them too. But very shortly, Christian Pedersen will be back through to complete and finish the race. So Christian Pedersen about to take his first victory of the season after a second at Anglesey and a third at Mallory Park. And the 15 minutes is up, and as we watch the battles a bit further back, he will take the flag. So James Miles did get ahead of Fruston, but there is the race leader, Ian. Yeah,
so Christian Pedersen out of Murray's for the final time, and one driver there who is going to go on to his final lap, but the checkered flag is made ready, and Christian Pedersen led by 11 seconds at the end of the previous lap. Over the line he goes to take the checkered flag and win the first race of the day here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. The race parts historic 750 Formula Series scratch race. We've got another race for these later on, but Pedersen getting his first win of the season, waiting for the second place car to come through. Well, that should be Mark Elder, but there's a pall of smoke that he's left, and he's going to pull in. He's going into the pits. Oh, this is disaster for Mark Elder, who's going to take the Class A win, but something's gone wrong at Murray's on the final lap, and he's into the pit lane, and therefore he will not be able to take second position. So that should promote Martin Depper up to third. James Miles there ahead of Lyndon Fisher. There's Martin Depper. So we get second position, I should say.
And that means James Miles is going to win Class A, I think, for the first time for him. So that will end up being a good result, although it's going to come at rather misfortune first for Tim Roebuck earlier in the race, and then right in the dying stages for Mark Elder, who might actually take the flag in the pit lane, but not sure if that will actually count to a classification.
No, it'd be a bit of a Schumacher feel about it, wouldn't it, if that was the case. Here then comes Trevor Slatter to take third place away in his Centaur. Fourth is going to be Johnny Sadler, another Centaur. So 3 Centaurs in a row there. Then you've got the Warren in 5th place of Kevin Welsh, number 78. And then inside the top 6 and winning Class A is James Miles then in his Austin 7 special, just ahead of 7th place, number 23. That's Lyndon Thruston. And then the rest of them can through. It should be eventually, but not quite yet. Well, Graham Wilson has come through with Simon Gallant behind him. They're 8th and 9th, and then the next car field will be Charlie Plain Jones. There he is now, just taking the checkered flag, Josh.
Indeed, just to give us an idea of how tricky it is out there, Christian Pedersen is half a minute off of the lap record set by Michael Harvey, which is a long, long way, isn't it? And then in Class A, the lap record stood with Ian Grant at 2:54, which is what... not quite such a big margin of what the Class A fastest lap was, a 3:07. So the Austin 7's about 13 seconds off the lap record, but the Class C car's half a minute.
Absolutely. It's quite a disparity, isn't it, really? The marshal away from the checkered flag will have a sore arm, I think, by the end of the day. But most of the cars have completed their race. The 11th place car just going across the line now. I can tell you that was Archie Waterfield. So he's gone through. In 12th place is Alf Rayling Cork, number 21. And then I think the next car people might whip it, as you can see here this weekend, the car's being taken off the circuit on the exit of Palmer Corner, and they pull into Parc Fermé there. So they don't do a full slowing down lap as they used to do here on the 300 circuit. And that means that we do get to hear from the drivers a little bit quicker than we already would. So let's head down for the first time today to Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from Matt Suckling with the winning drivers.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. We're down here with our race winner, which is Christian Pedersen from that historic 750 Formula race. Christian, great race out there, very demanding out front. How did you enjoy that?
It was absolutely brilliant. I was lucky enough to qualify on pole, and I got a good getaway. So had a bit of a lead going down the back straight, so I was quite happy and tried to control the race from then on.
And in terms of the conditions out there, we know they're not quite as they should be. I think you're about 30 seconds off the pace of what you should be normally, but you did well, and you're looking forward to the handicap race later on?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be good fun. It's I normally don't do very well in the handicap races, so I'm just going out to enjoy myself.
It will be harder, of course, because the point of a handicap race is you start towards the back and a couple of laps down, but it's going to be great fun, especially around this circuit.
Yeah, and especially with the other drivers that we got here, it's always good to do a good hard battle with them, because they're fair drivers, they're good drivers.
Well done, Christian. Good luck for this afternoon, and well done today.
Thank you.
There we go. Our race winner for that one is Christian Pedersen, and we look forward to the handicap race a little bit later on.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt. Good to hear there from our race winner, Christian Pedersen, talking to Matt Suckling down there in the Parc Ferme, the Scrutineering Bay area, which is where we're able to do the interviews this weekend. We'll hopefully be able to hear from Matt again later on during the course of the day, talking to more drivers as we go on. Next race on track is going to be a bit of a change in pace. I think we're going from the slowest cars of the weekend to the fastest cars of the weekend, with nothing in between to prepare us for it. It's the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship that's coming up next. And we will tell you a little bit about how that championship is shaping up, because it is the final meeting of the season for these cars. They've been to Snetterton already. They raced on the 200 circuit in July, then Silverstone in August, Alton Park in September, rounding out the season here back on the 300 circuit at Snetterton in October. Championship being led on gross scores being coming into this weekend by Charles Hall. He has 70 points, but we do at this stage of the season really need to start taking drop scores into account as well, don't we? Because only the driver's best 7 scores from 8 races will count. So looking at the situation with drop scores, it's actually Michael Chen that heads the points by my reckoning with 64. He won and got fastest lap in Class B on each of the 4 occasions that he's taken part in that in the championship so far this year. He wasn't at Alton Park, so he has 64 points. And then second on 61, but he drops his worst score, Charles Hall 61. Then Martin Brooks on 60, Richard Wells on 50, and so on and so forth. But as Josh was saying earlier on, mathematically, there's still 10 drivers in contention for the championship, albeit they're not all here.
I'm glad you said 64, because for some reason I didn't write that in my spreadsheet. I've got it in every other place as 64, but for some reason I wrote it as 62. But indeed, Michael Chen leading the way. He's a Class B driver for the standard engined cars, the motorcycle engine cars, and it's the tuned cars that run within Class A. There's different engine sizes, and they are balanced out with a weight formula by the M50 Motor Club. But yes, Michael Chen, he's won every time that he's raced within Class B, but he didn't compete last time out at Alton Park, but he has won Class B 4 times. And his closest class rival is Richard Wells on 58 points. He's had a couple of podiums. And third within that class is Leon Morrell on 48 points, but Richard Wells has got to drop some because he's competed in every race where Leon Morrell didn't compete at the opening round, which was actually back here at Snetterton, but on the 200 circuit in July. But Class A, that's been really competitive, hasn't it, this season? Charles Hall, as you say, leading the way on 70 points to Martin Brooks's 60, but Charles Hall has to drop a 9, which brings them pretty close back together. Martin Brooks has returned to racing this season, hasn't he, after a break off, where he's won the first round and then he won again at Silverstone as well, where Charles Hall hadn't really come good until that last meeting at Alton Park, where he won both races.
Yeah, no, that's right. He has had that success last time out, but he's 2 first, 2 thirds, 2 fourths. He's been reasonably consistent this year. And of course, he was the last driver to win a race on the 300 circuit in bike sports. He won the second race here at the end of last season as well, which I think was his first meeting in this car, which of course is the Spire. He raced a Radical previously, but that came degrees, unfortunately.
The real question with this race here is who is on what tyres.
Yeah.
Because it's not really wet. It's not terribly dry either. Really, we need someone on the ground to have a look, don't we? But we're not really going to get that.
I think if you were going for tyres now, sure you'd go for dry, because it's a 20-minute race as well, so it will continue to dry out as the race goes on. Wets would strike me as a big gamble.
So the other thing, or the next thing you look at is who can get temperature into those slick racing tyres on the green flag lap, who is brave on that first lap. We've seen Charles Hall, he's normally good on lap 1, isn't he? And he was really good in qualifying this morning in those. They were wet, really, conditions for bike sports, weren't they, for qualifying, where Charles Hall was 3 seconds faster than everybody else. Anthony Ayres alongside him in that Radical SR3 you can see on your screen. It's a Class B car, and this season he's 8th in the overall championship. He's had a couple of second places to Michael Chen, so Anthony Ayres looking for his first class win here. Michael Chen only 3rd on the grid within his class, Tony Barwell 2nd, Chen 3rd, but they were some 3-4 seconds behind Ayres, so Anthony Ayres has got a really good chance here to take a class win. It's
worth mentioning as well that points are scored within each individual class, Class A and B, rather than on overall finishing position as the green flag lap gets underway. It's a rolling start for bike sports and give you the grid as they go round. So yes, it's based on not your overall finishing position, but where you finish within the class, whether that's Class A or Class B. So off they go on their warming up lap, and this will give them a chance to probably work out whether they made the right decision on tyres or not, as the track continues to dry and cloudy but slightly blue skies here in Norfolk at the moment. Let's go through the grid though. Pole position number 77, Charles Hall in the Spire, and alongside him is number 58, which is Anthony Ayres in the Radical SR3. Row 2 on the inside will have number 35, that's Richard Webb in the Radical SR3, and next to him number 99, Martin Brooks in the Radical PR6. So lots of radicals on the grid as usual. Row 3 on the inside is number 10, that's Tony Barwell for this race in the SR3 RSX, and 91, Michael Chen, the man that leads the championship coming into this weekend. Let's drop scores and taken into account. He's in the Radical SR3. Row 4, we have 22. That's Richard Wells in the SR3 RSX, and 20 is Matt Moore in the similar car, the driver from Sevenoaks. Row 5, number 7, Julian Griffiths in one of the PR6s, and next to him, 44, Andrew Kimpton in PR6. 8 is David Craham on the inside of row number 6. And he's in the Pro Sport, and beside him is number 30, Mark Grayson in the SR3. Row 7, number 60 is Andrew Gord in the SR3 RS, and 73, Alistair Smart in the PR6. Row 8, 24, Ian Charles, and he is in one of the PR6 years. Alongside him is number 6, Robert Gilman in the SR3, and rounding out the field, number 23, Dominic Langdon down in the SR3 RS. So we should have 17 cars on the grid, Josh, for this penultimate round of the season for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Yeah, I've just been looking at the conditions while you were reading the grid out. It's pretty damp in places. The Wilson hairpin particularly, I noticed dampness there. Down the back straight, down the Bentley straight, that doesn't look too damp at all though. So I think tyre choice is very difficult here, because, like you say, wet tyres, they just burn up, won't they? And the slicks, you might really struggle to get any kind of temperature into them at the start here. So if we see perhaps somebody moving forward at the start of the race, perhaps they'll be the ones on wets, and the ones that fall away at the start, they may be on slicks, and then that'll change around, you'd think, as the race goes on. News from Matt Suckling, who's been keeping an eye out for us, tells me that pole position, number 77, which is Charles Hall, he is on dry tyres. Now, he was on a brand new set of Michelin wets for practice this morning, Jason Noble of Autosport Reports. But 58, Anthony Ayres is on wet tyres. So that's interesting, isn't it, that we've got a difference in strategy. And that is why perhaps what you're seeing here on the green flag lap, Anthony Ayres is not moving his car from side to side. He doesn't want to put any extra temperature into those wet tyres, where Charles Hall is drastically weaving from left to right to try and build some
temperature and pressure into those slick racing tyres on the Spire. The only non-radical in the grid, because unfortunately we are missing the Mattel this weekend, that Scott Mattel has been a winner in the past. Richard Wise was due to race that, but that car unfortunately not here. So it's the Spire against all the radicals. So what can Charles Hall do? He was quickest in that wet qualifying by 3 seconds, but now on slicks, mate, against some wet tyre cars, and we're about to get 20 minutes of racing underway.
The Renault Megane safety car pulls in then 20 minutes ahead of us around this 3-mile Snetterton 300 circuit for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. It's the Spire on pole position against a phalanx of radicals, waiting for the lights to go out, which they do, and it's a good start by Charles Hall from pole position then, and they all stream off up towards riches for the first time. Anthony Ayres in second place, already under pressure by the looks of things, but he does hold on to second place for the moment and closes right up under braking for Richards as well, onto the race leader Charles Hall. So it's Hall leading from Anthony Ayres in second place, Josh, as they head around Wilson Hairpin for the first time.
You could see spray coming off the back of the SR3 there. That's how damp it is. And through goes Anthony Ayres. A Class B car leads, and Charles Hall almost chucks it off the road, but he saved it. He caught a big puddle there. We didn't realise it was that wet, did we? And he got very, very sideways, but it was a good save from Charles Hall. Martin Brooks also struggling, perhaps his on slicks. And Andrew Kimpton, he's had a spin in his Radical PR6 too. And another one goes round. That's Mark Grayson, and he just doesn't get collected. It was very close with the car behind, but it's Anthony Ayres on those wet tyres that is getting away from the slick-shored Charles Hall, but Charles Hall still leads Class A, so that's important for him.
Well, it is, and it'll be interesting to see how this changes, the race develops over the next 20 minutes, doesn't it? Because conditions are, we think, going to continue to dry out as the race goes on, as there is Anthony Ayres, and he's about to head through Williams and onto the Bentley Straight for the first time in this race. There a bit further back, you can see the 99 car of Martin Brooks, so he's losing out there to the number 10, which is the Barwell SR3 as well. So he is losing ground, which kind of makes you wonder if he's on dry tyres as well.
Yeah, I wonder if he copied his championship rival within Class A. Thought if we do the same thing, we're going to sort of get the same outcome, and it's whoever drives the best in those circumstances, which actually at the moment is Charles Hall, because he's doing very well, isn't he, to not fall too far away from Anthony Ayres. He didn't let that big slide when he went through the puddle put him off. He's pushing on, and it's drier through this part of the circuit, isn't it, through Coram Curve. So if he's got those tyres up to temperature, it looks like he may have done, he's able to close back in on the Anthony Ayres Radical SR3. You can see the speed that Hall can carry through the corners. If it's going well at the moment, it's going to get even better as the race goes on.
Oh, and drama's there for number 7. That's Julian Griffiths out of the race. Now, he was one of the drivers that was in contention for the championship, but look at that, and that was for the race lead, and a twitch there from Charles Hall as he found a damper piece of the circuit at Richie's corner. He was going for the lead though on Anthony Ayres there, wasn't he? We just missed the start of that, but as we joined it, I think Charles Hall was just in the midst of a moment there. Third place at the moment is the number 35 car of Richard Webb. That's the grey and green car on your screen now, and you can see he has the rookie cross, the novice cross, on the back of his car as well. And then it's quite a long gap back actually to the 4th position car at the moment, which I think is the Class B leader, sorry, Class B second place car, third place car, but leader in the championship, number 91 Michael Chen. There is the race leader there, number 58 Anthony Ayres, Class B leader as well.
I think the novice cross on the back of Richard Webb's car is for Leon Morrell, who normally drives that car. Richard Webb, a pretty experienced racer, taking over that car this weekend, I think. Here's Charles Hall. He's in P2 still, I think. That first part of the lap, I reckon, is where it's damper, isn't it? And then it's drier on the second part of the lap. And I think Anthony Ayres is still in front. And he will be caught, therefore, because you really see Hall having to work hard. You can see him getting opposite lock out of Wilson. Just check that the SR3 still is in front. It is. So through the first half of the lap, the SR3 on wets is quicker, but then the Spire should come good on the second half of the lap.
Yeah, so as they go through Brundle and Nelson and towards the bomb hole for the first time, it's number 58 leading then, Anthony Ayres, and the SR3, the red car from the green Spire GT3 of Charles Hall in second place. Not a lot to choose between them. Probably going to be, we might get a 10-lap race out of this, something like that, I would think, in the 20 minutes that we have available. And look how Charles Hall closes up right up on Anthony Ayres here. So is he going to mount another attack as they go along the centre straight and into Richard Tomley's right under the wing, isn't he? as they head across the start and finish line, and indeed he's through. So Charles Hall there getting the lead.
But for how long? Because we know for this first part of the lap, the Radical on its wet tyres is better. And back through goes Anthony Ayres up the inside. He goes back ahead of Charles Hall. It's really intriguing, isn't it, how half of the lap is much wetter than the other half, and with these different tyre choices, it's really making this intriguing race. Charles Hall 2 minutes 04.8, the fastest lap, which is already 4 seconds quicker than qualifying. However, is still 17 seconds away from Stefano Lini's lap record.
Yeah, which was set 3 years ago, wasn't it? 1:51.44. Very, very different conditions that we have here. So we've got Ayres and we've got Hall well out in front of the rest. Well, actually not that far. I think Richard Webb on the previous lap was a bit slower, but he looks as if he's closing the gap this time.
Now, Jules Griffiths, who we saw off, I reckon he stopped on the green flag lap.
Right, yes,
which means we've only got 5 Class A starters, I reckon, which means we don't get maximum points within the class. You need 6 starters to get maximum points, which actually is very bad news for Charles Hall in his battle against Michael Chen for the overall title.
Yeah, that will limit it. I think it'll be 12 points more than 15 he can get for the win, won't it? As a result of that. So that makes life a little bit more difficult, and a shame that we're a little bit down on the Class A entries here this weekend, but difficult times for everybody, clearly. So there is Hall in second place, and actually they're not that far ahead of Richard Webb in third place, and one of the other Class B SR3s.
Now, this is where Hall's really quick, isn't it, through Coram. So we suspect a challenge for the lead will be back on here as they make their way down to Murray's, or particularly on the exit of Murray's, is where Hall can use the superior grip of the slick racing tyres and perhaps a bit more power as well in the Class A car to try and go through. There's another car that's gone off, though. That's Robert Gilman from ninth position, but they're side by side, absolutely level when they cross the line. So if that continues in that fashion for the rest of the race, could be interesting. But you just expect that Charles Hall's car should get better and better as the race goes on.
Well, and indeed he's held the lead through Riches this time as well, which he didn't do on the previous lap as Gilman gets underway.
Richard Webb is catching them rapidly, though. He's almost 2 seconds quicker on the most recent lap, 2 minutes 4.0. So watch out for third place, Richard Webb, on his racing return in bike sports this weekend, going after the top 2. There are the top 2. This time, though, Charles Hall hanging on to the lead, which bodes well for the drier part of the circuit, which will be coming up shortly. Unable to get through. There is the third place car I just saw flash through shot. That is Richard Webb. So that means Michael Chen is actually only third within Class B. So he won't quite be scoring as many points as Charles Hall. So
no.
It's really going to be going down to that last race this afternoon.
Absolutely right. So they are heading through the left-hander at Hamilton on the infield section of the Snetterton 300 circuit, and to the right-hander at Oggies. And then there's another right-hander that brings them onto the Bentley Straight, and that's Williams. That one, just that short burst between the two. And here they come onto the Bentley Straight now. Really having to work quite hard there to keep the car pointing in generally the right direction.
Yeah, he was understeering all the way through Williams until he put the power on the exit, and then he had a whole heap of oversteer, which Charles Hall corrected well. Charles Hall has got some pretty good pedigree, hasn't he, in motor racing? He raced in single-seaters, a decade and a half ago, out in the States as well, before having a long time off. I think he did sports specials, didn't he, and was successful in that.
He did a little bit of that,
before moving into the bike sports.
Yeah, he did Formula Renault in this country as well, didn't he, before he headed off to the States. So I guess at that stage he was on the career ladder, as many young drivers are. But then he's taken a diversion, I guess, a little bit later in life and racing in the bike sports championship, a bit more recreational. Now I think we're going to get changed for second before much longer, aren't we? Because very close indeed as they came off Murray's was second and third. So this is also for the Class B lead. Anthony Ayres in number 58 and Richard Webb in number 35, and they are making their way up towards the Wilson hairpin now. There's still a little bit of a gap between them. It was about 0.6 of a second at the start of the lap.
There was a car off at Ritchie's as well, I just saw in the background. Not sure who that was. We lost Tony Barwell earlier, but I wonder if we lost another car on the most recent lap. There is 58 Ayres. He still leads, doesn't he, Class B? I'd just to jest. Richard Webb is on slicks. He's lapping 2 seconds quicker than Anthony Ayres. I think now is the cut-over point, the cut-across point to slip tyres being the quicker, isn't it? As there are the 2 Class B leaders, the 2 SR3 Radicals. Over 1,000 of these have been built now, haven't there? Over in Peterborough, which isn't that far away from Snetterton, is it? What, an hour and a half, something like that?
Yep.
As they spat and make their way down into the Oggies corner and then up towards Williams. But through this part of the track, again, this is where the wet tyre still is slightly an advantage for Ayres. But there's Richard Webb chasing him down. Spray still coming off down the back straight there, but of course in a straight line it doesn't matter too much, does it? It's around the corners where you need the grip.
Yeah, less of a concern, isn't it? So heading into Brundle and Nelson, very close then for the Class B lead. And for second place overall between 58 Anthony Ayres and 35 Richard Webb. Webb not one of the drivers contending for the championship, of course. As we say, car driven by Leon Morel, who's been out in other races, and we almost got the change there, didn't we? So they head to Coram now, and I think we are going to get a change before much longer. It's a question of when rather than if Richard Webb is able to go through. Out of Murray's, isn't able to do it there, so will the chance come at Rich's, Josh?
Let's see. Ely pops out of the toe, trying to give him the inside line. We do know it's a bit damper down at the opening corners, so that could be a problem for Richard Webb as he tries to go through. And behind them, Michael Chen has started to close on them as well. Michael Chen, who's third within Class B, so there wasn't a change at Ritchie's. It still Ayres ahead. Well, on that lap, actually, Michael Chen fell away again. He is 14 seconds behind these two. And he's got to watch out because Richard Wells isn't that far behind him, another Class B car. As it stands, I'd suggest that Michael Chen is going to lose 3 points in comparison to Charles Hall here. And there was a gap coming into this race of 3 points. So there's a good chance that the 2 drivers will be equal on points heading into the final round.
Yeah, should be an exciting conclusion to the championship, certainly. So still we have this situation where Anthony Ayres is able to keep Richard Webb at bay for the Class B lead. Ayres mathematically in contention for the championship going into this weekend, but a bit further back. He's managing to fend off, though, the 35 car at the moment. Aside from that, the order is reasonably well spread out. Looking at our timing screen, there you can see the gap now that Charles Hall has in the lead. He was just over 4 seconds ahead at the start of the lap, certainly. But you could see that it's then 14 seconds between Richard Webb and Michael Chen in 4th place. We see Michael even in the background of that shot of the cars coming towards us. Now, when we're going to get this change, Richard Webb heading through towards Coram now and up towards the left-hander. Murray's not able to do it there. He'll be in the tow as they go along the centre straight. Will he be able to pull out of it and make the move? Well, he does so now. He's going to get alongside as they come past the commentary box and heading towards Rich's corner. He's on the outside line, though, and isn't able to make it work, Josh.
Now, Anthony Ayres putting up much tougher fight, isn't he, to try and hang on to this Class B lead. Spray coming off of the cars there. It must be Robert Gilman's car that's off at Ritchie's. He hasn't come through for a couple of laps. Yep. So very sideways there was Webb as he tried to get the power down on the exit of Wilson hairpin. As it's not terribly warm here, the track isn't drying in any kind of speed, is it? It's sort of stayed the same for the majority of the race. Well, is it something like 10 degrees Celsius here at Snetterton today? And here comes Webb down the inside into Agostini, late on the brakes. That was a good move from Webb, and he has made it work, has he? Yes, he can get the power down on the exit of the hairpin, and he has finally got into the lead of Class B and second overall for Richard Webb, now ahead of Anthony Ayres. He's some 6 seconds, though, behind the leader, Charles Hall, and they've got a car to lap. That would be Dominic Langdon Down's car, I think, that's in 14th position. So that means they have to go offline onto the damper bit of road, but I don't think that's... Has it affected him a bit, Richard Webb? But I think he's got through okay in the end, and he's ahead then into the lead of the class. Behind, Martin Brooks has had a poor lap. He has lost 5th position overall to Richard Wells. So a slow lap from Martin Brooks, who just hasn't got up to speed really all day, has he? Double race winner this season.
No, it's not been his day. Of course, he did win the opening round of the championship. He also won the first of the races at Silverstone as well, and has had a couple of other podiums as well as the season has gone on. There is the 6th car. That was the car that you spotted earlier on, I think, Josh, the Robert Gilman car that came to stop. It had a spin before that, didn't it? And then it's come to stop. And there is the driver, well away from the edge of the circuit. So we are into the final quarter of the race now, actually, because we've had 7 laps completed by Charles Hall and Richard Webb. The gap between them just about 9 seconds. There is Webb in 2nd place, just going through shot and into shot now, the number 30 car, which is Mark Grayson, running in 12th position. There's Anthony Ayres, now in 3rd place, number 58 in the SR3. You can see it's the 2-seater setup. Some of the other cars, the PR6 Pro Sport, run with a sort of single-seat setup.
Charles Hall has done the first under or sub 2 minute lap, I think, of the day. 1 minute 59.99. He just achieved that mission under 120 seconds. He's 8.7 seconds clear of Richard Webb. Now there is Anthony Ayres in 3rd. He's 12 seconds ahead of Mike Chen, who was 2 seconds quicker on the previous lap. So can Chen catch? This is an important chase for him if he could manage it. If he's on better tyres than Ayres. There is Ayres turning his way through out of the new loop that was put in here 10 years ago. It's still new though, isn't it? The 300 circuit. Snetterton's had a number of changes over the years, hasn't it? But I guess it's quite a different feel to what it did back in the 70s when it was a really, really quick circuit. Yeah. Now it's got this slower hairpin style infield, but when you get a good close race on this layout, it really does create some great racing.
Yeah, it does. It's sort of quite a different feel to the 200 as well. It's actually quite a nice contrast between the two different layouts, and 750 Motor Club have raced on both layouts here this season. It's actually our 3rd visit of the season to Snetterton. There's the 24 car in the background, so that is the lapped car now of Ian Charles, PR6. He's just been lapped by Richard Webb, the 2nd place driver, and he's going to, before much longer, a lap, I think, Mark Grayson as well, possibly.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? On that last lap, he actually was slightly quicker than Charles Hall, with a PB for Richard Webb, fastest lap within Class B, 2 minutes 01.5, so gap is 8.5 seconds to the leader. Michael Chen comes back through again. That time he was slower than Anthony Ayres, but he is being caught, is he? Yes, he is, by Richard Wells, quite by a decent amount too. The gap was down to 1.3 seconds, so perhaps we can try and pick up on the 4th and 5th place cars, 91 and 22, because if Mike Chen loses another place, he will be in real dramas for losing the championship lead going into the last race, Ian.
Certainly will. Hopefully we'll get our pictures back again shortly, but it's Charles Hall, number 77, continuing to lead then from 34, Richard Webb in 2nd place. In 3rd place, number 58, Anthony Ayres. 4th place, number 91, Michael Chen. 5th place is 22, Richard Wells. That's the way of things at the moment, but for the minute we're without pictures in the comments box, so hopefully they're back again. There's obviously a loose wire or something somewhere that is causing the issue, but anyway, there we go. We're back with you now, and down the straight come the cars. There's the 99 car of Martin Brooks then in 6th position, and he makes his way along the straight and then towards Brundle and Nelson. So that is the Chen car that is ahead of him, isn't it? That's the 91 car, and then just behind him is the Richard Wells number 22 car. So it doesn't look like Wells has made progress on this lap. Meanwhile, Charles Hall has been across the line. He's improved his lap time as well, 1:59.75 now, but he's gone on to start his final lap of the race, 10 seconds clear of Richard Webb. And there's Anthony Ayres in 3rd, And then we should have Michael Chen, that's one of the back markers, but Michael Chen, the next goal will be across the line, I think, in 4th position. That's another back marker, in fact.
Question, of course, being if he's still ahead of Richard Wells. He is, but only just. So that is the battle across the line for 4th and 5th. And that is for 3rd within Class B. Mike Chen then under pressure from Richard Wells. And well, off air, you were saying to me that you thought Mike Chen had quite an easy time in those other 4 races, Ian. But today, he's struggling somewhat, isn't he, with these conditions? And actually finishing on the class podium may be difficult. This is the last lap of the race, but he is under increasing pressure in traffic from Richard Wells.
Yeah, so look at this scrap. They're going to lap the 24 car then of Ian Charles. This 3-car battle, and it could be crucial for the championship because Michael Chen needs to pick up as many points as possible. Martin Brooks, meanwhile, is making up a place on Richard Wells just to make life a little bit more complicated. Martin Brooks is in Class A. The others are in Class B, and they are getting side by side now for the left-hander at Hamilton. But Wells seemed to back out of the move there, and Chen has held on. So through to the right-hander at Oggies they go for the final. No, they are still on their penultimate lap, aren't they? It's hard to
last lap, isn't it?
keep up. Yeah, they're on the last lap as well, aren't they? I was just trying to work out which lap they were all on. But yes, they are indeed on their last lap. And Chen has got a bit more daylight now between him and the rest.
Yes, I think that attack from Martin Brooks has helped him somewhat. Meanwhile, Charles Hall is about to come out of Murray's to take his victory.
And he's done so. Checkered flag has gone out. So Charles Hall, a very commanding win. 2nd place will go to Richard Webb. He's yet to come through. But let's keep an eye on this battle. You've got Brooks and Wells now side by side. They touch there and there. I think they might have touched again as they go through. So that's the Class A car for Martin Brooks. His hand in the air. Now, whether that's a hand of apology or a hand of what on earth was all that about, I'm not quite sure.
Yes, whatever it's done has helped Mike Chen somewhat for his 3rd place points within Class B, although he's quite slow through Murray's, isn't he? So that challenge from Brooks has helped him even more so. So Richard Webb's won Class B from Anthony Ayres, and then Chen will take 3rd, but he has lost another place on the road because Martin Brooks gained, 2 places on that lap.
Yeah, he did indeed. Results just flowing through on our timing screen here. So confirmation then it was a win for Charles Hall by 11.75 seconds in the end. He went even faster on the final lap at 1:58.30. Richard Webb 2nd place. SR3 and 6th number 2 Richard Wells in the SR3 RSX. Those should have, I think, the number 44 car of Andrew Kimpton, but he's yet to come through as we watch Robert Gilman survey what looks to be relatively little damage on his car, Josh.
Yeah, hopefully. So if I'm correcting, you might just check this, it will be equal points for Michael Chen and Charles Hall going into the final round. Of course, Charles Hall might not realise that Julian Griffith didn't make the start, which means he doesn't get full points, because that's all the difference. And then Martin Brooks still just in contention, I reckon.
Yeah, so it was just the 10 points, wasn't it, that Chen picked up. So, yeah, I'm with you. 74 points apiece with the drops, I think, at this stage. I'll put the rest of the points into my...
Oh, hang on. Have I counted a 6th Class A car?
Okay, but anyway, let's head down to Matt Suckling. He's got our winner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Down here with our race winner from the Bike Sports Championship, which is Charles. Charles, many congratulations there. It was a bit of a tricky start in terms of, first off, what tyre to go for, and I think you picked the right one there.
Yeah, to be honest, I think you could have either one. I think ultimately in the end the slick was the best tyre. Just yesterday it was so slippy. There's been a few accidents, a bit of oil going down. So this time of year now where it's so cold, it's not drying. That oil's lingering in the moisture, and it's just so hard to get the slicks warm. But Avon's, we're winning on that. So I feel like a works driver for Avon because Phil's been working really well with us. Tyres are mega, the car's brilliant, and we're just chipping away at the championship. So yeah, one more to go, and we'll see good luck.
It was a great race though. Once you got those slicks up to temperature, as we said, it kind of built up you. The lead then kind of came as well. And as you said, it's about this final round. It is the championship. It's all going to come down to that last race. It's going to be intense, but I'm sure you know what to do. But it's kind of, is it going to go your way? That's the big question.
No, that we'll find out later. But I mean, like I say, at the beginning of the race, the lads were keeping me so honest. You know, very good race there, very clean. Then it's nice to see Richard. You know, he does our engines, and he's here getting an interview next to us. So he's done well. Great driving by everyone, and yeah, one more.
And of course, this time of year, as we said, it's uncertain about the weather. But if it did rain this afternoon, would that favour you, or would you prefer it dry?
One or the other. I don't mind. It's just very difficult when it's in that intermediate stage. But yeah, no, a car like this, no, it's going well.
Good stuff. Well done, Charles. Congratulations. Good luck for the later race as well. Charles Hall, our winner here in the Bike Sports Championship. Going to see if we can grab a quick word as well with our other class winner, which is Richard Webb. He's just going to make his way over and have a quick chat to us. Richard, well done. Just grab a quick mask for us, if you wouldn't mind, and then we can get you onto the camera and have a chat with you about how that race went. But great race there for Richard. I'm sure many congratulations about the class win. But Richard, well done. That was an eventful race. Lots going on. Did you enjoy?
Yeah, absolutely loved it. A friend of mine's lent me the car, and it's been absolutely superb. The guys at North Motorsport have been brilliant. It was a bit of a gamble on slicks. We knew Anthony would have us at the beginning. It was quite apparent around the back of the circuit it was all still wet. As soon as we got round to the final section of the circuit, we were a lot quicker. So it was a brilliant race, fair all round. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
And a class victory, which is kind of more important for you. It's brilliant to come out here and have fun at Snetterton, but with the class win as well, it must be quite enjoyable, and to race some really good competitors in the bike sports as well.
Absolutely, I couldn't ask for any more. Most of the guys on the grid are classed as friends and customers, so to be able to race wheel to wheel fairly with them like that and end up with a result like this is brilliant.
Good stuff, Richard. Good luck for later on as well. Richard Webb there, our class winner in the Bike Sports Championship. And as both of the guys have said there, it's going to come down to the final race of the season in bike sports, which we're very much looking forward to a little bit later on, so make sure you don't miss that. In the meantime, guys, we're going to head back to track now, and we've got the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship to look forward to, so back to you.
Yep, cars on the grid. Also on the grid, wishing Trevor Gregory a very happy birthday. Nicky Emerson, I can see among those waving a whiteboard at him. So it's not only Josh Barrett, my co-commentator's birthday, but also Trevor Gregory's birthday as well. So many happy returns to Trevor, having his, I think, the only outing of the season here this weekend. And this is, as Matt said, the PBS Hot Hatch Championship. And it's a very good grid of cars that we have for it. And let's walk you through the grid first of all, and then we'll think about the championship. Pole position, as you can see, number 91, that is Gary Preble in what is a small and select band of Class A cars that we have here this weekend. He's there in his Honda Civic, but he's been racing both here and occasionally at Castle Keep as well this year. Alongside him on the front of the grid, we have the 169 car of Tony Perfect. That's the Honda Civic, more modern car, but from Class B. Second row on the inside, number 11, Ian Williamson, and next to him, 53, Paul Bancroft. Third row is going to be 18, Chris Smith, and 63, Philip Wright. And the fourth row, 147, Matt Rowling, and 83, Trevor Gregory, who we mentioned. He's in his usual Renault Clio 182, which is registered for Class A for the purposes of this weekend. Although that's on power to weight ratio, it's not quite up there with Gary Preble's car. On the fifth row, 113 and 37, 113 Josh Larkin, another Clio regular.
And Class C pole sitter is in a Saxo.
Right, and 37 Chris McCloy. Sixth row, 39 and 139 William Hornsey and 1 David Drinkwater. Seventh row is 31 Trevor Collar and 33 Sean Green. Eighth row, 9 Tim Hartland and 148 Wayne Shackelford. Ninth row is 75 Paul Keynes and 65 Ben Morton. 10th row, 68 Dan Gibbs and 25 Daniel Cowan. 11th row, 4 Simon Hutchings and 7 Cameron Elder. 12th row, 24 and 55, 24 Callum Hoochin and 55 David Measday. 13th row, 47 and 48, 47 Charlie Cole and 48 Nick Leston. Row 14, 19 and 36, that's Alex Martin and Peter Grist. And rounding out the field, number 98 Paul Warren. So that should make it 29 cars on the grid, which is very healthy indeed, Josh.
Indeed. And your counting there much better than mine was in the previous race.
Yes, I think we did establish we had got 6 Class A cars in the bike sports, didn't we? So it was maximum points for Charles Hall. But we'll come back to that later. We
Indeed.
are into the countdown procedure now for the hot hatches, which do have a green flag lap. This is round 5 of the championship, out of 8 that we have this year. We've had races at Mallory Park and at Silverstone so far, and it's been a Gary Preble clean sweep so far, but he's had relatively little opposition, I think it's fair to say, in Class A, although Steve Sawley was on hand at Mallory Park as the green flag lap gets underway. But Gary Preble winning every race so far outright. It's been a similar story in Class C with David Drinkwater in the BMW winning every race so far. Last year's champion looking to defend. And with a couple of different winners in Class B in the form of Phil Wright and Ian Williamson, who are both there on the front 3 rows of the grid today, Josh.
Yes, but it's Tony Perfect on pole within Class B. So you've got lots of Honda Civics in Class B, but they all run to slightly different specs. So, because of course in hot hatch you can build the car to the spec which you would like. However, it's got to be within the power to weight ratio band, and it's really very competitive. With Tony Perfect on pole this morning by a second actually, but again it was a dry-in session, so lap times were coming in throughout it. Then Ian Williamson second on the grid within Class B. He was the double winner at Silverstone in the ex-Rodram Vela car that we saw win races in the past. Then Paul Bancroft, then Chris Smith, new driver to the championship, novice cross on the back of his car, so he's gone really well. Then Phil Wright, perhaps further down than he would hope to be at his local circuit, some 3 seconds off of pole position within the class, in 5th there, the former Clio racer. Yeah,
points wise then, and although we're already halfway through this season because there's another meeting to go at Silverstone next month, on gross scores and on drop scores, actually, David Drinkwater is ahead because he's won all 4 races so far within his class. I know I mentioned that it was the same sort of for Gary Preble, but because he's had less opposition within his class, he's not been able to pick up all of the points that he otherwise might be able to. So it's Drinkwater ahead of Wright and Preble in that order at the moment before drop scores, and indeed after drop scores are taken into account. As I say, still 4 races to go in the championship this year, though.
And as I mentioned when you were reading the grid out, it's not David Drinkwater on pole within Class C, it's Josh Larkin in the Citroen Saxo, and second is the Peugeot 106 of William Hornsey. So David Drinkwater's BMW Compact only third. Remember him telling me last year the Compact not quite so suited to this circuit, perhaps compared to Silverstone, and with Josh Larkin making a one-off appearance here, Clio winner this season, hasn't he been? I think Drinkwater might struggle to replicate that performance. He was 1.5 seconds slower than Larkin in qualifying.
So here they come, up towards Brundle and Nelson, so most of the way around the around this green flag lap now, the 300 circuit. Some, as you can see in the background, spectators here at Snetterton today, as they have been at MSV circuits pretty much since motorsport resumed in July, and it's good to see a number of spectators braving the autumnal chill here today at Snetterton. Very welcome to enjoy the action. There's the 31 car, Trevor Collar, starting on row 7 of the grid.
I think he's the first time we've seen him out in hot hatch. In the past, seen him race down at Brands Hatch in the local series there, so good to see he's spreading his wings and joining the 750 Motor Club, I think, for the first time. Yeah,
and quite a few Civics as well, in particular making up Class B.
Absolutely, but as I was saying earlier, not necessarily built to the same spec like perhaps you'd see in the one make type of racing. But it is very competitive indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top with some very different experience levels from those drivers towards the front of the class. Tony Perfect and Ian Williamson, fairly new to racing. Chris Smith, I think, totally new to racing there. And then Phil Wright, who's been about for about a decade with the club, stock hatch, Clios, and now hot hatch.
Absolutely. It's just worth mentioning the class split is done on a power to weight ratio. So Class A is up to 245 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B up to 200, and Class C up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. So part of the trick is, I guess, getting your car as close to the top of that range as you can to be as competitive as you possibly can within the class. So this race is going to be over a distance of 15 minutes. A duration of 15 minutes, I should say. And Gary Preble I would think, expected to win this one, but we will see.
I think in qualifying, he was actually only 6/10 quicker than Tony Perfect in much wetter conditions.
Yeah, I suspect in the dry he might extend that advantage somewhat.
You would expect so, wouldn't you?
Last few cars coming into position, I can see the marshal on the gantry opposite our commentary position is poised, ready to show us the 5-second board, and then we'll be underway for 15 minutes of racing. Once he's put that down and flicked the switch that changes the lights from red to off, which he does now, and away they go, and a pretty even start from the two on the front row initially at least. There's Josh Larkin, you can see scooting through shot there, but how does it pan out as they head up towards Richie's Corner? Well, it is Gary Preble in the lead of the race, certainly, but a very, very busy track behind him with quite a variety of cars. Not quite everyone has made it through safely, though, I don't think, Josh.
No, well, Tony Perfect is there, but it is Ian Williamson that has spun at Ritchie's. Ian Williamson, the double Class B winner from last time out at Silverstone, has had a spin. Trevor Gregory is sideways, Josh Larkin is sideways. It's slippery down at the Wilson hairpin. We've noted that is one of the wetter parts of the circuit, but it's Ian Williamson that's had the spin at Ritchie's. So he's dropped to the back, which has always more contact there. That's Josh Larkin going for a spin, and he collects another car. Everybody else goes around the outside of him, but it's a damaged Citroen Saxo, isn't it, of Josh Larkin?
Yeah, that's a shame, because he'd qualified well, as you say, so he's dropping down the order. Not necessarily bad news for people like David Drinkwater, who would have been concerned that points might have been taken off him.
Yeah, he's leading Class C. He's got ahead of William Hornsey as well.
Yeah, so there he is in the middle of shot there in the red BMW that's sort of being a little bit swallowed up by a couple of the cars either side of them. But I think there's both Class B cars ahead of him, including both of them Civics, of course, there. And they're turning their way through Oggies now. Hornsey only just behind David Drinkwater, though, isn't he?
And then behind him is Dan Gibbs in one of the Golfs that went well here last year too. And then that's Wayne Shackelford. So the top four in Class C, I suppose as you'd expect on that one of the race, are absolutely together as they turn their way out of Wilson. Drinkwater over the curbs. Rear-wheel drive car, I think the only one, isn't it? Everybody else front-wheel drive cars, and that's is very much different, therefore, how you drive those cars. They make their way down into the S's, and Dan Gibbs has gone alongside William Hornsey in the background. I think he might have gone through, in fact, off the Peugeot. We'll see that when they come out the corner. It's Drinkwater that still leads. No, Hornsey held on to second there in Class C, but here we look at the Honda Civic of Trevor Collar as he makes his way through, ahead of Matt Rowling, who we've seen in a Citroen Saxo before. He's out in a Civic, which is a change to the entry, I think.
As Gary Preble already comes through to complete lap number 1 of the race, well out in front of the rest, several seconds ahead of Tony Perfect, 3.5 seconds ahead of Tony Perfect in second place. I think that car that we just saw on shot there was the one that was brushed by the spinning Josh Larkin, wasn't it? So that is the car that's just gone across the line. I think it's that Chris McCloy's car, I think, in 8th place, possibly.
And those moments, particularly for Ian Williamson, have spread out the Class B cars somewhat. Tony Perfect, it leads Phil Wright by 3 seconds. So Phil Wright made a good start, but he has lost time. See, Trevor Gregory's car's got a dent in the corner there. We saw a lot of contact, didn't we, down at Wilson on that first lap as everyone was going sideways. So I think Trev's one-off appearance might mean a bit of repair work after the weekend, but he's still going there, second within Class A and 6th overall, so that's been a good start for him from what was 8th.
Yeah, absolutely. Birthday boy enjoying a birthday treat. I noticed that the board that Nicky Emerson was waving to him said 40, but Facebook says he's 37, so someone's telling Porky's one way or another. Anyway, around Agostini they go for the second time, and it's a bit of damage on the bonnet of that Chris McCloy car after that contact. I couldn't work out if the bonnet might be starting to flap a little bit there, but I don't think it is. That's the 37 car in 8th place. Sean Green having got ahead of Trevor Gregory on this lap already and up into 6th position, but they're turning their way through Oggies and up towards Williams and onto the Bentley Straight. And a good little scrap fist going on between Trevor Gregory's car, which is notionally Class A, but probably in terms of performance more like a Class B car. But keeping McCloy's little Civic, nicely turned out car that one actually, at bay for the moment.
Ian Williamson, after that spin, got back past 10 cars before the end of the lap, so he got back to 19th.
Wow.
Here are the Class C cars. Drinkwater ahead of Gibbs. There's the damaged car of Larkin that started on pole within that category. So that says to me Gibbs has got ahead of Hornsey. Yeah, Hornsey's lost the number places. Here is Ian Williamson, who I just mentioned, clawing his way back through the field. And not just for the result of this race, but for the grid for race 2, which is set by the results of this one. Ian Williamson wants to get up as far as possible, doesn't he, to look for a good result later. Down the inside, there are car 7, Cameron Elder. So this is another, half dozen places gained, something like that for Ian Williamson. He's really come on, hasn't he, from when he started out in stock catch, 5 or so years ago. Was a front runner in Class C, but always seemed to finish behind David Drinkwater. And now he's got this ex-Rodram Vela car. He's absolutely flying.
Yeah, he's going really well.
Apart from that spin, obviously.
Well, yeah, but he's come back from it well,
Yeah.
which is the important point. There's the battle for 7th and 8th going through Riches, which is still Trevor Gregory and Chris McCloy, Renault against Honda. Nice to see the sort of multi-mark nature of Hot Hatch well demonstrated here, and indeed you've got different iterations of the Honda Civic as well in this racing, including the earlier car of Gary Preble out front, but a much more modified car that he has.
Gary Preble, 2 minutes 13.9. He's 7 seconds away from the lap record, so that's the closest we've been so far during the course of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here are the Class C cars. There's Drinkwater ahead of Dan Gibbs. Now, can we get a Golf taking a Class C win for the first time? That's what Dan Gibbs would like to do, isn't it? And he was right on terms with David Drinkwater there. 3rd within class, but falling away now is William Hornsey. 4th, returning to the category after a bit of low-cost racing, is Paul Keynes. And 5th is Wayne Shackelford. So great to see so many Class B and Class C cars. You mentioned Class A not so well populated, but the other 2 classes are absolutely booming.
98, Paul Warren into the pits, so we've lost one, I'm afraid, as we watch this battle going on for 7th and 8th position, and it's a good little fight, as I say. Heading down the Bentley Straight once again, it's 83 Trevor Gregory, blue Clio, and 37 the grey Civic of Chris McCloy, and just up ahead of them you can see Sean Green in the white car.
You can see where that damage is just rubbing against the tyre of McCloy, isn't it? Well, it seems to be just at the end of the straight, strangely, so hopefully that doesn't cause him any problems.
Just behind them you've got is the next car through. It was Matt Rowling, wasn't it? Is that still the case that he's there next up as McCloy makes a move? No, it's the Civics now, isn't it?
Yeah,
one of which is Williamson.
I think it is Rowling. The entry says a Saxo, but I think he's changed to a Civic for this weekend. Side by side for Outer Coram. Trevor Gregory was a winner here at Snetterton in the past, wasn't he? In the Clio 182 series, as it was then. Battling away with Chris McCloy. Then I think it is Rowling and Williamson behind, still in that order.
Over the line goes that battle, and there you can see Williamson about to make up another place by the looks of it as they go into Rich's corner. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. He's gone through there.
Is that rain spots on the camera down there at Richie's?
I'm looking out of the window, which is looking in that general direction. I can't tell whether it's raining or not, really, but certainly it's getting close here, isn't it? As Williamson's going to come through. You've got McCloy there alongside Trevor Gregory now, but he's going to be on the wrong line for the left-hander at Palmer. He's going to make it through. It's Gregory that holds on.
Just a note, at the front of Class B, Tony Perfect still leads, but to a reducing gap to Phil Wright.
Only slightly reducing. It was only 800ths on that lap.
Yeah, well, I think
it?
perhaps it was the lap before, because it was a 3-second gap.
Yeah.
Now it's, 2.3 seconds. There's Williamson. He's just passed all of them, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Down into Agostini.
Nice sort of little straight down there, isn't it, between Palmer and Agostini, and he's clearly got more power than both of these cars, and he could get through relatively easily, it seems.
The Class B car outpowering the Class A machine.
Yes. Oh, and a little love tap there from a little birthday kiss, maybe, from Chris McCloy on the back of Trevor Gregory there, and no real harm done to either of them. They are trying to fend off now the 147 car of Matt Rowling, which is just in behind them. Might get the better of them on the straight, though, by the looks of it.
Looking at the livery on that Civic, it looks like it's an ex-time attack car that Matt Rowling has got himself in for this weekend. That he is got ahead of Chris McCloy, and he also gets past Trevor Gregory, so he's done sort of similar to what Ian Williamson did a couple of corners ago and passed them both in one go. So Matt Rowling is, what would that be, 8th for him, Ian Williamson 7th, and this is now the battle for 9th between Gregory and McCloy that turn their way through the Renault Clio there. The first of the non-Honda, isn't it, that Trevor's in?
Yep, 5.5 minutes or so to go in this race. It is still being led by number 91, Gary Preble, from number 169, Tony Perfect, who did a personal best lap last time through on lap 4 and edged out another 2/10 over Phil Wright. Paul Bancroft, 53, is in 4th place. 18, Chris Smith, 5th, and 33, Sean Green, rounding out the top 6. Class C still being led by David Drinkwater in 12th place overall in the number 1 compact.
I think Tony Perfect looking for his first victory within class here. Leads by 2.5 seconds, as you say, getting away from Phil Wright. There's definitely spots on rain on the camera lens there at Ritchie's, isn't there?
Not very heavy ones, and I think Chris McCloy's got a problem there, because he's going very slowly all of a sudden, or more slowly than he was.
Yeah, everybody doing personal best, so like you say, that's not really affecting anybody just yet, is it?
Look at that, only 3 wheels in contact with the tarmac as he went into Wilson there, as he was hard on the brakes.
He's not going down quick in a straight line. Obviously, we're pushing on through the corner. But yeah, there's problems with that car, isn't there? David Drinkwater only leads by 6/10 in Class C over Dan Gibbs. So that, again, might be a battle to pick up on in the final stages.
Yeah, Drinkwater lost a couple of places on track on that lap. Oh, and that's what a big moment in the end.
Callum
Houchin. And yeah, he's dug some of the turf up as well on the exit of Palmer. He wasn't in the top 17, I can tell you. Oh no, it was in the 13th position. I was looking for the wrong number.
Here's Ian Williamson trying to pass Sean Green. So this will be for 6th. Williamson not yet on Class B fastest lap pace. That has actually gone to Tony Perfect, that 2:15.12 that you mentioned a minute or so ago. But Williamson going for P6 here, which is a good recovery drive if he can manage it. Sean Green, though, putting up a defence, but not enough of a defence to slow down Ian Williamson. That goes through the speedy carry through the corner. It's pretty good there, wasn't it, for the Silverstone race winner, and he won the Drive of the Weekend award there at Silverstone for his performances. That's backed by
Talk Raceway. Yeah, indeed. And company of Martin Farmer, who was in Formula V action last week at Alton Park, with a couple of third places. There's Trevor Gregory. There is the 147 car just ahead of him, Matt Rowling.
Tony Perfect, by the way, just 3 seconds off the Class B lap record, so we're not far away from a dry lap time, are we?
No. Conditions are improving all the time, that's for certain. We've only got less than 3 minutes of this race left to go. Tony Preble's best lap at 2:11.82 in the Class A car. You do wonder if he might be able to do better lap times than that, because he's not really got much in the way of opposition. There's Josh Larkin.
Car still falling, or trying to fall to pieces, but it's just holding on, doesn't it, that front bumper?
Might even be better if it did fall off, in terms of any issues with the car. Now, there you go, there's a clue that there might be some rain. A quick wipe of the windscreen there from Larkin. On 169, Tony Perfect, then he's our second place man, but our Class B leader, and he's leading it by, 2.5 seconds than Philip Wright. So 2.5 seconds between Perfect and Wright.
Yes, that's stayed pretty static, hasn't it? I thought perhaps Phil Wright was starting to close, but maybe not. They're way ahead of the rest. Paul Bancroft third in Class, 15 seconds behind. A change for Class C lead here into Palmer, because Dan Gibbs has gone down the inside of David Drinkwater, but Drinkwater trying to hang on the outside line. So this is the battle for the Class C lead. David Drinkwater's won every race so far, and Dan Gibbs has come second in every race so far, but Gibbs is keen to change that here at Snetterton. He's on the inside line of Drinkwater. Drinkwater hanging on, though, in the rear-wheel drive BMW on the exit of the hairpin. Drinkwater, a busy afternoon he's got, because he's got another hot hatch race to do, and in the middle of it he's doing the Road Sports 2 in that BMW compact that is just holding on to the class lead, Ian.
Yep, indeed. So as they make their way up towards the right-hander at Palmer, at Williams, that brings them on to the back straight, the Bentley straight. good scrap going on. Red car and the green car having a race. And they are heading down the Bentley Straight. They've got the Integra just ahead of them as well. Nice to see that out. But again, Gibbs trying to pull out here and get alongside into Brundle, which he's not able to do. Through Nelson they go. They, I think, will get one more lap out of this, which Gary Preble is already on. 7th lap and what will be the final lap of the race, I reckon.
Ian Williamson's gained another place on the most recent lap ahead of Chris Smith now for 5th, and I think that's as far as he's going to get. Conditions, are they starting to worsen a little bit now? Possibly. We've seen more cars with wipers on, haven't we?
Yeah, not so much green on the timing screen, which is usually a giveaway, isn't it?
We just saw Gary Preble there, who continues to lead. There's the Class C battle. As Ian said, they've got 1 lap to go, but Drinkwater's extended his margin over the Volkswagen. Good to see a number of the Mark II Golfs out today. It does look a bit more bleak, doesn't it, on the screens there?
Yeah, definitely spots of rain out there now as we come into the final. Well, those going to the final lap of the race, almost finished his final lap of the race, is Gary Preble. There's the 53 car, Paul Bancroft, who's in 4th position at the moment in the Access Drilling Services entered car. But here is Gary Preble. He's putting a lap on the number 4 206 of Simon Hutchings as he comes out of Murray's. He sprints up to the line, and it's going to be 5 wins out of 5 for Gary Preble in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
It's another race that Gary Preble has won that I've been covering this year. Won a number of them at Castle Combe as well.
Well, he's moving up the Autosport rankings as well, isn't he? They're keeping track in Autosport again this year of the number of wins that drivers have across various categories, and Gary Preble is moving up that list, and this will do him no harm at all. 2nd place across the line there was Tony Perfect, 18, maybe 19 seconds behind Gary Preble in the end, and Philip Wright in 3rd place.
Good drive there from Tony Perfect to take the Class B victory.
Yeah, well done to him.
And he ended up, nearly 5 seconds even clear of Phil Wright by the end. And a long way, they're both a long way clear of anybody else.
Yeah, Paul Bancroft has just gone across the line there in 4th position, car number 53. Yeah, 17 seconds behind the car in front of him. So really good performances by Perfect and Wright. So it was a perfect performance. Here comes Ian Williamson, so that is a good comeback drive from him. His lap times, well, everyone's lap times dropping off towards the end. Interesting, Paul Bancroft did his best lap on the last lap of the race. And so too did Chris Smith in 6th position, which is interesting as the conditions were deteriorating. Maybe different tyres because there is a bit of freedom in the tyres in this. That includes Trevor Gregory across the lines. Have had Chris Smith 6th, Sean Green 7th, Trevor Gregory 8th in the end, and 2nd within Class A. We'll get a trophy for that. 9th to Chris McCloy in the Civic, and 10th to Matt Rowling in the more modern version of the car. 11th to number 7 Cameron Elder, 12th number 31 Trevor Collar, 13th number 65 Ben Morton. That's the Integra that we saw, and then I think David Drinkwater across the line in 14th. Yes, he was, but only by about 0.6 of a second from Dan Gibbs. So David Drinkwater winning Class C, and again Dan Gibbs 2nd in Class C, which has been the way of things so far this year, Josh.
Absolutely. You've got to remember David Drinkwater is such an experienced driver as well. He was racing at Nürburgring 24 Hours just a few weeks ago. So maybe his experience level is slightly outpowering some of the Class C competition. He's against a lot of novices, really, isn't he? Again, it's somebody good to, if you're able to beat him or go after him like Dan Gibbs was, it's a real good achievement, therefore.
Yeah, it's a benchmark, isn't he, David Drinkwater? And of course, last year's champion as well. And he's looking good here to retain his title because he's had 5 wins. Did he get the fastest lap within the class? No, he didn't. So he's dropped a point for the first time this season. Dan Gibbs, I think it was, that's got the Class C fastest lap. I've not checked all the way down, but I suspect it was him. So he gets a bonus point for that. So Hot Hatch, they're out for a 2nd time later on, the final race of the day here at Snetterton. They then do have 2 more races to go at Silverstone next month to round out the 2020 PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Gary Preble winning Class A, not able to pick up full points though for that because of the lack of support for that particular class, which is a great shame. Hopefully something will be done to get more cars out in the future. So we are just waiting then for our winners to head into Parc Ferme.
I think it's properly raining now, isn't it? So I think everybody just about got away with it in that race.
I think so, and just looking at what we've got after lunch, it's the Sports 1000s, and again there'll be, although they all run on treaded tyres, there'll be a choice between the wet set and the dry set, and that was a similar dilemma to what they had for qualifying.
It just
in Sports 1000.
It just feels like it's going to be like this all day. Just as the track dries out, it starts to rain again.
Yeah, it's got that feel about it. Also this afternoon we've got the Tigua Road Sports Series, Swallow Hill Homes F1000 and Race Park 750 Formula as well. Those are the categories that we've not seen so far today that hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit later on. But let's now head down to Matt Suckling with our race winner.
Yeah, thanks very much. Down here with our race winner from that Hot Hatch Championship race, which is Gary Preble. Gary, victory now.
Yeah, we've lost the signal there over to Parc Ferme by the looks of it. Hopefully that we can sort that out to make sure that doesn't happen again. But we'll take a break there then, because we are heading into the lunch break, and racing due to get back underway with the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship at 2:10. But for now, we'll leave you to enjoy your lunch. So, welcome back to Snetterton for the second part of today's racing, organised by the 750 Motor Club on the Snetterton 300 circuit, brought to you by Alpha Live. And we have 7 more races to come during the course of this afternoon, starting in just a few moments' time with the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship. Indeed, the car's already heading to the grid for that. So let's tell you first of all how the grid is going to line up. On pole position, it will be number 5, and that's Michael Roots, and alongside him, number 67, Victor Newman. So 5 and 67 on the front row. Second row has 72 and 2, 72 Johnny McGill, and 2 Richard Morris. Third row is 54 and 24, 54 Ryan Yarrow, and 24 Rich Miles. Row 4, 87 and 18, 87 Tom Johnston and 18 Stephen Bell. Row 5, 31 and 21, 31 Colin Spicer and 21 Phil Hutchins. Row 6, 34 and 63, 34 Stephen Dean and 63 Colin Chapman. Row 7, 20 and 44, 20 James Walker and 44 Carl Austin. And on the back row, number 36 Ian Kempton. A bit of a mixed up grid really. It came on to rain a bit heavier just as these cars went out to qualify, and I think the first 3 cars on the grid all on wet tyres for that, but I think Richard Morris the first of those, having selected dry tyres for the session. So a bit of a mixed session that we had for these Sports 1000s earlier on. It's the final meeting of the season for these cars, so the championship will be decided, and it is between Richard Morris and Ryan Yarrow for the championship. After drop scores are taken into account, it's Yarrow that's ahead by 5 points, 148 to 143, and those two line up 4th and 5th on the grid, but they have some cars ahead of them on the grid that they are normally ahead of in normal circumstances, because Richard and Ryan have done all of the winning between them this season, 3 race wins apiece. I think the final few cars are into position. The race about to get underway because the 1 minute board is shown. Joshua Barrett is alongside me in the commentary box once again, me Ian Sowman with you as well, and we've got problems at the start there for number 87 car, which is Tom Johnston, I think.
And the pole sitter, Michael Roots, had his arm out the cockpit, but that seems to be solved, I think.
5 second board has been and gone. Red lights are about to go on, then it's going to be a 20-minute race for the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship race. They're underway now, and it was a marginally better start by the number 5 car of Michael Roots from pole position then, but it's 67 Victor Newman that has the lead, and crucially in the battle between the 2 championship contenders, it's Ryan Yarrow that was ahead, but now Richard Morris going around the outside of him at Richard's corner by the looks of it. Will pick them up again as they head up towards Wilson for the first time, and that is the 72 car of Johnny McGill in second place, and everyone trying to be third, and it's the 5 car, the pole position car, that's there at the moment. Richard Morris now getting ahead of Ryan Yarrow, but they're both being passed by the looks of it, just by Richard Miles, I think that is. Yeah,
returning to the series, but a great start here from Victor Newman, and then in second Johnny McGill. But yeah, Richard Miles is going. One can see the rain coming down there at Palmer. It's been very mixed conditions over the lunch break. If you were with us this morning, you saw the rain started at the end of the previous race, and it's just sort of drizzled all the way through lunch, and Richard Miles is making the most of it. He's second now from 6th on the grid. The former BMW racer, well, he's third again now because he's third, isn't he? So both the Mattels are back in front, are they not? Of
yes.
Jonathan McGill. So it's changing all the way on this opening lap, and very slow through Hamilton is McGill, and he's got the 2 Spire championship contenders behind him here.
Yeah, again, you sense that there might be a split on tyre choice. At Oggies, though, it's Yarrow trying to go around the outside of Richard Morris, but Morris was able to keep hold of the position there because Yarrow really was a bit delayed by the pole position car, but it's side by side for the lead of the race. Then it's Victor Newman gets out of shape, so too actually does Michael Roots. The 2 Blue Metalls then out in front, and then they've got Richard Miles, who's made this great start to the race. He started 6th, he's up to 3rd place already. He's carrying a lot of speed as they go down the Bentley Straight for the first time in this race. But it's Newman that turns into Brundle in the lead of the race then, from Roots in second and Miles in third. We'll try and keep an eye on what's going on just behind them as well, because it's crucial for the championship battle. Well, just behind them in 4th place is Johnny McGill, but it's Richard Morris at the moment ahead of Ryan Yarrow, and those are the 2 battling for the championship.
Just wondered if there was a brush between the 2 Mattel teammates at Williams, Newman and Roots, but they got away with it. If there was, it was very close indeed. They are the 2 main championship contenders. Though, here's the battle of a second. Roots v Miles, Mattel versus Spire, and they turn their way down towards Murray. I don't think we've seen Richard Miles for 12 months, have we, out in this car? and he's going very well indeed. There's McGill, then the two Spires behind, and I guess with them this far down the order, Ian, could that bring either Michael Roots back into championship contention? I guess they're just a bit too far away.
Yeah. Oh, touch there. There was a touch. That was Yarrow, just a bit of his bodywork, or Richard Morris's bodywork coming off there as they made slight contact under braking for Richards. Here is the challenge for second place, though, and it's Miles on the outside line of the number 5 car of Michael Roots, and just about there, some elbows involved, Richard Miles gets through.
Yeah, some pretty strong driving, isn't there, in the early stages of this? You're just trying to find the grip and you're sideways and trying not to go off the road. Jonathan McGill's lost a couple of places, hasn't he? Both Morris and Yarrow ahead of him, and that means he's fallen into the clutches of Stephen Bell. I think it's the first time we've seen Stephen Bell out in this Spire, is it? That's the or what you saw Joe Lock drive at the beginning of the season, isn't it? The car that he's in. There's Colin Chapman, who's in his 199th race of the championship, and he is batting away there with Stephen Bell, and who, again, has been racing, I think, in the category for some time, but not so much recently. Yeah,
so they make their way out of Agostini. There's the battle for 4th and 5th, so those two did make their way ahead of Johnny McGill in 6th position, and there we can see side by side a bit further back. That's the 21 car of Phil Hutchins. He's there with Colin Spicer, the two Spires, but running out wide there is Hutchins, I'm afraid, number 21. And he loses a bit of time there. Not too much in the way of positions, but nevertheless, he's back onto the circuit now.
Showed the grass cutting abilities there of the Spire. Rally course ability. Damage there, is that to the side of Cole Austin's car?
Yeah, looks like it.
Bit of a biff taken out of that. All 15 cars that started got to the end of lap 1, though. Here's the battle for what is now 6th position, isn't it? Jonathan McGill ahead of Stephen Bell and ahead of Colin Chapman as they exit out of Nelson. And to come towards the end of the second lap. As Ian said, this is a slightly longer race than some of the 750 Motor Club categories. 20 minutes nowadays for the Sports 1000 Championship. And Mattel Cars looking for their first win of the season at the end of 2 laps. It is still Victor Newman ahead, but Richard Miles does the fastest lap. He's chasing after passing Michael Roots, 2:19.49 for Miles, which is some 8 seconds quicker than the pole lap, but some 20 seconds off the lap record. So even though we're going quicker than this morning, Ian, we're still a long way away from ideal conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Colin Spice there, you can see, involved in the battle. There we can see it is still Richard Morris, number 2, ahead of Ryan Yarrow, 54. Ryan found a lot of speed over the course of the winter, did a lot of work learning about the setup of the car and setting it up himself in the right way, and it really does seem to have worked for him. He's really come on in bounds this year, with Richard Morris also finding more pace with a different car development car this year. As we watch here the battle for the lead, I should say, Victor Newman, 67 then, the 22-year-old project developer in a French racing team, under pressure here from Rich Miles, number 24, who, when we have seen him out, has been quick, but we've not seen him out very often. He's going to try and go around the outside of Oggies, though, to get the place away. And it looks like he is going to do it. Yes, he's done it. Rich Miles then, from 6th on the grid, moves into the lead of the race on the 3rd lap. 2nd lap, indeed.
3rd lap.
Yeah, go on.
1.2 seconds he was behind at the beginning of the lap. However, that margin was reduced quickly, and then using the outside line, he found grip there, didn't he, Richard Miles? But now he's under pressure because the Mattel in the tow was looking back up the inside of Richard Miles into Brundle. But he was unable to go through, and now through the twisty bits can Richard Miles get away. But is this setup, is this tyre choice? We know earlier in the day the first half of the lap was wetter than the second half of the lap, wasn't it? And perhaps though Richard Miles is actually quicker all the way through the lap, because he is now starting to get away once more from Victor Newman as they turn their way through. Victor Newman is 4th in the championship. He's had a 2nd and 3rd, 2 podium finishes this year. Once the 3rd place was at the first round back here at Snetterton, but on the 200 circuit, and the 2nd place was last time out at Anglesey. There is car number 2, that is Richard Morris, chasing after Michael Roots now. Yeah, and importantly for Richard Morris and his championship aspirations, he is ahead of Ryan Yarrow, but he'd much rather get some cars between himself and Yarrow if he possibly could. The
they've gone toe-to-toe really this season, both of them getting 3 wins, as Rich Miles there goes quite deep into the Wilson hairpin but manages to keep hold of the lead. Different line here being taken by Richard Morris as he tries to attack the number 5 car of Michael Roots, but unable to do anything about him. He'd like to get that Roots Mittel between himself and the other Spire of Ryan Yarrow. Incidentally, not since 2017 have we had a Spire win here on the 300 circuit. Danny Andrew in the Mittel won both races on this layout last year. But here is our race leader in the Spire, and it is Rich Miles ahead of 67 Victor Newman.
Looks like we've got a new camera angle down there as well, which looks pretty good. I don't think I've seen that used before. On the previous lap, the 2 Spire Championship contenders were the 2 quickest cars on the road, and now Richard Morris goes ahead there of Michael Roots to the outside into the right-hander Oggies, and we saw that grip was found here earlier for Richard Miles, and the same can be said for Richard Morris, and Ryan Yarrow doesn't want to waste any time behind the Mittel, and he slots up the inside of Michael Roots, and I don't think he gave Roots much option there other than to back out and let him go by.
No, and you wonder if Roots is on perhaps not really quite the optimal setup and tyres for this race, because he has struggled a little bit, hasn't he? And he's dropped back down the order from that pole position. The 35-year-old account manager from Wokingham did a couple of years in low cost, but lots and lots of years in karting and various different championships. So very experienced, but not so much in car racing and not so much in Sports 1000, because he's only been racing in it this season, having done low cost before. So really this battle that we've got now for 3rd place, Morris v Yarrow, is a key one as far as the championship's concerned, with just one more race to go after this, and that's tomorrow.
Absolutely. So they turn their way through. Because, of course, last time out, was it, where Ryan Yarrow had his non-finish,
yes,
didn't he? And doesn't want to replicate that, of course. Is that a car problem rather than any kind of incident?
It was a retirement. I can't remember exactly why, but he had been leading at the time, and Richard Morris had been running in 3rd place in that race, but with the almost simultaneous retirement of Yarrow and Danny Andrew, then it's rather gifted things to Morris, although he had just passed Andrew before Andrew's retirement.
And to note, Danny Andrews' car is being driven by Tom Johnston this weekend, so we may say Aspire on the result sheets. It's actually the Mittel that was up for sale, so whether this car has already been sold to Tom Johnston or whether Johnston's just giving it a run out this weekend with the view of buying it, not sure, but there's 3 Mittels out there. And lots of Spires, and then we've got a Contour too, haven't we? The car of Ian Kempson that's a bit further down the order. Fastest lap last time went to that car, 54, Ryan Yarrow, 2 minutes 14.08, which was a second quicker than Victor Newman was doing in 2nd place. So can Morris and Yarrow, now they've got a bit of clear road, go after the top 2, because their pace suggests that may be a possibility as we move into this second half of this race, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's going to probably be a 9-lapper, I would think, for these cars. There is Morris then, number 2 in the Spire. Spire, the concern run by Paul Nightingale for many years, up there in Chesterfield in Derbyshire.
And Newman, is he falling into their, or starting to fall away from Miles and into their clutches? Because the gap at the beginning of the lap was 3.5 seconds. And you kind of would suggest that is the case no more.
I agree with that. I think he's certainly closing on Newman is Richard Morris. So the Mittels here just fading a little bit as the race goes on, particularly Roots, but Newman now not able to live with Richard Miles and being caught by Richard Morris. So they head through Coram and towards Murray's for the 5th time in this race. As Josh said, we're just into the second half of the race now. Turn their way out of Murray's and onto the centre straight, the start and finish straight. That was Miles going across the line, the leader, being caught by Newman and Morris. And what's the gap now between Newman and Morris? It's down to about 0.6 of a second.
Look at Richard Morris's pace. He's 2 seconds quicker than the leader, let alone Victor Newman. So I think Richard Morris can win this yet. Ryan Yarrow is kind of going with him. So the 2 Spire championship rivals, there they are, almost coming together, are the 2 quickest cars on the circuit by quite some way. So whether this again is going back to Ian's point about the setup, about the tyre choice, now coming good for the second half. Richard Morris drives around the outside of Victor Newman and goes into 2nd place through Palmer.
Now, can Victor Newman do Richard Morris a favour here and keep Ryan Yarrow, the Rochdale driver, 30 years of age, behind him? He's an electrical design engineer by occupation. There's Richard Morris, who works in education. He's a university lecturer and tutor, and he is being done a bit of a favour here by Victor Newman, really, because he is managing to get out a few car lengths, I reckon, over Ryan Yarrow, with Yarrow delayed behind the Mittel. Oh, and Phil Hutchins has been off again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, rather different for Phil Hutchins compared to his podium that he got here last year. Here comes Ryan Yarrow. I think he might have done it this time. He's very wide out there. I was worried he was putting a wheel on the grass, but I think he just about avoided that and has gone around the outside at Williams to get what is third position. So Victor Newman, who led early on, is now off the podium positions. But look at the gap that has grown between Morris and Yarrow because of them. Mattel's good in a straight line, isn't it? Newman comes back at Yarrow, but not at enough. He cannot go through then as they turn their way through Brundle and out of Nelson on this, the sixth lap of the motor race.
Yeah, at the moment they've got a Spy 1, 2, 3, which I think we did earlier on in the season. Second race here at Snetterton, and also the first of the races at Silverstone as well. I think that was the outcome, 3 Spires out front.
This time it's the older shaped car, is it not, of Richard Miles that leads the way?
It is, and as we say, we've not seen Richard Miles thus far this season. Over the line goes Miles, and he's now got Morris right with him as they came up and over the line. The gap was virtually nothing, and Morris up the inside. Can he get the lead of the race even away from Miles? At this stage, no, he couldn't. It was 2 tenths between them at the start of the lap, though. So on that lap, Morris did a 2:10.82, much faster than anybody else.
Yeah, as you can see on your screen, 2.5 seconds quicker than Richard Miles, who's sideways now. In fact, it's a newer shaped body now on that Miles car, isn't it? So perhaps he's updated it since we saw him last. But of course, Richard Morris has got the new GT320S, hasn't he, for this season? So a few modifications on that car, as we were saying, run by the Works team. But as he's battling with Richard Miles, I'm going to suggest that Ryan Yarrow is catching them. He was 2.5 seconds behind at the beginning of the lap, and he's right with them now as they turn their way out of Agostini.
That makes sense, because although Morris was much faster than anybody else, Ryan Yarrow was the next fastest driver, and Miles, although leading, was slower than both of them by quite a margin. So what's happening sort of makes sense here, and that they are being bunched up behind Rich Miles now. It won't be easy, I don't think, to get past him. Watch Richard Morris get through now. But as they turn their way onto the Bentley Straight for the 7th time, with probably just a couple of laps to go at the end of this one, we have a good race on our hands, and I think it's going to be a race between Morris and Yarrow, the way things are shaping up. Heading down to Brundle. On the left-hand side of the picture, you've got Rich Miles. On the right-hand side, Rich Morris. It's hard to tell who is ahead, but it is Morris that takes the lead into Brundle then on lap 7. And again, he's got a car between himself and his championship rival, Ryan Yarrow, which could prove vital, because Rich Miles probably, again, won't be too easy to get past.
No, the next thing he wants to make sure he keeps that fastest lap of the race, an extra bonus point going into this race. What was the gap on drop score? Something like 5 points in the favour of Yarrow?
Yeah, that's right.
So it's going to come right down to that last race. It's going to pretty much, I reckon, be whoever comes out best tomorrow, if the positions finish as we kind of expect them to do. But Ryan Yarrow is yet to get into second. Yeah,
1.24 seconds is the advantage for Richard Morris. There goes Yarrow up to second place, but that delay could prove crucial. There's a car that stopped on the outside of the circuit. That is the Tom Johnston car, isn't it? That's stopped there at Rich's, the Danny Andrew Mittel. Miles tries to fight back. Now, how far behind Richard Morris now is Ryan Yarrow as they head down to the left-hander at Palmer? The answer to that question is not very far, I don't think. They turn their way through the left-hander there. There's Miles now in third position. So we've done well for a number of different leaders in this race, haven't we? Quite a few of them. There's Yarrow then making his way up to Agostini. And, yeah, just ahead of him is Richard Morris there. In the number 2 car, runner-up in the championship last season.
Yeah, if it finishes like this, Ian, I reckon it'll be just a 1 point that it separates the 2 drivers going into tomorrow's race, which really then does mean it all depends on that race tomorrow, who comes out best, which actually makes it much more simpler for everybody to know what the race strategy is going to be.
It does, it does. And the grid already set for that, of course, because it's second fastest qualifying time. So, is that the case these days?
I think it might have changed this year.
It has changed, hasn't it? Yeah, it's results of race 1, I think.
correcting myself.
Which means, if it finishes as it is, it will be a front row for the two of them. But obviously, it's got to stay as it is now. There's Yarrow. Where's Richard Morris gone?
Well, was he so far out in front it was out the front of shot, or has he disappeared completely and we've missed him? Certainly, we've got Victor Newman there in the third car in that group. Will this picture...
If he's ahead, he's extraordinarily
I
far
can't see him. I think we've lost Richard Morris.
Well, that's what happens when you start to look at the spreadsheets, isn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the spreadsheets. I still missed him, but I think there it is Richard Morris, the championship second place man coming into this weekend that's gone missing. We'll see if we can pick that up on the cameras in a moment, but I think we'll find then that it's Ryan Yarrow that's coming through in the lead of the race. Yes, it is. Over the line he goes. Miles in second. And Victor Newman in third, so we've lost Richard Morris, and now it's Victor Newman having a look up the inside of Richard Miles into Richie's that time, but he couldn't make it through.
There goes Richard Morris. I think he's down to 4.
He's had a spin, hasn't he, I would have thought.
Didn't this happen in the first race of the season here at Snetterton as well?
Yeah, Miles gets a little bit out of shape there up at Wilson.
If he stays 4th, that'll be a drop score because he's been on the podium, has he, in every race so far this season? He has 3 wins, 2 seconds and a third for Richard Morris.
It does kind of level things up in a way with Yarrow having had that DNF at Anglesey. Newman has another look at the inside of Miles for second place into Agostini, but doesn't make that work. Yeah, so it would just kind of level it up. The problem is Richard Morris has 4 penalty points that he was awarded for an issue in qualifying at Silverstone. So that means that they are deducted from his total, and that's something that maybe will prove decisive in the championship as things stand by the end of the year. But a bit of a mystery as to what happened to Morris there, though.
Indeed. Last time I said if all went wrong, but if they stay as like they are, I think Ryan Yarrow will only need to finish 4th tomorrow. But
yeah.
There are still, this is the last lap, isn't it? But that anything could change yet, as we saw on the previous lap.
Absolutely right. So it's Ryan Yarrow then looking for what would be his 4th win of the season, and actually would be a win at each of the meetings, as Newman now does get ahead of Rich Miles for second place there as they head into Brundle and Nelson. So it's Spire, Mittal and Spire now the order, and somewhere in the background, quite a long way in the background, should be Richard Morris, but in 4th position. He crossed the line about 11 seconds behind Newman at the end of the previous lap, which was the penultimate lap. So we're working the final lap now, and up to the line will come Ryan Yarrow then in the number 54 car to take the checkered flag, and a decisive victory it will be in the penultimate round of the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship. There he goes, takes the win then. Newman second and Miles in 3rd place. And we just need to check to see if it is going to be Richard Morris that's going to cross the line in 4th position. Yeah, over the line he goes now. Rather disconsolate, I would think. 4th position, the number 2 car.
Yeah, he's going to be left rather frustrated, isn't he, after that issue for him.
He did get the fastest lap, which is 1 more point than otherwise he might have done. But as you say, it's still a drop score in spite of that, and I suppose it stopped Ryan Yarrow getting it.
Yes.
Neither of them got the point for pole, which you get in this. That went to Michael Roots, who finished in 5th position in the end.
Yeah, he had one of the slowest laps of the race. He was quick at he was kind of quick for about the first lap, wasn't he? And then dropped away. Some quick lap times coming in at the end for James Walker. He finished 9th. He was one of the quickest cars on the circuit at the end. But behind the top 4, it was Roots that was 5th, Jonathan McGill 6th, 7th Stephen Bell, 8th for Colin Spicer, 9th for James Walker, and 10th for Colin Chapman.
Yep, that's the way of things in the first of the 2 races this weekend for the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship. As the final few cars just coming across the line. That was Carl Austin who had some damage in that race. He comes across the line now in 12th place behind Phil Hudgens despite his 2 spins. And then we should have Ian Kempson and Stephen Dean, the 2 other drivers that finish that race. So the final round of the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship race is tomorrow morning, tomorrow lunchtime, 12:15. It is. The last couple of cars do come across the line now. That is Kempson and Dean to round things out. Kempson in the Contour and Dean in the Spire. So that was the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship race. Still lots more racing to come here at Snetterton today. That's the 87 car on screen now, which was the Tom Johnston driven car in this race. And he was sadly a retirement after lap 4 of the race. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from our race winner in a moment, just waiting to get the signal that we're able to do that.
Yeah, you can see Matt at the moment is all alone, so hopefully drivers will make their way in his direction shortly. But that race had so many twists and turns, didn't it? And it looked like it was a Mattel benefit, didn't it? When Victor Newman had a good gap, then suddenly Richard Miles made his way through. Then it was Richard Morris and Ryan Yarrow coming through. And it started to look like it was going to be a win for Morris, and suddenly he disappeared.
Yeah, it was a spin at Oggies for Richard Morris that we both missed, but Matt didn't, and that's what happened to Richard Morris in that race, all on his own, nobody else involved. But a great shame for him, because it's going to make it. It's probably going to take the championship out of his hands tomorrow in some ways, because Ryan Yarrow doesn't need too significant a finish.
Yeah, I think something like a 4th place will be enough, so it's sort of just a sensible drive, isn't it? But I think the weather's supposed to be a little bit better tomorrow, but who knows, because a lot of forecasts said today was going to be dry, but clearly it hasn't been. So that's still the question mark over tomorrow. Nobody's really done any running, I don't think, in the dry. Not sure how much dry weather they had yesterday, but for testing, but it'll be another new thing to learn about for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly mixed conditions over the past couple of days for testing, I think. So I'm not sure whether we are going to be able to hear from our race winners or not.
There's drivers in. I think wonder if they've been put through Parc Ferme first. They are, because there's a driver getting ready. Are we? Well, not quite there. No, Matt's. He's in hand for when a driver is ready to have a chat with him, isn't he?
I'm looking out of the window now as well to see what Matt's up to. What's happened is that the top 2 didn't make it into the requisite spot at Palmer's, so that's why there is a delay. The 3rd and 4th and so forth have gone through, but not our top 2. So hopefully we'll hear from them shortly. Coming up next, we've got the Takiwa Road Sports Series race. That's our longest race of the day at 45 minutes, 2-driver, or 1 or 2-driver competition. Then we've got the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Handicap race. I can see the Road Sports cars already heading out onto the grid, though. So they do get a green flag lap, so we have a little bit of time to play with if necessary. But yeah, the Road Sports cars just taking up their spots on the grid. We'll see if we can get a word with our drivers from Sports 1000, but as I say, Ryan Yarrow and Victor Newman missed the turning and didn't make it into Palmer's. So Road Sports is what we have coming out onto track, and we will give you the grid for those. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from our Sports 1000 winners later on rather than just now, but we will do an interview with them, but we'll hopefully be able to hear from them later on or maybe before the race. Tomorrow, so the TQR Road Sports Series race, what we don't have unfortunately to give you is start drivers, so we will give you just the numbers and the teams involved. It's going to be a 45-minute race. It's a multi-class race, only the second race of the season for these cars. It's a series, not a championship as well. But looking at the grid then, pole position is the number 91 car of Hugh Gurney, that's the BMW, and alongside him will be number 16, that's the Nick Vaughan Audi A3. You can see those two cars on the front of the grid. Second row is number 90, and number 590 is Bradley Philpott in the Lotus Elise, and 5 David Vincent in the Honda Civic Type R. Third row, 26 and 12, 26 Paul Cook in the BMW M3, and 12 Liam Crilly in the in the BMW Z4. Fourth row, 165 and 65. 165 is the Warren Allen Porsche Cayman, and 65 is the first of the shared cars, that David Gardner and Christopher Mills in the BMW M3. All of the cars so far, just single drive efforts. On the fifth row, it's 53 and 54. 53 is the Paul Bancroft Honda Civic that we've already seen out in the hot hatches, and 54 is Farad Dava in the BMW M3. Sixth row, 11 and 13. 11 is Ollie Samways in the Toyota MR2 Super GT, and 13 is David Sheed in the BMW Compact. Row 7, 14 and 25. 14 is another shared car. It's the Chris Freeman and Jonathan Monday Honda Civic Type R, and 25 is Darren Ball in the Porsche Cayman. And on the 8th row, 21 and 32. 21 is Josh Johnson in the Golf, and 32, Leon Bidgeway in the Lotus Exige. Row 9 is 36 and 188. 36 is Sam McKee, and I think he is starting that car in the BMW E36 328i. And next to Sam McKee, the 188 of Graham Kelly. Then it's 76 and 808 on row 10 of the grid. So 76 is the Stuart Hywell and Kevin Denwood BMW 125i. And then 808 is the Mick Nichols and Stuart Nichols Toyota MR2 Road. It's the first time out for that car for a little while. Row 11 is 88 and 56. 88 is the car of John Atherton, and 56 is James Scott in sharing with Lloyd Quinn in the Mini Cooper. Row 12, 89 and 316. 89 is James Alford in the BMW E46 330, and 316 Ivor Mayers in the Mazda MX-5. Row 13, it's a big grid this one, Treble 6 and 23. Treble 6 is the Sammy Bowler and Mark Jones Honda Civic, and 23 Matthew Creed in the Renault Clio. Row 14, 911 and 199. 911 is the Stephen and Felix Archer Porsche Boxster, and 199 is the Robert Quantrell car. Row 15, 66 and 153. 66 is Vikram Sedera, and he's in the Porsche 986 Boxster, and 153 is the green flag lap gets underway, and it's a rolling lap as well. But 153 is Ben Gundry in the Ford Fiesta. Row 16, 178 and 67. 178 Pete Seeley MR2, and 67 is Tom Sykes in the BMW 330 sharing with Simon Skirton. Row 17, 123 Nick Ramsden in the BMW, and 10 Douglas Inglis in the Mazda MX-5. Then it's 17 David Drinkwater on the inside of row number 18. Again, we've already seen him out in the hot hatches. He's there in his BMW Compact. And next to him is 213 Daniel Cogswell, sharing with Mark Gillam in the Nissan Almera GTI. Row 19, 707 and 154. 707 is the Jonathan Barrett 330, and 154 Lloyd Fountain in the Maestro. 20th row, penultimate row of the grid, it's 22 and 28. 22 Chris Fantana's Mazda, and 28 the Jez Banks Kiefer Del Piero BMW. That was rather battered in qualifying, I'm afraid to say. And the final row, 125 and 191. 125 Matthew Footman's Ford Puma, and 191 the Stuart Humphrey and Stuart Rid Jones Mazda MX-5 Mark III. So I think it's fair to say, Josh, that it's a packed grid.
There's a couple of cars that went from the pit lane onto the green flag lap. One of them was the Nichols Duo MR2, so that qualified to 20th, and the other was a car that didn't do a lap time in qualifying, so should be an extra on the back, and that's the Mini Cooper of Christopher Williams and Kevin Fulbrook. As you say, a huge grid, and so many different types of car too, which is really good to see. 4 classes split by power to weight ratio, a damp circuit, so it's going to be interesting indeed. Now, you say it was a rolling start, but there was no pace car at the front of it, and there was a bit of question marks in 2 different places of what actually is going to be the start process for this race.
I'm fairly sure that the bulletin that I read this morning, which was published this morning, said it was going to be a rolling start, so maybe there's been a change of heart on that.
Yes, yes, we'll see, but there's no pace car at the front of the green flag lap. Or not
Equally, there's no marshal standing on the grid, so which is usually the sign of when you've got a standing start, of course.
Well, we will see, that's for sure. I mentioned at Silverstone, you weren't there, were you? That
No.
Nick Vaughan, he had his first ever race in this car that he drove to the circuit, this Audi A3, and he did really well. He was in the top 5. And now he's qualified on the front row. And Audi A3 isn't really a car you see race either, is it? And this has been a really good performance. He's really amongst some really quick drivers too, isn't he? Hugh Gurney, a multiple front runner in all sorts of series in his BMW. Bradley Philpott, who's winner in the VLN at the Nürburgring. You've got Paul Cook up there, multiple winner in his BMW and in MR2s as well. You've got Warren Allen, he's won these races before and similar types of races elsewhere too. So I should say a really good job there from the Audi driver. But around him, BMW, Lotus, Honda, Porsche as well, all in the first few rows of the grid. It's great to see how strong this is, and no real one-maker car dominates.
No, absolutely right. There's the Maestro, and that reminds me, have you seen that video that's been doing the rounds again in the last few days of the Maestro race at Donington? With John Watson and Nigel Mansell and Stig Blomqvist and lots of the illustrious names doing it. It's been doing the rounds on social media. Anyway, I think we're going to get a rolling start by the looks of this. We've got the starter on the gantry is ready, and he turns the lights off and the race gets underway. And it is the Hugh Gurney BMW then that has the lead of the race at the moment, from the A3 in second place. Quite a big gap opening up after about the first 10 cars there, it seemed. It was a slightly scrappy rolling start, not perfectly formed, but not too bad. And so we're off and running then, with the Lotus there in third position and a spin, and that's involved 1 or 2 cars. We've got the bumper in the middle of the circuit as well, and that's the 26 BMW of Paul Cook that has come to rest across the curb there.
I just wonder if it's Wayne Lewis, because that car's updated with a second driver.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's a relay team, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it?
That was Wayne Lewis's car, but as you say, that was stuck on the curb. Let's hope we get off of that, otherwise that could be a problem. The wheels are spinning. It's a heavy old car too for the marshals to try and deal with.
Yeah, that's stuck there, isn't it?
Was it Liam Crilly Z4, I think, that tapped him into that? There is Crilly's car. Don't think that's been damaged as the field make their way through. And there's a red flag.
Yeah, and possibly that's because of that incident. I'm not quite sure.
You wouldn't think that would necessitate a red flag, really,
No.
would you? But everybody was slow, and so there's been some other problem that race control would have seen, because it became red pretty rapidly too, didn't it?
It did.
Perhaps something else that the clerk of the course race control would have noticed.
Yeah, so we will wait and see what goes on. We'll obviously get the cars back onto the grid. No doubt we'll have a restart, because we're only...
the competitors would hope so, wouldn't they?
we're only about a minute into a 45-minute race, so yeah, I think we'll go again, and hopefully the cars shouldn't be too jumbled in terms of their order, so it shouldn't take too long to get them going. And actually that would have needed some form of attention, and the 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle is there, and I would imagine with a bit of light pushing, or maybe heavy pushing, or maybe no pushing at all, that will be moved. Actually, it's going to take a bit more than that.
It's such a heavy car, isn't it? What 1.5 tons, something like that?
I would think so. And I think it's wheels are just about in contact with the tarmac, aren't they, and the grass, but it's the weight of the car is being taken by the curb, I think, at the minute. So we will wait to get the cars back on the grid, and we will have another go at starting that race in some way, shape or form. There was this confusion, wasn't there, Josh, about, as you were saying, about the mode of which the race should have been started.
Yeah,
but the bulletin certainly said it was a rolling start, but I think elsewhere it indicated otherwise.
Yes, because, of course, in the past we've had standing starts for road sports. At Silverstone we had a rolling start. Here at Snetterton last year we had a problemed standing start, didn't we? Which I wonder what necessitated that rolling start at Silverstone. So,
yeah. Anyway,
very confusing. I think
it is confusing. We will no doubt get the race back underway shortly, but clearly a little bit of confusion there. So it does give at least the opportunity to get this BMW cleared up, because that's still not moved. wonder if Wayne gets out of the car, it's going to be slightly less weight in it. That might help. I don't know.
You're not being too rude to him, are you?
No. But nevertheless, another, I don't know, 50 or 60 kilos, let's say, will be might make all the difference. So Marshall's there having a word with the drivers and just explaining to them something with them.
The drivers obviously thought it was going to be a rolling start.
Yes.
The marshals thought the same.
Well, yes.
Because nobody was standing in the middle of the track, were they? And then we had,
Yes.
it would have been a drama then, really, wouldn't it?
Would
But
have
the no pace car thing is what triggered my mind,
Yeah.
thinking that perhaps it should have been a standing start.
Anyway,
But this isn't helping our light levels for the afternoon, is it? With a dull day as it is, and we're running to 6 o'clock, and I think that is pretty much when sunset is due.
yeah, it does get darker around about 6 or just after. As you say, last race will finish at 6 o'clock, all being well. It is the hot hatch race. Most of them do have lights.
And we had the same situation last year, didn't we?
It's atmospheric as well, isn't it, when you get the racing going on into the dusk. And
But like you say, actually, because there was an incident, this red flag that makes a bit more sense than
Well,
perhaps otherwise.
it does. It's been. You could have covered it under a safety car, but you then have got the car right at the. Well, not even on the edge of the circuit, partly on the circuit, at a difficult part of the track. So we'll get that cleared out of the way. Road Sports Series, just going to be 3 races this year because of coronavirus. We would have expected another one at Anglesey as well, but so that's perhaps less important, therefore valid competition really, whereas a series of races perhaps less important, but a bit frustrating perhaps for drivers who were just going to focus on this particular series this year.
Lots of gestures going on.
Right, can you work out what they mean? That's the question.
Well, perhaps people should comment on the live stream and see what they say. See what kind of responses we get.
Well, it'd be interesting to see. Anyway, we've got a few comments coming in. It's good to see people watching on the live stream via YouTube or other means. And good to have you all watching wherever you may be around the country or around the world, watching this 750 Motor Club race meeting from Snetterton. Racing on the 300 circuit. So the Wayne Lewis car has now moved and is intact, apart from it having lost its rear bumper and all of that.
Now, if this is a relay team, which we're not actually 100% sure of, are we, with Paul Cook, if that car was unable to take the restart, would Paul Cook's car be able to do that instead? Which is
so many questions.
I'm not sure what the answer to that would be, but it's an interesting thought.
No, Paul Cook, of course, has been racing all season, in particular in the MR2s that he normally competes in.
Now, Ian, we have the pace car at the front of the order.
It's appeared.
So, are we going for another rolling start? We shall see. It would have been actually a long safety car period, wouldn't it, if that is what we went with? So.
Well, it would have been fairly lengthy, wouldn't it?
So hopefully we'll get the full distance in. Of course, we've got pit stops to factor in this as well.
Yeah, and they come in the middle third of a 45-minute race. Now, we don't know if we're going to get 45 minutes again, but if it is, it's 15 to 30 minutes, the pit window, to allow for driver changes where they are being done, which is in a relatively small number of the teams. Most of these are being driven by a solo driver. And there is a pit stop penalty as well, isn't there, for drivers that have been successful already this season. So I think the drivers that will suffer that, just running down the entry list, David Vincent's going to have a 10-second extra long pit stop. 15 seconds for Liam Crilly, 10 seconds for David Sheed, 5 seconds for Matt Creed, 15 seconds for Bradley Philpott, and indeed for the Daniel Coxwell and Mark Gillam Nissan Almera as well. And that's based on success in Class at the last meeting at Silverstone.
Yes, and at Silverstone it was Bradley Philpott that won in the results. Didn't actually win on the road, but the driver that did was excluded for overtaking under yellow flags. So Bradley Philpott, in his return to 750 Motor Club Racing, took the victory there from David Vincent and Jamie Sturgis. Class B went to Liam Crilly. Class C went to the Bends, Hansi and Short, and Class D went to Daniel Cogswell. So that's how the successes went there at Silverstone. That was a busy race with a safety car coming out in the pit stop window.
I can see at the pit lane exit, the 26 car of Paul Cook. There it is. Ryan Q, because you were asking the question, which we didn't know the answer to. Could effectively Paul Cook's car do the whole race, I suppose?
But he does have to start on the pit lane,
Yeah.
right, it looks like, or at least from the back of the grid, which kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's going to be someone to watch, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. That would be quite fun, because Paul, or Wayne, one of them, set the time to put them third on the grid. That's really on the third row of the grid, fifth on the grid. So it's one that will certainly come through from the back. And I think as Paul won road sports races before, yes, he did win one last year, didn't he? At Brands Hatch, the first race of the season last year. Just in terms of Sam McKee car, which he is starting today, the number 36 going to be on row 9. His co-driver today is Neil Savage. He's making his first appearance at the 750 Motor Club race meeting. He's rear-wheel drive racing at debut as well. He's done 17 Citroen 2CV 24-hour races, including a win. Most of those, if not all of them, will have been here at Snetterton as well.
And he was probably one of the quickest 2CV drivers when it was at its more competitive than perhaps it is nowadays. And yeah, so it's good to see Neil's having a go here in the road sports. The last 2CV race he did was with Sam, a couple of years ago, I think, when Sam did the 24-hour race in a 2CV. So obviously made a friendship there, and now back then Sam got to drive Neil's car. Now Neil's going to go in Sam's car, which you would think is a slightly different driving style to a Citroen 2CV.
Green flag lap getting underway, so setting off behind the pace car this time, and hopefully we'll all be good to get the race underway. Just the other thing on Neil Savage, I don't know what it is about today, but it's his birthday today as well. So not only is it Josh's birthday, we've had Trevor Gregory, a birthday boy, and Neil Savage as well. And he'll give everything to get him a trophy with his birth date on. So
they are on pole position.
They
in
are
Class C.
indeed, yeah. So there is every chance that that could happen.
Yeah, so we should mention the classes. So Class A, that's all the front guys. So Gurney on pole there, ahead of Nick Vaughan and Brad Philpott. In Class B, it's Liam Crilly on pole position. His BMW Z4, new car to him this season. Paul Bancroft, he goes second. We saw him out in Hot Hatch, didn't we? He's in his Civic again. Then Ollie Samways, third, going well in the MR2 Super GT spec car. Then Class C, that's Sam McKee and Neil Savage, we just mentioned. It's all BMWs at the front here. They're 328i on pole, ahead of the 325i of Graham Kelly, then the 125i of Stuart Pywell and Kevin Denwood.
And there's Paul Cook's car, which looks like it's going to start from the back of the grid rather than from the pit lane.
Okay, then in Class D, it's Douglas Inglis on pole in his MX-5, ahead of David Drinkwater. Again, he was out in Hot Hatch, he's in the compact. Then Daniel Cogswell's got a teammate this time in the Nissan Almera. He shares with Mark Gillan, third in Class D. So there'll be ones to watch, and again, it's really good how this power-to-weight ratio works, where we get all the Class A cars pretty much at the front, then all the Class Bs, then all the Class Cs, and then all the Class Ds. So it really shows how this 750 Motor Club class system, which really runs throughout the majority of the classes, class racing with the club, and it really works well, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, I reckon the 45 minutes have started because we've got times on the timing screen.
That reminds me, I need to change my screen over.
So that would make sense, wouldn't it, to get the time started on this green flag lap?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I assume we're going for a rolling start rather than a safety car start.
Right, well, I'll look for marshals again, and there aren't any on the grid.
Yeah, but we could have a rolling start, or we could have a safety car start now, couldn't we?
Yes.
Because the safety car, it has its lights on, like Or do they do that on a rolling lap
I'm
anyway?
not quite sure. Anyway, I'm looking at the weather forecast, and the chance of rain for the rest of the afternoon is quite low.
That's what it said at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, 6% at 3 o'clock, which it is about now. 1% at 4 o'clock, 4% 5 o'clock, 11% 6 o'clock. So,
what cloud levels are we going? Because
Well,
normally when it
it's-
says thick cloud, we end up getting rain.
well, it's not giving you thick; it's sort of
Right.
giving it's a white cloud symbol
Okay,
now.
hopefully
so,
we shall be okay then.
yeah. So we've got the cars heading around, and that's the Audi we can see, that's second on the grid, the car of Nick Vaughan, and there is the number 90 Bradley Philpott Lotus, looking very smart indeed. Bradley's a very experienced driver as well, of course.
And he's very popular on the live stream comment section as well, I think. But yes, he raced, didn't he, back in MR2s a long time ago now, and then has had a lot of race at the Nürburgring in previous years in TCR cars. But now he's driving this Avon tyres backed Lotus Elise, and now we're going for a rolling start, aren't we, by the looks of things?
Well, the side by side, which suggests that we are.
And everybody's much tighter bunched than the first time round as well. So take two at the start of this road sports race, and it bodes well for hopefully a good one.
Yep, safety car lights are out then, and that's going to pull into the pit lane. So it's down to Hugh Gurney in the number 91 BMW on pole position to control the pace. And this time, still fairly spread out, aren't they? But they come up to the line, and the lights go out, and away we go. Take two. And again, it's Hugh Gurney that gets the lead off from the off, but it looked like the Lotus this time might make a decent start as well. No, it's still in third position behind the Audi of Nick Vaughan, and sort of level pegging with the David Vincent Honda number 5 as well, as they turn their way through Riches for the first time in this race. And then they head off up to the Wilson hairpin. You've got the Porsche in there as well. That's the 165 car of Warren Allen that's up into 5th position, I think, from row 4 of the grid. But then the rest of them all sort of shuffling around the Wilson hairpin, heading down to Palmer for the first time.
Looks like the timing screens have reset again, so perhaps we are going to get 45 minutes from here. But there's the leader then. That is Hugh Gurney being chased by the Nick Vaughan Audi, car number 16, front-wheel drive car. You can see its rear left wheel there coming off the ground, and off there for the Stuart Pywell BMW, the car that he's shown with Kevin Denwood. And there's a bumper of another car, I'd suggest, on the grass, and perhaps it's coming from that Porsche 911, a classic Porsche number. That's Stephen Archer and Felix Archer that share that one.
Yeah, and so they have been involved as well, but it's Hugh Gurney, number 91, that leads the way then from the Audi number 16 in second place, and the number 90 Lotus of Bradley Philpott in third position. They're a little bit further ahead than all of the rest then as they make their way down the straight, and one car seemingly going a little bit more slowly there, possibly in the middle of the pack, was 54, Frad Darva Radi, as he's known, and he's being mugged by a couple of the BMWs, including number 26 Paul Cook, who's making up ground from the back.
And he's behind James Alford going past him. He started 23rd, so has he passed about half the cars
Looks
already?
like it.
And there's the Nichols MR2. Remember, that started from the back as well, not unless it was able to reclaim its position. It was on the back on the original start at least. And that has gained positions. Here is that battle for second. Bradley Philpott all over the back of Nick Vaughan. He's alongside Nick Vaughan. He's ahead of Nick Vaughan as they turn into Murray's, but has the little Lotus got enough speed down the centre straight to stay ahead? We shall see as they accelerate up across the line. There's the BMW that leads, but it's side by side for second.
Over the line they go, and it's pretty close as they head off up to Riches. And there is the Lotus there, and then you've got the BMW now. That's the Gardner and Mills car ahead of David Vincent, up into 4th place then for the Honda. But for the BMW, there is the number 90 Lotus of Bradley Philpott then chasing after the 16 car of Nick Vaughan. But Hugh Gurney being allowed to get away really here. Did a 2-minute 8.62 in qualifying, about half a second faster than Nick Vaughan. And Bradley Philpott was about 2 cents slower than that. That was in practice this morning, but the conditions, as we've been saying all day, just keep on changing.
Liam Crilly didn't have a good start that time. He's lost the lead of Class B to David Sheed. Again here, Bradley Philpott trying to get alongside Nick Vaughan. So the Lotus lighter, but that means it can't have as much power, so it's good through the corners, but not so good down the straights. How about this? 3 abreast, including Paul Cook. We said watch out for him. He's just passing 3 cars on the way down towards the Agostini hairpin. He's side by side with Graham Kelly, and that is the Class C leader because he's got ahead of Sam McKee.
Yeah, Sam McKee, the regular contributor to the Motor Racing UK magazine as well, which I'm told has Richard Morris from Sports 1000 on the cover of the next issue. So look out for that as the leaders are heading down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle and Nelson for the second time in this 3/4 hour race. It's a good lead here for you, Gurney. Bradley Philpott now up into second place. And down in the pits, we can see the number 54 car there. And that is the one that was going slowly for Ardava, wasn't it?
Indeed, so not so good for him. That looks like the Josh Johnson's Golf spin off at some point as he tries to recover. Paul Cook got to 18th in 1 lap, by the way, so he did pass more than half the cars in the race. It is a long lap, though, I suppose, but still a good effort. There's Paul Bancroft in his Civic. He's been chased by the similar car of Christopher Freeman. It looks like he's going solo today. He was due to drive with Johnny Monday, who he was... Oh, big moment there.
That's the 67 car of Tom Sykes and Simon Skirton. It's still happening. I looked down, looked up again, and it was still going on that instant. Hopefully he's got that sorted now.
He was sideways heading towards the barrier at one point, so he did well to keep it out of that and to keep it away from everybody else, and he is eventually back on.
Yeah.
But that was quite a moment.
Is there something now dragging underneath the car?
Wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
No, it wouldn't be.
Hugh Gurney 3 seconds clear of Bradley Philpott, but Philpott did do a better lap despite having to pass the Audi of Nick Vaughan, who is now coming under pressure from the David Gardner and Chris Mills BMW M3. This new car to them going well in 4th. There is Sam McKee, and here is a problem and a spinner, which was different to the problemed car.
So the problem is the 199 car. That is the Clio.
Is it leaking fluid?
It looks like it's leaking something, which isn't necessarily good for everyone else. That's Robert Quantrill. And the other car that was having a spin, I couldn't quite work out who that was. I don't know if you worked that out, Josh.
It was a Porsche, was it not?
Looked Porsche-esque to me.
Could have been Vikram Sudhira. He hasn't come through in his Boxer, possibly. He's not come through.
Maybe.
But yeah, real problems for that Clio driver. Here's a Lotus with no number evident on the side of it. I think it's John Atherton's Elise, though. There is a number which isn't in a great... Oh, there's one this side.
Yeah.
There really should be another one the other side. But he's out there. He's in, 15th position.
It's the wrong side for the timekeepers, though, because they're above us on the outside of the circuit.
And for half of the marshal post as well.
Absolutely.
Problems now for the Freeman Civic that was in, 10th, or certainly not very quick in a straight line compared to the cars around him. Paul Cook 12th, by the way, by the end of 2 laps, so what was that, another 6 positions gained. And despite having to overtake everybody, he's only 0.4 of a second slower than Bradley Philpott, so can Paul Cook win this from the back of the grid? That would be a good effort, wouldn't it? But he's got some more cars to pass yet. Next up is Darren Ball in this new Porsche to him, the Porsche Cayman, which I'd suggest, Ian, he hasn't gone as well in this yet than the BMW he's raced in the past.
No, maybe it is just a car with particular idiosyncrasies that he needs to come to terms with, as evidenced there.
Now, is this...
Possibly.
We saw the Clio with fluid down,
yeah.
possibly, so I wonder if they're...
He may have found it because he lost that quite comprehensively, didn't he? Paul Cook able to scoot through as a result.
And in front of them, Liam Crilly was running wide as well, so that don't make you wonder if there was something down. Here's Nick Vaughan under more pressure. This is the Mills and Gardner E36 M3, a flash of flame out the back of it, trying to go through, and for the lead, Bradley Philpott, who was 1.6 seconds behind at the beginning of the lap, is on terms with Hugh Gurney, so he's catching. He did a 2 minutes 7.2, which was a second quicker than the pole lap this morning in qualifying. And looking to the lap record, that is a lap record. So new lap record set by Bradley Philpott, which is under the lap time done by Luke Slavitz a few years ago.
Okay, so that's impressive. A 2:07.67 that was. He's gone about 0.4 of a second faster than that. He's right with Hugh Gurney now for the lead of the race, heading out of Oggies up towards Williams. There is the 26 car of Paul Cook then up into 9th place, and he's spun. Bradley Philpott has spun. He was about to challenge Hugh Gurney for the lead, and as he went onto the Bentley Straight there, he's had a spin, and also off in the background there, that was the Gardner Mills car, wasn't it?
So there's fluid down there too, 2 cars off, and now Now, there's yellow flags out, of course, because of Bradley Philpott's spin. I think some drivers weren't sure whether they can go past him or not, so there was real confusion there. And who's come out? Philpott's got problems, hasn't he, because the car hasn't sped up yet.
No.
But into second now, it's gone the car that was off the road, the car of David Gardner and Chris Mills. Warren Allen's come through to third. I think Nick Vaughan wasn't sure what to do there, was he? Because there was a yellow flag out and there was a slow Lotus in front of him.
And he's inexperienced as well, isn't he? So possibly he was a bit more cautious than he needed to be. So he's got David Vincent just behind him as well. We've lost, by the looks of it as well, the 154 Maestro of Lloyd Fountain, which is a great shame.
So Hugh Gurney's going to have a huge lead now, isn't he? Because he's on his way to Ritchie's, while the rest of them... Marisen has one off the road. How many times are we going to say that in this race? So out onto the green bit of the circuit was David Vincent, but he's back on again now.
Yeah, so 4 laps have been completed by Hugh Gurney. He leads by 13 seconds now from the Gardner and Mills car.
On the left-hand side of the circuit, look at the lap times. They were on 2.7s, 2.8s, 2.9s.
Yeah.
They are somewhat higher than that now, apart really from Paul Cook, who is going way faster than anybody else. They're in 6th position now. The only car that's kind of near to him was the leader, Hugh Gurney, on a 2.12.
That's the 67 car, the Sykes and Skirton car, and both of those drivers normally race in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which hasn't been racing this season. It'll be back hopefully for 2021, which, if you're wondering why you got team members there in combat fatigues, that was why that was the case. But there you have then, with the damaged bumper on the front of the car. Is this going to be a problem, do we think, for the 65 car as this race develops?
And let's hope not. New car to them as well, so that's not really how you want to treat it in race 1. There are some personal best laps done by some drivers. Obviously there is grip out there. Matthew Creed, the Track Obsession Renault Clio driver in P16, just did a personal best lap. So perhaps some of the reason for those lap times is that confusion that went on down there at Williams on the last lap. But Bradley Philpott hasn't come through, so I think there's problems with that car. And of course that was a car that also won in Club Enduro last time out with Alan Henderson, who should be out in the car tomorrow, all being well.
Oh, and that's I think the Clio that's possibly, I don't want to say it's caused these problems, but it was certainly the one that was smoking in the pit lane on the inside, as you can see. The Robert Quantrill number 199 car.
Yes, he was due to share that with Harrison Fox. Late change, I think, to the entry.
16 is the Vaughan car then, and just behind the BMW, just ahead of the Warren Allen Porsche.
He's passed him on that lap, hasn't he?
He has.
So he's coming back through the order.
There's a Gurney across the line to complete lap number 5, so just under 11 minutes into this race, about a quarter race distance.
Better lap, 2:09.9, so that's a bit more like it, but a big old lead he's got, hasn't he, before the second place car comes through, the Gardner and Mills machine. But that's 15 seconds away. Their lap time still somewhat off what they perhaps should be, with Nick Vaughan and Warren Allen. I think it was Warren Allen, wasn't it, that won on the road at Silverstone before he got penalised. Then David Vincent in the Honda in 5th position. Then it's Paul Cook, isn't it, up to 6th. And he's lapping quicker than all bar Hugh Gurney now, so second quickest driver on the road is Paul Cook. Then it's David Sheed, who leads Class B by just 7/10 of a second over Liam Crilly, so that's one to watch. The 2 BMWs, but the M3 powered compact ahead of the Z4. Then third within that class is Chris Freeman, who's back up to speed, because I thought he would slow in earlier, but obviously he's still going. And then Paul Bancroft fourth. Those first 4 in Class B are pretty close together.
Yeah, look at Class C, that looks like it's Sam McKee that's leading that class from Matthew Creed in 2nd place, 15th and 16th positions overall.
Graham Kelly's lost some positions recently then, because he was leading that class when we looked at them last.
Yeah, so we have had about a quarter of this race. The pit stop window will be opening shortly at 15 minutes into this race, so not too far away from that now. Starting to get the drivers into the pits.
So support for Paul Cook on the comment, Sean Traynor. Paul Cook's rival in the MR2 Championship, supporting Paul's drive through the field in this 40-plus car grid up to 6th position. Do show your support for who you are following through the comment stream. Share the stream with your friends too. 750mc.co.uk/live is the place to find all the live stream action with the 750 Motor Club. I think plans afoot to hopefully continue this into next season.
54 for our Darwin, we can see, going back out into the race.
He's done that once already, so he must have made a second stop.
Yeah, clearly not all going well there for Farad.
He's another driver, isn't he, who we've seen out in the Armed Forces Challenge. There's a number of them here in different disciplines this weekend. So, there was Paul Cook extremely close to the pit wall. He's trying to chase that battle for what is 4th position between Warren Allen and David Vincent. So 4th, 5th and 6th pretty much together now. Then the next car through will be the Class B leader. Will it be David Sheed or will it be Liam Crilly? They were close last time. It's the Z4. Where has the compact gone? There it is. So he's down to 3rd. So all changed there. So Liam Crilly now leads Christopher Freeman within Class B.
Okay, so we have had 6 laps of this 45-minute road sports race. Backed by Takiwa, of course. Very grateful for Takiwa for their continued support of the road sports. And it's a good little series of races this, and a great variety of cars that we have, as Josh was saying earlier, nicely split out across the different classes as well. Pretty even split that we have.
Support too for Nick Vaughan on the live stream. Got a few comments there as well. So it seems like certain people always get lots of support, don't they, Ian? Which is, it's a great way where, especially this year, where it's difficult to get to circuits, that drivers can get the support at home rather than just watching a live timing screen. This gives it a whole new level for people at home.
Yeah, absolutely right. I can see that the marshal on the start line is just about to put the pit open board out, which he has done. From our vantage point to the complex, it says pit closed, but I assume on the other side it says pit open.
Change for the Class B lead here, because Christopher Freeman, that was 3rd a couple of laps ago, is now ahead of Liam Crilly. So Christopher Freeman in the Honda Civic has got ahead of the BMW Z4 on this lap, but Crilly pushing on. He's an experienced racer, isn't he? Former production BMW champion Liam Crilly turns his way through, and this new BMW Z4 to him. It's amazing that BMW turned that car into a GT3 machine, because it's a pretty standard car. It goes well, but they really had to spec it up to a GT3 spec. But Liam Crilly going well in this one you don't see that much in club racing.
No, you don't. I know there have been moves afoot over time, haven't they? Getting a series for the Z cars underway now. 65 into the pits now. This looks like it is for the driver change then.
Christopher Freeman out, so it was Christopher Freeman that started that. David Gardiner gets it.
Okay, and he's going to inherit the car. I wondered if they were going to do anything with that front bumper while they were stationary, but it seems not. But that's the first of the leading cars then that's made its pit stop.
Battle through there was Pete Seeley and Ivor Mayers, 21st and 22nd. Two drivers that have been supported 750 Motor Club for a while now, and an MR2 and an MX5, two of the more popular cars to choose in club racing. Good budget ways to get into motorsport, and actually this road sport series is a great way to get into racing, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, road sports as well. It did sort of spring out really of the MR2 Super GTs that we had for a while, and initially MR2s made up quite a proportion of the grid in the early days. Road sports was a name used previously by 750 Motor Club for its road going sports car series, and has been repurposed more recently for this current competition.
Just saw a moment ago the Class D leader, David Drinkwater, being chased, and he's being caught by the Nissan Almera, the car that Daniel Cogswell shares today with Mark Gillam. 3rd within that class is Douglas Inglis in his MX-5, another of the drivers we've seen out in the Armed Forces Challenge in recent seasons.
It looks like the 65 car's just gone back out into the race. That's the Gardner and Mills BMW.
Ooh.
Problems though for 1, 2, 3. That's Nick Ramsden's 328i Class C car.
Novice Cross on the back too. I thought that was a car I hadn't recognised before. Here's James Alford, who we've seen out in front-wheel drive machinery before. He's in a 3 Series BMW here, one of the I think 330 Challenge cars that he's picked up. He's qualified 23rd and he's running 17th, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4th within Class C that continues to be led by Sam McKee, who now has a 5-second lead over Matthew Creed. There's David Drinkwater. We saw him out in hot hatch earlier. He's now in his BMW Compact. There's second in class. The Nissan Almera about to be lapped. The Cogswell owned car, and they're being lapped by Paul Cook. So Class D there, making their way down the straight towards Agostini. There's Nick Vaughan. Where's he now? Second overall, being chased by Paul Cook. Cook was 2 seconds quicker on the most recent lap. Hugh Gurney, he leads by 16 seconds.
This could be one of these situations, I suppose, where you get Cook catches Vaughan and then both go into the pits, or one of them goes into the pits, and just as you think you're going to get a battle on the track, the pit stops disrupt it.
Of course, what we don't know is whether Wayne Lewis will relay Paul Cook, or if that car is in need for some repairs ahead of tomorrow, question mark. Is Wayne Lewis racing tomorrow? He's supposed to be, yes, in the BMW car club, which has got a massive grid. I think the biggest grid that has ever had, nearly 40 cars. Oh, there's a car off there. That's Josh Johnson's Golf.
Well, yeah, and he'd just come out of the pits as well.
Oh, right.
So maybe tyres were a little bit cold, something like that. But he'd had about half a lap by that point to try and get them up to temperature.
There's those Class D battle, the BMW and the Nissan. Drinkwater still ahead. David Drinkwater today could really move up those Autosport national rankings if he can pick up 3 victories in a day. But some work to do for that yet. He won the hot hatch race within his class earlier, but only just. Here's the Class B leaders. Are they? Yeah, they're both yet to pit, and they're side by side. Liam Crelly down the inside and goes back through. So Liam Crelly back into the lead of Class B into Brundle. We got ahead of Christopher Freeman there. Has he stayed ahead on the exit corner? He has. So the little sports car gets ahead of the saloon car as they turn their way up towards Coram on lap 9 of this race.
Yep, so Crilly it is that takes the lead of Class B then, 5th position overall for Class A cars, filling the first 4 places at the moment, as we are about getting up towards the halfway point of this pit window. Some looks like a front splitter there that's
Split away.
split away, yeah, it's on the track. Trying to work out where that is.
I think is it down at the pit lane exit, if I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it is. Which is an odd place for that to come apart.
I just wonder if something's collapsed when they come out the pits.
Yeah. That's the 707 car, as you can see in there. That's Jonathan Barrett's E46330. He's going solo, so no need for any driver change there.
The leader must have come in. Hugh Gurney hasn't registered a lap, so I presume that's where he is, in the pit lane. So that means Nick Vaughan takes the lead on the road.
In the background, you see Wayne Lewis's car still in the pit lane there, couldn't you? Which kind of suggests it might be out for the second part of the race.
Be good for him. That bodes well, doesn't it? That all is okay. There's Graham Kelly's BMW. He was leading Class C earlier. I think he's made a pit stop now, though. So everything will shuffle out later on, won't it, once we get all the pit stops through? Because at the moment, about half the cars are pitted, something like that. There's Josh Johnson, who was off earlier in his Volkswagen Golf. The Mark V car there makes its way through. Here's a Porsche, that's 66. That's Vikram Sudhira in his Boxster. There's 14, that's a Honda Civic. And that is the Christopher Freeman car. 2.4 litre engine in that car, so a slightly bigger engine car than what we see perhaps in the hot hatch, for example.
So we are on to the 10th lap of the race, as Josh mentioned. We've got Hugh Gurney, we think, into the pit lane, although we haven't seen him. We'll try and see if we can see him on his way out. In fact, I can now see him on his way out of the pit lane. So Hugh Gurney, by the looks of it, then going back out into the race, I think.
And on the road, the two leaders are separated by 0.4 of a second. So Paul Cook has caught Nick Vaughan. So the best of the field yet to stop. Presumably, the best of the pit stoppers should be Hugh Gurney. And timing screen suggests that to be the case, but not a huge gap over the Gardner and Mills car. So that's David Gardner in his Porsche going after Hugh Gurney, and that might be what becomes the lead battle. And Warren Allen is going with him. You've got the the BMW and the Porsche. BMW of David Gardner going after the BMW similar car of Hugh Gurney. There's Paul Cook. Is he ahead or behind Nick Vaughan, though?
Well, we can't tell just at the moment. Let's see if we can pick up where he is. He's behind as they come out of Oggies and up towards Williams and onto the Bentley Straight. So the gap still relatively narrow between these two race leaders. But they're going to have to make a stop before too much longer, because we're probably getting into the second half now of the pit lane window being open. Now there's the 165 car of Warren Allen, and that's I think made a stop, hasn't it, that car?
Yes, I think he's the third of the stoppers behind Gurney and Gardner, but these two yet to stop. They should slot in somewhere amongst them. Nick Vaughan staying ahead of Paul Cook. Both these drivers doing personal best last time, and Paul Cook is 4 tenths away from Bradley Philpott's fastest lap of the race, so that may go before the end of it. But even though Cook has been able to catch the Audi, he's been unable to go through. I wonder if that was a little bit of an awkward line for the Audi through Murray's, but they both continue, don't they, with 5 or so minutes of the pit window left.
Yeah, so they've probably got 2 more opportunities really to make their pit stops, I would suggest.
Half a second between them. PB from Vaughan on that lap, but Cook perhaps just being held up a little bit. A few tenths away from the lap he did a moment ago.
Certainly been a very good drive from Paul Cook, hasn't it, to come through from right at the back.
This car started from the pit lane originally, 42 the Mini, and a change into Wilson for the lead. So Paul Cook goes ahead of the Nick Vaughan Audi that tries to fight back up the inside. There's traffic at Palmer 2, that's the Ivor Mares Mazda. And they will try and get ahead of him. There's not actually that many MX-5s in the race, is there? There's a few of them, but Ivor Mares goes a lap down to new race leader Paul Cook. So he has come from the back of the grid to lead. Okay, 1 or 2 of those cars come into the pit lane. Paul Cook was very, very sideways. Was he showing off for our cameraman down there, Ian?
It looked like he might have been. Through Hamilton's then, and towards Oggies they go, the right-hander. And Cook then it is leading on the road with less than 20 minutes of this race left to go now. 45-minute race as it originally was. So they head along the back straight. You can see here with the race well underway the amount of traffic that there is to deal with. More than 40 cars we started out with in this race.
An important gap to watch here, and is under 4 seconds between Hugh Gurney and David Gardner, which could well become the battle for the lead of the race once these two stop. And they're almost side by side, because I think Paul Cook might have made a bit of a mistake into the right-handed Nelson corner, but he's held on ahead of Nick Vaughan. Yeah,
we've not got a representative lap from Hugh Gurney since he's been out of the pits, have we? So it'll be interesting to see.
He did have sort of a 15-second lead at one point, didn't he? And that gap is now 2.8 seconds, so we have got a lap time now.
Yes, they've just been over the line, haven't they?
And Gardner is quicker than Gurney, so that's going to be interesting. Nick Vaughan for the pit lane. Paul Cook staying out. He wants as much time in that car as possible, doesn't he? Before Wayne Lewis gets a go, presumably in, the next lap. It'll have to come in next time by, otherwise it's half an hour ago in 2 laps' time.
Yep, so it's Paul Cook leading then from Nick Vaughan. It's just gone into the pits. David Vincent third, then Liam Crilly, Class B leader ahead of Christopher Freeman. 4th and 5th, Hugh Gurney 6th then, having made his stop.
So that's where we want to watch where Nick Vaughan comes out compared to him, don't we?
Yeah.
In, about 60 seconds time, something like that.
So there's Cook, and I guess he's just going to push on and get as much of an advantage as he can before he comes in probably at the end of this lap.
There's another of the Mazdas. I said there's a few of them out there. That's a Stuart Humphrey and Stuart Ridd-Jones car. There's Warren Allen, who is 3rd of the stoppers behind Gurney and Gardner. He is lapping slower though, isn't he? He's falling away. He was probably the quickest driver at Silverstone in that Porsche Cayman, but perhaps on a slightly more twisty circuit here at Snetterton, particularly on the infield. He's not quite been able to show the same sort of pace as he did a couple of months ago now, wasn't it, Silverstone? With that Anglesey race not being able to happen, as Ian mentioned earlier on. But there is Warren Allen, who is 8th on the road, but he'll end up higher than that once the remaining pit stops cycle through. So we might want to look out the window where Nick Vaughan rejoins, because that should be shortly, as Hugh Gurney makes his way through Murray. He's just ahead of what we're watching at the moment.
Yeah, so I've not seen Nick Vaughan go out of the pit lane just yet.
Okay, and Gurney and Gardner have gone through, so I think that continues to be the lead battle then. Gurney v Gardner, and Hugh Gurney's just done a personal best lap of the race, a 2:07.88, extending his gap.
Yeah, the Maestro's gone out. There is 26 Wayne Lewis, so that's going to be relayed then to Wayne.
Lighter than what it started the race.
Yeah, so there's Paul Cook, so he has to come in and stop. And from him being stationary, they then have to wait for the requisite amount of time before he can be released.
Should Paul Cook's car drove past? There seemed to be a little bit of waving about there.
Yeah, I thought that's what normally happened, is that that to sort of drive past in the pit lane.
Probably a good time, as we're watching a relay here, to advertise next weekend's action in.
As Paul Cook now just drive past. Yes, next weekend we have the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone. That's next Saturday. Not quite sure on the final numbers for that, but last I spoke with Giles Greenbridge, who's in charge of the 750 Most Club, it was high 50s, I think, that we're expecting. So we'll see how many teams that we get.
Could there still be last-minute entries? Still no.
Possibly could be. So if you're interested in putting in an entry, 6-hour relay race for teams of 3 or more cars and drivers, up to 6 cars and drivers. Then get in touch with the 750 Most Club to see if there's a possibility for a late entry. But always one of the highlights of the club racing season. Normally, of course, it rounds out the club racing season, but this year's not been like any other year, really, has it?
Question from Anton on the stream: is Paul Cook going to ruin his rear tyres sliding around like that? Well, it doesn't matter now because he's in the pit lane, so those tyres can be binned if they aren't any good.
Yeah. Pit closed now. Pit closed board is being shown, and we've also got the slippery surface flag. There's Wayne Lewis heading back out into the race.
Where is Hugh Gurney? There. So is Wayne Lewis leading?
No, not quite. Right. He's not far off, though. He's not far off. So Hugh Gurney has just gone through.
They were absolutely side by side when they come across the line. Paul Cook in the pit lane. Wayne Lewis in the pit lane and Hugh Gurney on the road. 300ths of a second. But David Gardner is getting closer to Gurney. 1.2 seconds. There's the leader then. There's second place. So we've got the E46 M3 leading the E36. And that is the race for the win in the final 15 minutes or so, with Hugh Gurney being chased down by David Gardner, who's replaced Christopher Mills, who started that car. So you've got perhaps a slightly heavier, newer E46 being chased by the slightly lighter but not quite so powerful, generally E36. Through Agostini they go, or the leader goes. There he is, being cautious not to apply too much power on the exit of the corner, because we saw how sideways it is possible to get there.
Liam Crilly, the Class B leader, has just completed his pit stop. There's a driving standards flag being shown out of our window to someone, we know not who. Just looking on our screens to see if anyone in contention has got a 5-second penalty or anything for track limits being exceeded or anything like that, but nothing showing on our screens.
So that damage, you said, will that affect the car? Well, one would say no, as David Gardner has been driving it really well and chasing down Hugh Gurney. There's the Sam McKee now being replaced by Neil Savage, but they may have lost the Class C lead to Matthew Creed in the Clio. Yes, he's done a really good lap too, 2:16.1. So the Track Obsession backed Renault Clio leads Class C. There's Wayne Lewis, so he's come out in third ahead of Warren Allen's Porsche, I think.
And that's just behind the Mick and Stuart Nichols MR2 Road. So that was one of the cars that competed in MR2 Super GT Initiative, I think.
Yes.
And hasn't been seen for about 3 years, something like that, I think. And they've had some work done to the car recently to get it back out onto track in this Tiguan Road Sports race.
Yeah, Ollie Samways is also out there today, isn't he, in another of those Super GT cars. I don't think particularly many of them were built, were there? But a couple of them still going. The two leaders have both done personal best laps, as they really know they're in a race to win this. Hugh Gurney 2:07.24, which is 200ths of a second away from Brad Philpott's fastest lap earlier, as he tries to get away, and successfully got away by a couple of attempts on that last lap to David Gardner. In third place is Wayne Lewis. In fourth is Warren Allen. Fifth, Nick Vaughan. Sixth is David Vincent. So that's the top 6 overall and in Class A. Class B, that's been led by Liam Crilly by 9 seconds over Christopher Freeman. So that gap has spread out during the stops. Third there is David Sheed. Fourth, John Atherton. And fifth, Paul Bancroft. Class C, I mentioned that was Matthew Creed leading by 3 seconds over Neil Savage. Third is James Alford. Fourth, Graham Kelly. And fifth, Ivor Mayers. Class D, that's being headed by David Drinkwater, who's got a much bigger lead now over the Nissan Almera of Cogswell and Gillam. And third is Douglas Inglis. So they're all the battles, I think, to watch in the last 10 or so minutes, Ian.
It certainly is, as we're watching the Nichols Roadster, the MR2 Roadster, with the 165 Warren Allen car not able yet to get past it, although it might do now along the Bentley Straight, with the MR2 having just dropped a wheel over the edge of the road. So they head down the Bentley Straight, and yeah, the Porsche does get a head down fairly easily and chases after the Wayne Lewis car. It's about 4 seconds behind that at the beginning of the lap, but as Josh said a few minutes ago, both on the previous lap, both of the 2 leading cars, Hugh Gurney and the Gardner BMW, both did personal best lap times in the 2:07, the low 2:7s as well.
Looks like it might be his son, Stuart, driving the MR2 at the moment, looking at the helmet colours there. And he doesn't do that much racing nowadays, does he, after being a contender in the MR2 Championship a few years ago.
Yeah, he did a few races last year, didn't he, I think, in the MR2s, but I think it's the first time he's been out this year.
Yeah, nothing sort of as constant as previously, has he? Where Dad Mick's competes about every single MR2 race that he can.
Yeah, and sadly Mick's daughter, Maxine, had a big collision at Alton Park last weekend, badly damaging her car, but I think she'll get a new car built up. It was a sort of an incident where she was taking it forward and ended up connecting with the Tim Herron MR2 on the way down to Cascades in the opening lap of a wet race. So we are into the final 10 minutes of the race now. Hugh Gurney leading by 1.4 seconds from the Gardner car, and they're both about a quarter of a minute ahead of the battle for third, which is now a battle between Wayne Lewis and Warren Allen in the Porsche.
We've lost David Vincent, who was there inside the top 6. I think he was in 6th position in his Honda Civic. He has not come round to complete his 14th lap. The leaders are completed 15 now, so that means we've got the 5 Class A cars out front before Liam Crilly's Class B lead in BMW Z4. And I think now Christopher Freeman's starting to close that gap back in to Crilly. I think that was something like 9 seconds when I looked earlier. It's now at 5, so Chris Freeman going after Liam Crilly for the Class B lead.
Yeah, so that seems to be the way of it, with the race coming into its closing stages. There's the 1, 2, 3 car again. That's the Nick Ramsden car.
That's in 30th position. Just done a personal best lap.
Okay, relatively inexperienced driver, so getting more experience under his belt all of the time.
Here's Freeman, and Liam Crilly in front of him has got a 54-second penalty to be added to the end of the race.
And David Sheed has also got a 48-second penalty on notice, so
this is going to give Freeman the lead of Class B, and John Atherton will come up to 2nd and Paul Bancroft 3rd, so all changed because of those penalties.
And that'll be for a pit lane infringement of some kind, whether it's a short stop or speeding in the pit lane, possibly something like that. That'll be what that is for, with that very specific number of seconds, so that does change things around somewhat.
Lead gap down to 9/10 of a second as David Gardner continues to catch Hugh Gurney. They're 17 seconds now ahead of Wayne Lewis, who's being caught by Warren Allen. There's a spinner. That is Vikram Sudhira, who seemed to have got a bit of action today in that car. He's going to get back going, though, in the Boxster.
Yeah, absolutely right. And passes the green flag, which I think was for his spinning car. And green flag, well, maybe it's not, because it's still out there. So maybe someone else has gone off.
So just making sure everybody had seen the green flag, who may have seen the yellow.
Yeah.
There's second, and there's the leader. So there is Hugh Gurney. We're into the final 8 minutes of the race now, so something like 4 laps to go. The E46 M3 of Gurney leads it then. And he turns his way down into Williams, lights ablaze. And if anything, is he getting away from David Gardner on this lap? The gap was 9/10 of a second. We will see Gurney out tomorrow too in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And if you like BMWs, that's one to watch. Yes, the gap has gone out somewhat, hasn't it, from 9/10?
Yeah, certainly has. So Hugh Gurney looking a little bit more comfortable now as we move into the closing portion of this race. We're already into the closing portion of this race, I suggest, but he's looking a bit more comfortable now in the lead of the race.
Not sure if Gurney's won one of these road sports races before. I think he's won in other 45-minute type races, but not sure he's took a road sports victory before, and this is a good chance for him.
Certainly is. Certainly didn't get one last year. So, just looking in Class B, how's that going to shape up with Crilly's penalty? Well, that's going to go the way of Christopher Freeman, isn't it, I would think. Comfortably is about... Would you take out the penalty-laden drivers? It's Freeman from John Atherton there, I think.
And Paul Bancroft third, possibly, yes.
Yeah.
Third change through has gone
yes.
Warren Allen. So Warren Allen up to third. He's got himself ahead of Wayne Lewis, and perhaps you'd expect Wayne Lewis not to be quite as quick as his teammate. He's still setting decent lap times, but not quite enough to keep the Porsche at bay. There goes Gurney. He's just lapping David Drinkwater, who still leads Class D. He's just done a personal best lap, 2:23.7 for him. So that puts him in the class lead by a decent margin of half a minute over the Nissan Almera, the Cogswell and Gillam car. Third still Douglas Inglis, so that stayed the same since the stops.
John Atherton's now got a 50-second penalty as well, so it's all the Class B, well, not all quite all, but several of the Class B drivers that have been burdened by these penalties
all
now.
the contenders. That means it's Christopher Freeman from Paul Bancroft now, doesn't it?
And I've got a feeling Liam Crilly might have 2 penalties. I think he's going to have a 5-second penalty as well, because there is now a 5-second penalty board being shown from the Gandry opposite us as well.
Yeah, it says plus 54, plus 5 now, so that makes 59. I think I've counted that one right.
Yeah.
So that may put Josh Johnson onto the class podium, yes, because he's 46 seconds, I think that said, behind Liam Crilly, which is less than 59. I can do that bit of maths. So that means Josh Johnson, who's had some dramas in this race, could get a class podium out of it, thanks to some errors from others in front.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Hugh Gurney, though. He's working the 18th lap, and this is going to take him up to about 41 minutes in this race, isn't it? So hopefully 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Just coming up to lap the Lloyd Fountain MG Maestro. There's an interesting colour scheme on that car. but yeah, let's...
Do you reckon it's bits that he could find? And
yeah, however much paint he could find in various colours, possibly.
Now, the Gardner car lost a lot of time on the last lap, a slow lap. So is that a problem? Will he be back up to speed, or is this going to give Warren Allen and Wayne Lewis a chance to gain a place? There is Josh Johnson, who we'd been mentioning, just behind Stuart Pywell's colourful BMW, the car that Kevin Denwood is sharing with him this week or today.
Yeah.
Pywell will drive that car tomorrow, and Kevin Denwood will drive a different one in the car club race. And they're about to be lapped, aren't they, by the leader?
They are indeed. There's Hugh Gurney, number 91 then.
And the second place car, another slower lap for David Gardner, so he's almost been caught by Warren Allen, who's just done a PB. So some kind of problem with that E36. It looks like it's sort of drivable at not a disgraceful pace, and probably I wouldn't be able to do a 2 minutes 18 round Snetterton, but not a good enough pace to hang on to a podium, I don't think.
No, Warren Allen did just do his best lap of the race as well, I should say, 8.64.
Yes, that's 2 personal bests on a trot, I think, for him.
But it's the best lap of the race is still with the guy that's retired, hasn't it?
Yes.
Bradley Philpott.
Just 2:07.22 for him compares to 2:07.24 for Hugh Gurney. Here is the battle of a second. So David Gardner with 1.4 seconds ahead at the beginning of the lap. He looks decently quick through here. Now I wonder if he's stuck in a gear, and that's why he's okay through here. Not unless all is solved and he can push on again, we shall see.
Well, this is where you'll find out, isn't it, down the straight. No, it looks to be making decent progress down the straight, just lapping that was David Drinkwater's car, I think, wasn't it, as well?
strange, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe there's something intermittent that's been sort of, either it's just had 2 small mistakes on both of the previous laps. I mean, the Porsche does go ahead, but not as easily as you thought it might do, looking at the lap time. So the Porsche does go up to second place. Warren Allen 165 now, up into P2 though.
Indeed, he started on the 4th row of the grid. Actually, so did the car. He's battling with both these cars starting on the 4th row. And the BMW's fighting back, isn't it? 2 wheels on the grass, I think, there for David Gardner. He's trying to get back ahead of Warren Allen. They're lapping that's the MX-5 there, one of the slower cars. That's Nick Fontana, who's done a few of these road sports races now. But certainly that M3 is back up to pace, no doubt about it. 1 lap to go, so it'll be a 20-lap race for road sports, and it's side by side for second place as David Gardner fights back on the outside line on the way into Ritchie's. So he's trying to get back into second place. So I don't think Wayne Lewis will be for the podium, it would seem now, and it's all about this battle for second on the last lap.
Yep, so the Porsche ahead at the moment. Hugh Gurney 20 seconds clear of this battle for second place then.
It's a great GT battle, isn't it? Porsche and BMW.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Especially two German brands which fight at battles at places like the Nürburgring.
Yeah, you just sense that the BMW's not got the fight here. They've gone and just to take it to the Warren Allen Porsche in the final lap of this race now. Although if traffic does come into play in the last few corners, then you never know, do you? Half a lap still to go.
Side by side across the line for the Class C lead. Neil Savage was absolutely level with Matthew Creed. 100th of a second separated the two of them. So that's a battle for a class victory right to the end.
And very out of shape there was the Porsche, and also I think to some extent the BMW as well there, as they went through Oggy. So they're now heading onto the Bentley Straight for the final time. David Gardner then heading on to the Bentley Straight. Porsche ahead of him under the vehicle bridge they're about to go, and into the left-hand up rumble. But yeah, the Porsche I think has got this one sewn up in 20 seconds up the road, and therefore heading towards Murray's by now. There he is. It's the number 91 car of Hugh Gurney then. So it's been a good performance this from Hugh. Started the race on pole position. Hasn't really done too much wrong, I don't think, the whole race through. And he is about to take the checkered flag. There it is. He's won the race. Hugh Gurney, the second winner this season in the Tagiwa Road Sports Series race out to Bradley Philpott at Silverstone in August. Second place, and I'm thinking it's going to be the Warren Allen Porsche, but we'll wait for confirmation of that when he comes through, which shouldn't be too far away now. He's about 20 seconds behind the leaders. He does. Yep, there he is. There's Warren Allen takes second place. And here's what's going on in Class C. And
it is Neil Savage ahead, isn't it, of Matthew Creed. Creed is pretty new to racing, actually, I think, in that Clio. And they've got a bit of traffic. That's not helping Neil Savage out, is it? He's always having to lean alongside the Porsche, but he's got ahead of it and managed to gap the Clio because of it. So that was perhaps needing to be aggressive through the traffic, but it's worked out for him. Now he's got to slow the car down for Murray's. He's done that okay. Not sure if this car's actually won a race in Class C before. It won races in Class D but got upgraded, didn't it? So Sam McKee and Neil Savage are victorious in Class C, are they? Yes, they are, just ahead of Matthew Creed. So great there, 45-minute race. We didn't have any interruptions in the restarted version of it. And I was battling for class, went down to just a second at the end, and a change pretty much on the last lap.
Yep, so the winner, number 91, Hugh Gurney, by 20.25 seconds from number 165, Warren Allen, 65. David Gardner and Shamil's were third in the 65 BMW, fourth to number 26, Paul Cook, and Wayne Lewis up from the back of the grid then from the restarted race. Fifth to number 16, Nick Vaughan in his Audi A3, who started on the front row.
And on that last lap of the race, on the road, Christopher Freeman got ahead of Liam Crilly. So another class change, although he didn't actually need to do that. Pass on the road for Christopher Freeman to win Class B.
Yeah, and he was sixth overall then, number 14. Seventh on the road, number 12, Liam Crilly, but he's got 59 seconds of penalties to be added to his time. Eighth on the road, number 13, David Jude with 48 seconds of penalties. Ninth, number 88 with 50 seconds of penalties is John Atherton. 10th, number 25, Darren Ball, the Class A driving his Porsche Cayman. 11th, number 53, Paul Bancroft in the Honda Civic. 12th, number 21, Josh Johnson, who will be... he's not yet come through, has he? But I think he might be second.
Although, if he was lapped by the leader...
Yes. that will mean that those penalties sort of don't push them back another lap, do they? So that would be Josh Johnson 12th. 13th to the Class C winners, Sam McEwan, Neil Savage, number 36. 14th, number 23, Matthew Creed in the Renault Clio. 15th, the 808 car, Mick and Stuart Nichols in the MR2 Roadster. What about Class D then, Josh?
Just looking at the Class B first of all, with those penalties working it out, I think Bancroft to be second and Crilly actually was to be on the podium because of Josh Johnson not getting that extra lap in. But Class D, that went to David Drinkwater, so it's his second win of the day. He beat the Nissan Almera, the Cogswell and Gillam car, and then third was Douglas Inglis, so they stayed as they were. But a good race there after the oddity, the first try around. Once we got going, it was all good, wasn't it? Full 45-minute of racing without any interruptions, and good class battles as well. Bit of lap traffic, and it all looked to go pretty smoothly. So I think that went as once it got going properly in as well as it could have done.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we'll see some of these cars out again tomorrow, either in the BMW Car Club or in Club Enduro. Some of them as well to the two categories that we've got tomorrow that aren't represented here today.
And two races with absolutely massive grids. I think
yes,
something like 37 BMWs and 47 in Club Enduro, although we may lose one or two perhaps before tomorrow. But real strength in this difficult season from the 750 Motor Club. Really good grids throughout the course of the weekend, and a big track like Snetterton really suits big grid races, doesn't it, with plenty of room to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully shortly we'll be able to hear from Hugh Gurney, our race winner. I can see, I think that's you there with Matt Suckling. We'll be able to head over there, all being well, in a moment to hear from them. But we're going to get the cars onto the circuit next for the handicap race for the historic 750 Formula. You can see there the officials ready with the Union flag to flag the cars off at intervals. And we'll tell you more about that in just a minute once the cars have been brought out onto the circuit, and hopefully we've managed to hear from our race winner from the Tiggy-Wa Road Sports Series. We've got the cars coming onto the grid for the historic 750 Formula handicap race. Now it's going to be a 6-lap race, although several drivers will have one credit lap, which means that they will only need to complete 5 laps. We'll try and explain all of this as we go along in just a moment, but it will take some following.
No green flag lap for this.
No, of course. So
yeah, so because of that small delay, amazingly, there's presumably no cars to pick up from that 40-plus car field. That we can absolutely get on with this with the next race, with cars lining up on the grid. As Ian said, if you've not seen a handicap race before, you may find this challenging to follow, but we shall do our best to keep you up to date with how it's working.
okay, so let's tell you about how this grid lines up then. So first off, we've got the cars which should be on the front row 26 and 18, which should be Mike Whitby and Tim Roebuck, but Tim Roebuck not there, I don't think. We saw him retire from the earlier race. And then the second row should be 21 and 52, which should be Alf Rayling Cork, who is there. 52 is not, which is Mark Elder. He was also a retirement from earlier on. And then 67 on the third row. Now, they all go off first of all, and none of them have got any credit laps, so they've got to do 6 laps. And they have to do the full distance. Then the next wave of cars has 7, which is Graham Wilson, 42, which is Tim Sage in the Malek, and 78, Kevin Welsh in the Warren, and they all start off 15 seconds later. And bearing in mind, I think that this handicap will have been influenced probably by the different conditions we had earlier on as well. Then both the next wave of cars, they start off 35 seconds later, and they have 1 credit lap, so they have to do 5 laps, so that's 10 and 98, which is Stuart Rose's Austin Ulster, and John Moss also in an Austin 7 Ulster as well. And then the fourth wave of cars set off after 55 seconds, that's 62 and 23, which is Johnny Sadler and Lyndon Thruston in the DNC. Neither of them have credit laps. Then the fifth wave of cars start off after 1 minute and 5 seconds. 8, 72 and 1 have no credit laps. So that is Martin Dapper, and Trevor Slatter and Gregor Thruston. Starting at the same time, we're seeing Grant, who has 1 credit lap. There's no more than 1 credit lap. Starting on his own at 1 minute 30 is car 200, Christian Pedersen, who won race 1. And then the remaining cars all have 1 credit lap and start a bit later. So the 7th wave of cars has 22 and 4 on it, which is Charlie Plain-Jones in his Austin 7 County Special and Simon Gallen's Austin 7. They start at 1:55 and starting at 2 minute 10 after the first car, 11, 19 and 28, which is James Miles in his Austin 7 Special, 19 John Ingram in the Aftermark 2, and 28 Simon Blakeney-Edwards in the Austin 7. And the idea of all of this, as the first cars are released to start their race, is that they should all, in theory, cross the finish line at exactly the same time. That is the theory of the handicap race, and that they've been given this penalty of time and laps to try and equalise their performance, and in theory all of them finish at precisely the same time. So the cars are flagged off at intervals, as we say. We've had the first 2 waves go off.
Now we have got a full track, like you were saying, Ian, has made the handicap rather challenging, hasn't it? And perhaps somebody that hadn't gone so well in the dam may go better in this handicap.
I suspect that will be the case, because I think some of the historic 750 Formula cars from Class C have been given actually fairly generous handicap in what is now dry conditions, I would suggest. And some of the Austin 7s may have been given maybe a reasonably tough job to do. This should be a quick pairing going there, which was the Lyndon Thruston and Johnny Sadler pairing.
Just looking at the results from race 1, everybody did 5 laps in that earlier race, and the margin from the winner to last, 3 minutes 52. That's not something you see very often in a British motor race, is it? They're the kind of gaps you see at the Nürburgring and really nowhere else.
Well, and the point is in this one, we shouldn't have a gap from first to last of anything like 3 minutes 52. That's the theory. They're doing 6 laps this time, the quicker cars.
Yes, this race will probably be, well, I know it is dry, isn't it? You say maybe over 15 minutes, but now it's dry, maybe not. And there goes Christian Pedersen, who won the first race. So he beat Martin Depper by 41 seconds in the damp. Yeah, but he's only starting, 25 seconds behind him, isn't he? So they have sort of cut that down a bit. We've got a couple of the Austin 7s together here. That's 98, the first of those. He didn't race earlier, John Moss, in the Ulster, so he's obviously got whatever issues from earlier sorted. And car 10, Stuart Rose, and he only did 1 lap in the earlier race, so both of them good to see them out after problems earlier on. Yeah,
absolutely right. It's good to see them make it out for the handicap race here at the end of the day.
Here's Martin Depper and Trevor Slatter. We've seen some good battles between the two of them over the course of the season. They've both won twice, once at Mallory and once at Anglesey each, so they should have a good battle. Here is 67. 67 is Paul Mason, isn't it? Who turns his way there just ahead of one of the Austin 7s. You were with us earlier. Great number of Austin 7s here today at Snetterton, and really Austin 7, the car that got the 750 Motor Club going all those years ago, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in 1939, when the 750 Motor Club was launched, it was really very much all about the Austin 7 and cars of its ilk. It's been synonymously linked with the 750 Motor Club ever since, although the activities, particularly in the last 20 years of the 750 Motor Club, have become increasingly diverse, more focused on racing than Austin 7 activities than they were. And I think that's probably just the natural cycle of things in the world of motorsport and motoring. We have had cars over the line now to complete their opening laps. So Mike Whitby leading by 5 seconds at the end of lap 1 from Paul Mason and Alfred and Cork, and about 5 seconds behind that you've got Kevin Welsh and then Graham Wilson in 5th.
So of course the cars with credit laps will slot in ahead of those once they come through, won't they?
Yes, they will.
But so Mike Whitby, just to put into perspective from earlier, his best lap in the damp was a 3:25. His lap from a standing still start is a 3:05, so 20 seconds quicker than he was doing earlier on this afternoon.
It's number 28, which is Simon Blakeney-Edwards, drive from Shepton Mallet in the Austin 7.
Now, to make this even more difficult for the handicappers, it was Archie Waterfield that drove that car in the earlier race. That's a shared car, I believe, for today. Good to see the Blakely Edwards family out here, because we see them down at sort of Goodwood, don't we? So good to see. It's which family member is it today? Simon, isn't it? Of course, Pat Blakely Edwards, real front runner of these types of races.
There's the Warren, driven by Kevin Welsh, number 78 car, a historic 750 Formula car, very idiosyncratic, as you can see with its design. Look at those upright exhausts, very unusual design feature. And that was the car that was rebuilt at the Race Retro Show a few years ago now.
So the actual leader is Stuart Rose, isn't it? Him and John Moss, who had the biggest advantage thanks to the handicap, are a couple of seconds apart after their first fly-in lap. Here's Mike Whitby, who was the first driver to get away, but has got to do one more lap than Rose and Moss.
And Paul Mason is catching him as well in the number 67 car, and that's the Aspley. We've seen Paul Mason race in lots of different historic 750 Formula cars down the years. I remember him racing the Hague at one point, and many of the cars have Reliant 850cc engines, which the main 750 Formula Championship ran for many years, up until the early 2000s, when the 1108cc Fiat Fire engine gradually took over. There we're watching the 200 car of Christian Pedersen making his way through. Now, he was the winner of the scratch race earlier on today, of course, so he's expected to be the fastest driver on circuit, ordinarily.
You mentioned Mike Whitby was being caught by Paul Mason. Well, they're both being caught by Kevin Welsh in the Warren, who's just done a 2 minutes 46, which is significantly quicker than we've seen any of these cars go all day. There's a change. That's Christian Pedersen getting ahead of Greg and Fruston. Perhaps Greg and Fruston hasn't been given the kindest of handicaps here, you would suggest.
That did strike me as a little bit unfair, that he was being given the same as Trevor Slatter and Martin Depp, who've done much of the winning this season, and are right together again, as they have been for a lot of the year so far. Those two. So at the end of the previous lap, they were in 15th and 16th place, just about to come through to complete their second lap, and they're pretty much side by side as they do so, and up into 14th and 15th places respectively now, those two.
They are 13 seconds away from the lap record, and they're not going any quicker than Kevin Welsh, which bodes well for Welsh. Pedersen now does the best lap, 2 minutes 40. That's still 7 seconds off of Michael Harvey's lap record. There is Kevin Welsh. Now, is he one to watch with those lap times? Has he got ahead of Mason and Whitby now, I wonder? He was catching them quickly, and as they're not in front of him, I would suggest the Warren has passed them, which would put him 8th, and which means all the cars in front are all Austin 7 Class A cars.
Yeah, that'd be right, wouldn't it? Christian Pedersen's done the best lap of the race now, 2:40.87, classified 17th. There's Lyndon Fruston, number 23, one of the prime movers behind the historic 750 Formula as well. And there's Johnny Sadler, number 62. They set off together, so Lyndon has managed to put quite a bit of daylight between himself and Johnny Sadler. That's the old John Gaskin car, like John Gaskin, who was such a great supporter of historic 750 Formula, or 750 Trophy, as it used to be known in the days that that John was around it.
He had been passed by Christian Pedersen, so perhaps again Sadler was someone that wasn't given the best handicap for him. So Pedersen has gained a couple of positions from the start of the race.
Still leading on our time screens is Stuart Rose, the 70-year-old from Uckfield. He's had this car for 10 years. He's raced and hill climbed this car and sprinted it with VSCC over the last 10 years. He previously had another Ulster back in the late 1970s, and he used to race a Morris Minor in the Classic Saloon Car Club races, which became Classic Touring Car Racing Club.
He's got a good
when that was
beard
first
as well.
formed. Yeah.
don't normally see facial features on racing
No,
drivers, do
no,
we?
but
we can see that on Stuart as he turns his way through, what was that, Oggies, leading by 5 seconds, like you say. He didn't get much of the race earlier, just did one lap. And through he turns.
Yep.
Onto the back straight, but the pace of Simon Gallen is good. Car number 4.
22 seconds a lap faster, isn't he?
So he should pass the top 2. So is it Simon Gallen for the win? That is quite a strong possibility, I reckon.
Yeah, his lap time's 2:57. The best lap time is Christian Pedersen at 2:40, and he's a long way behind still. And yeah, I think Simon Gallen for the victory here is a good shout, actually.
Kevin Welsh is going to gain a lot of positions. I don't think he's got the pace to catch Gallen. Here he is, then Welsh. And a good shot of those upward exhausts that Ian mentioned. Pedersen's now done a 2:35, so he's gained another 5 seconds on his lap time, which is getting closer to that lap record of Michael Harvey. Here's James Miles. He went well in the damp this morning, didn't he?
Yeah, 6th overall in the scratch race earlier on today.
And he's actually 6th at the moment in this. But he is going to be caught and passed by Kevin Welsh before too much longer, you'd think.
That's the number 19 car. That's John Ingram in the Arthur Mark II, another of the Reliant engined cars for the driver from Whitney.
So we've got everybody on the same lap now, so as you'd expect, halfway through, and only 1 lap credit given to that driver, Stuart Rhodes, as he completes 4 laps, so there's still 2 to go.
Yeah, so what's his gap now over the rest? That's the Simon Gallen car that's just come through, I think, isn't it? In 2nd place, and he's 8.94 seconds behind, and he's lapping 23 seconds faster than Stuart Rose.
And that lap from Simon Gallen is only 6/10 away from the lap record of Class A, so that's a really good effort. So he didn't go so well in the damp this morning, although he did actually finish 2nd in Class A after Elder and Roebuck retired. But he's going really well in these dry conditions. The lap record was with Ian Grant. Not sure Ian's out in this race, is he?
No, I don't think he made it out, unfortunately.
There's Kevin Welsh. Got his arm up on the sort of roll cage of that car. I'm not sure if that's what you call it, but
It's just a relaxed approach, isn't it? And one of them has stopped.
Is that Gregan Fruston?
I think it could be, although it's hard to tell. I think it probably is, yeah. All out of the race anyway, which is a shame. So we're on to the penultimate lap of this race for Stuart Rose, but there's Simon Gallen now. Simon Gallen managed to get into the lead, car number 4. Well, he has now, just as I say that. So Simon Gallen takes the lead then, and Stuart Rose, number 10, goes down into 2nd place. So I can't see that there's anyone that's going to catch him. It's showing Archie Waterfield again in this race on our timer screen, but that was a car that was shared with Simon Blakeney Edwards, so one or other of those. Lapping in similar times to Simon Gallen is the point, though, but 30 seconds adrift.
Yeah, so again, both of those drivers lapping very quickly for Class A machinery. As I say, right on lap record pace. And comes over the brow of the very small hill
Yeah.
over down the Bentley Straight. So Simon Gallen looking good to win this. He's got 1.5 laps still to do, though. A single seat Austin 7, this, isn't it?
Yeah. Similar concept to Pedersen's, I guess.
But without the supercharger.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, and retirement. Well, is the 28 car that's out now, which is either Archie Waterfield or Simon Blakeney Edwards, which kind of makes that a moot point.
Shame, because what we're really seeing today is some new Class A drivers coming through, aren't we?
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll continue next year. Simon Gallen and Archie Waterfield, and obviously this morning or earlier this afternoon we saw Mark Elder as well. So if we see all those guys out to take it to Timothy Roebuck and Alfred in Cork, I think we should have a pretty interesting season within the within the Austin 7 field.
It'd be lovely to see more of them out on a regular basis next year in the historic 750 Formula Series. Which will no doubt be determined in the coming weeks. Still uncertainty hanging over motorsport, as there is everything else at the moment, but we'll be planning ahead for the 2021 750 Motorsport season So it's Simon Gallen now leading by 15 seconds at the end of lap 5 from Stuart Rose in second place. I think the handicap's aim of getting everyone to cross the finish line at the same time is possibly going to go right here, but nevertheless,
Yeah, because
it will have provided a different winner.
originally we thought the 750 Formula cars were going to come strong, but it's a little bit too far away, aren't they?
Well, they've not put in, to be quite honest, the lap times I thought they would do. So if I look at people I thought would be quick, like Martin Depper and Trevor Slater, Martin Depper has landed on a 2:38, to be fair to him, so he's lapping sort of 16 seconds faster than Simon Gallen on that lap, but it's too late, isn't it?
If you look at that lap record of Michael Harvey, they're 5 seconds away still, Martin Depper, in a similar type of car.
Yeah.
And we've seen Martin Depper win races before, so there's no reason why he shouldn't have got there, you wouldn't think. Now, has he been passed by Christian Pedersen? Not quite. Has Pedersen had an issue? 'Cause I thought he was catching them. But he hasn't come through.
No, it doesn't look like he has. It was a slightly slow lap on his previous lap, but yeah, I've not seen him come through this time.
Knew we lost the Austin 7, the 28 car, but we also seem to have lost Pedersen. So that'd be both the single seat, or two of the... no, it wasn't a single seat car for Waterfield, was it? But it is for Pedersen. There's the other single seat car.
Simon Gallen in the lead, yeah, and he's heading down the Bentley Straight for the 6th and final time in this historic 750 Formula Handicap race, which he's dominating, really. Normally you get a much tighter finish at the end of a handicap race than this.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to win by about half a minute, I reckon, which it's pretty unheard of, isn't it? But we suggested this could be an issue with the wetter conditions, and I don't think we've seen much of Simon Gallen before, so even previous lap times weren't really possible to look at.
Of course, another event featuring a handicap is the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone next Saturday. And of course that means that anyone in any type of car could be capable of an overall win, so it could be even something like one of the classic stock hatch cars. Pip Hammond, I think, going to be out in his Nova, the new classic stock hatch champion. So anybody could win on handicap, which is the real prize in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race, not the scratch win. Anyway, here comes Simon Gallen through Murray's for the final time, and he's not really had much of a race on. He's had to get past one or two of the slower cars, but he's going to come up to the line here. Checkered flag is made ready, and Simon Gallen then, in his Austin 7, wins the historic 750 Formula Handicap race, a hand in the air to acknowledge the checkered flag, but it's going to be quite a long gap, I think, back to the second place car. Who do we reckon that is going to be? Charlie Plain Jones, possibly?
Well, is it still Stuart Rose in P2? But like you say, Plain Jones is catching at pace. There he is.
There he is, but running out of time because they're coming up to the line. I think it is going to be Stuart Rose then that holds on to take second position in his Austin 7. Up to the line.
There's a number of cars behind though, so we may have got Simon Gallen's handicap a bit wrong, but the rest are pretty close.
Yeah, Charlie Plain Jones it is that comes through in third place, number 22. Fourth place over the line now comes Kevin Welsh. That's in the Warren. And yeah, this is how it should have been. They're all coming over the line together. Fifth, number 98, John Moss in the Austin 7 Ulster. Sixth place, number 11, number 8, should say, Martin Depper in the Centaur Mark 14. Seventh, number 72, Trevor Slater in the Centaur Mark 11. Eighth, number 11, James Miles in the Austin 7 Special. Ninth, number 26, Mike Whitby in the Jeffrey. 10th, number 23, Lyndon Fuster in the DNC. 11th, number 7, Graham Wilson in the Time 3B. And what was it, 10 seconds covering 8 cars there, I think. Yeah. So that worked reasonably well.
Yes, it's Simon Gallen's done a bit of fooling, hasn't he? With a 40-second minute, actually, but it was over half a minute. But yeah, after him, it was pretty good, wasn't it? But particularly those 8 cars, as you say, separated by 10 seconds. But yeah, well done to him. And sometimes the drivers don't actually realise where they're finished, do they? So it may be a surprise, Simon Gallen, when he gets to hopefully speak too much. But these are the right cars to do a handicap race for, aren't they? You don't see many of them anymore. But vintage type cars are the type of cars that enjoy a handicap, and drivers tend to enjoy them as well. When we spoke to them after races, and we normally do about one a year, don't we? Yeah.
Of course, you used to quite often have a handicap race, sort of an all-comers handicap race at the end of a race meeting. Often a 750 Motor Club race meeting at Mallory would end with an all-comers handicap race, where any of the drivers from any of the categories that have been racing during the day could take part.
Do Do you remember this morning where we went from historic 750 Formula to bike sports?
Yes.
Well, we go from historic 750 Formula to F1000 next.
It's the contrasts, isn't it, that really make it.
Yeah, we just had a comment on the stream from Matthew Manette, who should have been racing in that, just saying about the speed differential from this to the next race.
Well, hopefully we are going to be able to hear from Simon Gallen. I can see that Matt's getting ready in the interview area just across the road from us. So we're just about to get ready for that. And in a moment we will hand down, and then we'll look forward to the first of 3 races this weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Right, I think we probably are now ready over there on the other side. So let's head down once again to Matt Suckling with a race winner.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, hopefully our problems are fixed now. We're down here with our race winner from that historic 750 Formula handicap race. Simon, that worked really well for you. You came out as race winner.
It did. It was quite a surprise because I seem to have spent most of the time on my own, just chasing everybody else. So yeah, I was quite surprised when I went past my wife and she went like that at the end. So I figured we'd done well.
You just came into us there and said there's a few problems, a bit of oil leaking maybe?
Yeah, my right foot was sliding around quite a bit, so there's some oil coming through. But this is actually the first time out with this car. It's one of Alex Miles' pigsty specials, and it's just performed brilliantly to handle as well as it did in the wet this morning as well. Was great.
And these kind of handicap races are brilliant because it kind of shakes up the order, it gives someone else a chance, and it's just kind of interesting to see who's going to come through first.
Yeah, it does, because we're constantly trying to get more and more people into the sport, so constantly you have to mix the grids up and stuff. So when you get a handicap race, everyone's got a chance, as I've just proven. Yeah, it's good.
Enjoyed it and enjoyed Snetterton today?
Absolutely fantastic. First time here, so really enjoyed it.
Brilliant stuff. Well done to you. Congratulations on the handicap win there. A great drive in the number 4 machine. So brilliant stuff there. We did mention and did see actually Christian Pedersen, the race 1 winner, was out unfortunately down at the bomb hole. I saw that on the cameras. So he didn't get through, the race 1 winner, but new winner in this one from the number 4 machine, doing a fantastic job. So that's the historic 750 Formula done. We now move on to some great racing.
And it's the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship coming up next. Cars will shortly be released out onto the circuit. Sadly, they're going to be without Mark Betts. He is not going to make it out, I am told by the coordinator, Sarah Fraser. What else is she telling me? She's telling me all this live via Twitter, which is helpful. Nikita Abramov will be on the back of the grid, so he will be starting on the back, although he's not showing on our published grid. Jack Tomlin has had an engine change after some issues in qualifying this morning. That's quite significant because Jack, one of the front runners in the championship as well. So we'll see how he sort of feeds into things with his dramas this morning. He's only going to line up on row 6 of the grid. A few other dramas have had issues during the course of the weekend as well. I can tell you that Andrew Wheels, he missed most of yesterday's test day. He was fixing a clutch and had an off in qualifying as well, and off to BMTR to get some new tyres as well. BMTR, the regular tyre suppliers to F1000, they run in F1000 a bespoke tyre and particular compound, and every weekend BMTR here to support the F1000 Championship. So many thanks to Sarah for sending us all of this information from her home, but at least she's able to watch us on the live stream. Couple of cars to collect then, as you can see from the previous race, the historic 750 Formula handicap race. So let's tell you about how the grid's going to line up for this one then. I can tell you on pole position, it's going to be the returning Rob Wellham, number 5, the Suffolk driver, racing at his local circuit. He's missed the first couple of meetings this year at Silverstone and Alton Park with engine issues. And he is returning then to the scene of his victories, 2 victories he had at this meeting at the end of last year. So it's a happy hunting ground for him, Snetterton. We will see what he can do from pole position. Alongside him on the grid is number 4. That's Dan Gore. Dan, who had 1 second place finish, but really hasn't had much of a season to write home about so far, lying 14th in the championship. So again, a driver keen to improve his fortunes compared to where they have been during the course of this year. Second row of the grid we'll have on the inside number 1, that's Matthew Booth. He, of course, is the reigning champion. It was his first season in F1000 last year as the F1000 moved across to join the 750 Motor Club for the first time. Matt had been a champion previously with the 750 Motor Club in Sports Specials back in 2016 and added the F1000 title last year. So far this season, he is running in 4th place in the championship, level on points actually with Adam Walker on 82. That's number 1, Matthew Booth, on the inside of the second row of the grid. And next to him will be the number 37 car, Ben Powney, who, for the purposes of this weekend, I believe is running in the invitation class rather than the main championship class. And Ben, we've seen out racing this season, winning races in the Mazda 7s. He's also been out in the low cost as well. We've seen him during the course of this year and returning to F1000. Last year he raced here and took the Clubman Cup. Now it is his own Jedi racing car run by TSR, and because the loom isn't to the correct specification, he runs in the invitation class this weekend, but hoping to be into the championship spec for next year. Third row on the inside we'll have the number 2 car, and that will be the championship leader, Dan Clues, who's really got quite a convincing advantage, 29 points coming into this weekend. Dan won all 3 races at Silverstone in August, and he's certainly going to be one to watch from row 3 of the grid. And next to him, the driver that won both of the races at Alton Park, Lee Morgan. Lee, who's been a champion in the past in F1000, he lines up alongside Dan Clues on the third row of the grid, number 56. There's some quick drivers a little bit further back on the grid. Fourth row, number 11, Elliot Mitchell, and he has had a best finish of 4th so far this season, and he is out in the number 11 car. And next to him will be number 42, Paul Butcher, another driver who's not quite had the season he was hoping for, and is 8th in the points at the moment. Row 5 is going to be number 41, Billy Stiles. As you can see, the car's being released from the assembly area out onto the circuit now. Billy Stiles, who I think had a couple of class wins in the Monoposto races at Silverstone last weekend, and those races I think also got him up to the requisite number of races and signatures on his licence to take the novice cross off the back of his car. So his first race free of that, and next to him will be the number 7 car, which is that of James Hills, who's finished all the races so far and is the highest driver in the points yet to have a podium this year. Next up, number 69, this is the inside of row 6. We will have Eddie Falkingham, the driver that switched across from the Clios, and then next to him, number 60, Jack Tomlin, the driver that's second in the points, with 3 podium finishes so far this year, the closest challenger to Dan Clues therefore, but with that engine change since qualifying, I guess there's a bit of an unknown quantity there. Let's hope that Jack can have a strong race. Row 7 on the inside, you've got number 66, which is Max Finthauser, and he is going to be alongside the number 33 car of Rob Bailey, who was the overall Clubman Cup winner in 2019. Then on row 8, it's going to be 29 and 30. That's Dax Ward and Alok Iyengar. And at the back, it's going to be number 9 and number 67, Peter Legge and Andrew Wills. Plus, we should have Nikita Abramov at the back of the grid as well. So, a busy grid we'll have for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. This is going to be round 6 of 10 this season, so at the halfway mark, Josh, and certainly the races you saw at Silverstone, it was a clean slate week for Dan Clues.
Yes, he won all 3 races. Not particularly easy. He had a battle with Dan Gore in the first race, but he had problems then throughout the rest of the weekend. But he was chased by Jack Tomlin in that race, young driver. And then in race 2, of course, that's a reverse grid race, so he had to fight his way through and only passed Paul Butcher, I think, on the last lap of the race. there. And then in race 3, again, it was Dan Gore who was the main chaser. But then when they were at Oulton Park last month, it was Lee Morgan, wasn't it, who won both races, who didn't race at Silverstone thanks to an engine problem after qualifying.
Yeah, and he was in pretty good form there, but Jack Tomlin, particularly in the second race, gave him a good run for his money, as they both came through quite strongly from the reversed grid even that we had for that second race.
Tomlin's going to be interesting here, isn't he, from 12th on the grid, how far up he can get.
Yeah, and how strong is this engine, this spare engine that's been put in the car? That's always the unknown quantity. So these are all Jedi racing cars, and they have 1000cc motorcycle engines in them. They are about as heavy as a fag packet, and they have an excellent power to weight ratio. They really are very quick indeed. There you can see the 55 car of Nikita Abramov at the back of the grid, done some rally crossing.
Really good effort in qualifying from Ben Powney, wasn't it? We hadn't seen him up this high in an F1000 car before. He did a few races last season in the top 10, but he's qualified there on the second row of the grid. In the wet, but obviously all different now, dry race, so that might mean the first couple of laps, as people try and get to the position they wanted to be, could be pretty busy. But Rob Wellham again in wet weather, proving to be the quickest round here at Snetterton and on pole. And this will be his first race of the season, won't it? He qualified at Silverstone, but didn't get to race there. Wasn't at Oulton Park because of the engine dramas at Silverstone, but all fixed, pole position. And he'll be keen to stay in that first position throughout the 15-minute race.
Yeah, absolutely right. Lovely lad as well, Rob. It was so disappointing for him that he couldn't take part in those first 2 meetings of the season, but I think he was quite philosophical about it. And he's back out this weekend. Very well supported driver. Got lots of backing from, in particular, local companies around his patch there in Suffolk, in Ipswich, so not too far away from Snetterton. So I expect he's got some support here this weekend in the spectator areas, even if he can't welcome all of his sponsors into the paddock as normally he would do. But I'm sure he's got support both here at the circuit and on the live stream as well, and very active on social media as well, is Rob.
And it's Dan Gore alongside. He'll be looking for some better luck as well, won't he? Because he hasn't really had huge amounts of it either. It's interesting because, of course, we have had Gore on the podium, but he hasn't really had the results he would have wanted. And neither has Matthew Booth, really, has he? Just a couple of third places starting there in P3. Ben Powney we haven't seen yet. So those first 2 rows, first 4 drivers, haven't had the success that they, or either haven't had the success or haven't had the success that they would have liked yet this season. This is a real opportunity for them. And then you've got Dan Clues and Louis Morgan, the 2 winners, there on row 3. So those first 6 drivers particularly very quick indeed.
Yeah, so it's going to be a fast and furious race. Be interesting to see how close we can get to the lap record, which is a 1:48.2, held by Richard Merchant, multiple champion in this category over the years.
The other interesting thing is if these or bike sports are quicker around Snetterton.
We can't really compare at the moment because of the different conditions, but we do see the bike sports out in a couple of races' time, so that might allow us to do a direct comparison today. 5-second board is about to be shown, so the race is going to get underway. So on the left-hand side of your picture, it's number 5, Rob Wellham. On the outside, it's number 4, which is Dan Gore. Lights go out and away they go, and it's Wellham that's away in front, I think. Certainly is. Dan Gore slotting into second place, and some changes a bit further back. Elliot Mitchell, I think that is, in the green car, getting away fairly rapidly as well.
Clues and Morgan 3rd and 4th, I reckon, both good starts.
Yeah, let's have a look at Wilson then. Yeah, Clues and Morgan. Then Mitchell trying to get up on the inside, a bit sideways there. There's been Powney, number 37, losing places rather than gaining. Then Matthew Booth is there as well in the number 1 car, the burgundy-coloured car. Green flag waving, which suggests someone had a spin. I put Wilson, and he's still off the circuit.
There was 1 car I don't think got away at all, so hopefully that's moving now. I don't know if you've got a better view of that than I.
Not particularly.
Right. Hopefully all is okay. Real battling though going on down there at Agostini, all behind Rob Wellham, who was getting away, I think.
Yeah.
him and Dan Gore.
Yeah, so it's there is, well, Dan Gore's not too far ahead of the blue car, is he? Which is the number 2 machine of Dan Clues, up from the third of the grid.
Wellham's absolutely gone from the rest of them, hasn't he? He's got a couple of second lead already.
Yeah, very good start from Rob Wellham, making up for lost time, clearly. There's the 37 car of Powney once again, just behind Booth. Booth getting alongside Elliot Mitchell, and there's one off there. That is the 66 car. Max Windhauser gets back onto the circuit. Bit of a rough ride on the grass, but hopefully, by the looks of it, no damage done. Maybe if he's got any fillings, they've worked a bit loose. But they turn their way, the leaders, this is, through Nelson now and towards the bomb hole. And so you've got in shot at the moment Elliot Mitchell chasing after Matthew Booth.
Yeah, I think Booth went round the outside of him there into Brundle. We saw before the drama for Windhauser. Booth getting alongside. So there's Wellham leading. There's Gore second. Then Clues, Morgan, Booth. Then it was Walker, Powney and Butcher. So 8 cars, not that far apart as they cross the line for the first time of the race. What's it going to be? Something like an 8-lapper for these cars. And there's the 2 race winners so far this season. Dan Clues and Lee Morgan pretty much together as they make their way down into the Wilson hairpin. Any challenges here? Not between those two, so they stay as they are. Now there's a gap starting to develop between 6th and 7th. Elliot Mitchell to Ben Powney. Rob Bailey, he's had a good start. He started 14th. He's up to 9th, ahead of James Hills. And Jack Tomlin didn't really make the progress. He's 11th.
Yeah, so maybe just trying to run that engine in as well. Of course, it won't have been run, and he's got to effectively do that in the race here. So there you can see Clues and the winner last time out, Lee Morgan, number 56, in one of the Perpetuum Motorsport cars. He and Andrew Wheels are the 2 drivers in the Perpetuum Motorsport team. He's just there behind the number 2 of Dan Clues.
Andrew Wheels, he made a good start. From the back of the grid, he got up to 13th.
Oh, that's excellent after his dramas in qualifying and with little testing yesterday. So there's Elliot Mitchell in 6th position at the moment. Oh, and problems for number 7, I'm afraid. Out of the race goes James Hills, pulls off into the paddock there. He started 10th at the end of lap 1. He was in 10th as well, but James Hills now out of the race.
Looked like he was missing some of the front of the car, so a bit of an incident for him. There's Paul Butcher, who was on the podium at Silverstone. He makes his way through on this second lap. He's 8th in the championship with a 10/10 Motorsport Forum logo on the side. He's got ahead, hasn't he, of Ben Powney on this lap, so that puts him up into 7th. As the field flow their way out of Murray's. There's Matthew Booth, the reigning champion, who's 4th in the championship, or equal 3rd actually, with Adam Walker, who's not here, so he's in 3rd in the championship going into this race. He currently, though, is in 5th position. Behind him, Elliot Mitchell has just done the fastest lap of the race, 152.36. But the top 6 cars, they're all pretty much identical lap times, actually, looking at it.
Yeah, all in the mid-152s, really, give or take, aren't they? So very evenly matched, these F1000 cars. It is still number 5, though, Rob Wellham in the Jedi Racing cars, the works team that leads the way, and he was just over a second ahead of Dan Gore, number 4 at the end of the opening lap. Dan, one of the drivers that's running with Mittal cars, Scott Mittal's team that he and his dad run. Of course, we see the Mittal chassis out in Sports 1000 and Bike Sports as well, but not this weekend. 10 minutes of the race left to go, so already about 2/3 of the way through. There's a yellow flag in the background. I think that was probably on the way out of Wilson, as we switch to see the number 4 car go through. So that is Dan Gore with Dan Clues not too far behind him, putting some pressure on him. Lee Morgan still in 4th, just behind them. They're heading on to the Bentley Straight once again. There you can see the gaps really. Rob Wellham, 1.14 seconds it was at the start of the lap. I think it might have gone out a little bit on this lap, as Elliot Mitchell, who set the fastest lap last time round, sort of jousts with number 1 Matthew Booth. He's got right onto the back of Matthew Booth, but not been able to find a way past him, and really is 5 cars in a row, with Rob Wellham just a little bit further up the road.
Yes, that first half a lap are really good from Rob Wellham. That's what gave him that gap, isn't it? And it's stayed pretty static since then. So it shows you that starts can be pretty important in these types of races. And we saw Clues and Morgan, how good of a start they made, getting themselves ahead of Matthew Booth, and have been able to stay there even though the pace differential is very small. But there's a challenge here from Dan Clues on Dan Gore, going down towards Ritchie's corner, who pulled out to the left-hand side of the circuit, and he swoops round the outside and goes through. So up to second now for Dan Clues from 5th on the grid. This has been a good drive from him, Ian.
Certainly has, and he's the leader on drop scores, 115 to 92 for Jack Tomlin, twice a runner-up in the championship, and he's part of the JFK racing team run by Dan Cook, former Jedi racer himself. So Dan Clues up to second place. The question now is, can he reel in Rob Wellham, who led by 2.5 seconds at the beginning of this 4th lap of the race? Dan Gore and Lee Morgan with the multicoloured helmet going through, and then just behind them Matthew Booth. Elliot Mitchell still right with them as well. There's really not a lot to choose between the lap times of all of these cars.
Jack Tomlin's got to 9th now, so he's gained a couple more positions, but his lap time is not yet there. But let's see with a bit of clear track what he can do. Billy Stiles, the other 16-year-old Motorsport UK Academy graduate, hasn't gone so well. He's dropped down to 15th, unfortunately for him. But he has actually got better lap time than a number of those in front that perhaps he had a bit of an issue earlier. Here comes a challenge from Elliot Mitchell up the inside of Matthew Booth. He got there, he's sideways there, I think, but he didn't quite manage it. But this has been a good drive from Elliot Mitchell to go with these front runners. He's only 9th in the championship with a best result of 4th, so it's a really good run for him.
Had a good run at Alton as well. Nikita Abramov's having a good run here as well, up to 12th place from the back of the grid, so that's worthy of mention.
Now, Ben Powney, he's 8th. That's a reverse grid pole position, isn't it? If we can stay
this is, now we can see what his tactic is. Right, okay, that's what's going on there. Leaders are across the line again to complete lap number 4 now, and the gap from Wellham back to Gore will be revealed on our timer screens in a second. 2.08, so it has come down. Dan Clues on that lap as he overtook Dan Gore, did the best lap of the race, or his best lap of the race, which is 151.40, only 300ths slower than what Wellham had previously managed.
Dan Gore's got a rather train of cars appearing behind him. Lee Morgan, Matthew Booth and Elliot Mitchell absolutely together as they turn their way left out of Palmer, but Dan Gore still there in P3. But perhaps a bit of surprise this after his pace earlier. Look at the move from Elliot Mitchell. He's locked up. He's on the inside of Matthew Booth. I think Lee Morgan saw that and thought, I better brake late as well, and dived up the inside of Dan Gore to get 3rd. So that was all drama down at Agostini. So that was Morgan past Gore and Mitchell ahead of Booth.
It was one of those that you sort of watched, through your fingers, wasn't it? You thought, you thought, this isn't going to work out well. But actually, it did work out all right, both for Mitchell and for Lee Morgan as well. So they are now up into 3rd and to 5th, respectively. Matthew Booth in this sophomore season struggling a little bit compared to his performance in 2019, his first season in the F1000 Championship. Mitchell here trying to make up another place as well, and he's done it. He's up into 4th now. He's on fire in this race, isn't he? I better be careful what I say, because we have had a fire yesterday here at Snetterton testing for Club Enduro, but on great form at least is Elliot Mitchell. Up into 4th place now, and Gore and Booth are drivers that have lost out.
Yeah, it's good to see the progress of drivers like Elliot Mitchell up through the order. Matthew Booth was massively sideways through Coram Curve there. These cars are so fast and so small, they really do move about. Matthew Booth saved it, and now he's trying to go past Dan Gore, round the outside into Ritchie's and goes through to the Mattel Cars Run machine there of Dan Gore that was 2nd early on, has dropped all the way back to 6th. Just makes you wonder if not all is quite well with that.
Meanwhile, Dan Clues has done the best lap of the race now, 151.24. He's got the gap to Rob Wellham down to 1.74 seconds. Not seen an awful lot of Rob on the live stream, unfortunately, but often the case when you get someone who is a little bit further ahead than the rest, and there's good battles going on further down the order. In this case, for the final podium position between 56 Lee Morgan and number 11 Elliot Mitchell.
He's late on the brakes again into the hairpin, but has he gone a bit too wide?
It's not worked out for him this time. It's not as bad as it might have done, but he is still there. Had his first win here and demoted to 2nd after that was deemed to be a false start. It's always been one of his best circuits, and again he's running with the JFK racing team of Dan Cook here this weekend. There's the Perpetual Motorsport car there of number 56 Lee Morgan, a little bit more comfortable now in 3rd place than it was.
He's though a bit behind Dan Clues. There's Rob Wellham. He's still there leading the way, but that gap is coming down to Dan Clues, who, he's been the runner-up for the last couple of years in the championship, hasn't he? But he's doing really well this season. And then wins at Silverstone, couple of podiums at Oulton Park, and looks really good here too with the fastest lap of the race, going at 51.24. But that is still some way away from Richard Mitchum's lap record from quite a few seasons ago. 3 seconds away from that, which just shows how well they were going back then.
Yeah.
Because these top 6 cars are on pretty similar lap times, all in the 1:51s bar Dan Gore actually. So the top 5 cars all in 1:51s. They're going really fast, but how much quicker they went just a few years ago.
Leaders across the line again, and the gap's down to 7/10 of a second now, and here are the leaders. It was the fastest lap of the race for Dan Clues, a 1:50.45 that time, and the 2 leaders right together. So number 5, Rob Wellham from Ipswich, and number 2, Dan Clues from Newcastle. The 2 leaders then right together, so Wellham is not having this all his own way now, and it is the Silverstone treble winner, desperate no doubt not to be a bridesmaid in the championship again this year, that's closed right up on him now. He's close to putting a braking as well for Akashtine, not quite to the extent of Elliott Mitchell a couple of laps ago, but nevertheless the gap has come down, and with 3 minutes to go we'll get 1, possibly even 2 laps at the end of this. It just depends on the time. We're in for a Grand Slam finish, Josh.
Yes, it'd be, I reckon, after 8 laps, we'll be very close to 15 minutes, won't we? So it depends if they flag it a couple of seconds early or they let them have 9 laps. We shall see. But Dan Clues will want as many laps as possible to try and get ahead of Rob Wellham, and Rob Wellham will be saying, put the checkered flag out now while I'm leading. And they're behind. Big move here from Elliott Mitchell up the inside of Lee Morgan. Former champion Lee Morgan gets passed by Elliott Mitchell, who's on to a podium position. Back to the leaders. Dan Clues is still going after Rob Wellham. So some real good moves in this race from Elliott Mitchell. Some real braking moves. It's brave in these types of cars. So quick through Brundle, but a great move that was.
Yeah, no, he's having a really good race, Elliott Mitchell. Star drive for me so far, as Wellham slides the car a little bit through Murray's that time. Clues set the fastest lap of the meeting here back in 2016 with a 1:50.37. Well, he's nearly onto that lap time now. In fact, as they come through, they're not quite as quick that time. Rob Wellham did his PB last time.
Elliott Mitchell does a 1:49, a 1:49.75. I said we were 3 seconds away from the lap record earlier. We're only, 1.5 seconds away now. Elliott Mitchell absolutely starring. Where did he start? He started 7th in this race. He's up to 3rd, fastest driver on the circuit, catching these 2.
Yeah.
He'd like to see them start battling, wouldn't he, and get even closer to them.
He gained a second on the previous lap. Now, this could be the last lap of the race, or we might get one more. We'll just wait and see.
We had, 1 minute 51.3 seconds left, so it's going to be spot on 15 minutes at the end of this lap, isn't it?
Absolutely. So we'll probably both drivers need to work on the basis that it is the final lap at the moment, as they turn their way through Oggies and towards Williams for the final time. I think Elliott Mitchell is going to struggle to catch them before the end of the race. On to the Bentley Straight.
See, Snetterton ace photographer Richard Starr is expecting a photo finish here, and it may well be that, mightn't it? Getting ready for perhaps the Autosport lead picture, if this is going to be as close as it may be between Rob Wellham and Dan Clues as they come nose to tail pretty much. Although Rob Wellham, saying that, he's done good in this last lap, hasn't he? Just to keep that gap to Dan Clues. If anything, he's pulling away on this last lap, which bodes well for him.
Certainly does. Making their way back towards us. It's into Murray's then. The checkered flag is being made ready, I can tell you. So it is going to be the final lap. Rob Wellham will not be disappointed about this whatsoever. He comes up to the line now and takes the checkered flag. He punches the air, as well he might do, because after a season where he's missed half of the races, he's won on his first race back in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, but only by 0.6 per second from Dan Clues. Elliott Mitchell 3rd, Lee Morgan 4th, Matthew Booth in 5th place, Dan Gore in 6th position. The rest of them coming through now, Josh. Paul Butcher, number 42, takes 7th. And then I think we'll have Ben Powley coming through next. But a great drive that from Rob Wellham, but actually from all of those top 3 drivers.
Yes, it was really competitive, wasn't it? After 8 laps, so what's that, 24 miles, the top 5 cars were only separated by 5 seconds. But Rob Wellham, delighted, big fist pumps from the Ipswich-based driver. And again, it's here at Snetterton, where he is a race winner, but he has missed the run into the park firmly, so we may not hear from him.
He was so busy punching the air, wasn't he, that he's missed the turn-in, but that is a shame if we don't get to hear from him at the end of the race because of that.
But yes, so he won in the wet here, didn't he, last year? So this is his first win in the dry, I believe. I think it was just that one win he had last season. So great drive from him, winning by 0.6 of a second from Dan Clue. So he was really under pressure at the end there, wasn't he? But he was able to repel the challenge that we saw from Clues, and we didn't really see a real attack, did we, in the end, never really getting alongside. But Elliot Mitchell, he's going to be one to watch tomorrow, isn't he, after setting the fastest lap. That bodes well for him. 3rd, 4th Lee Morgan, 5th Matthew Booth, 6th Dan Gore, 7th Paul Butcher, and then Ben Powney on his return to F1000 action is due, therefore, to start on pole position tomorrow. And of course, it was only a couple of weeks ago at Mallory Park where he was a race winner in the Mazda 7 Series.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, that is F1000 for today. There's 2 more races tomorrow for these cars. First race tomorrow at 10:40, and then they've got the last race of the weekend as well at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. So that's the F1000s for today.
I'm wondering, even with just 1 drop score in F1000, whether Dan Clues, with such a good result again there compared to his main rivals, Jack Tomlin down in 9th, whether tomorrow could be actually an early championship decider. We'll have to look.
It's possible. We'll get the spreadsheet updated overnight, and it's a definite possibility, I would suggest.
His main rival, and struggling, Jack Tomlin for sure, isn't he? 3 seconds slower than his rivals, and that is just actually 5 seconds off the fastest lap, isn't he? So Jack Tomlin, just isn't on the pace, unfortunately.
Okay, let's go down to Matt Suckling.
Yeah, down here with our second place man in the F1000. Dan, what a fantastic race that was. It was a bit congested at the start, then it was kind of catch-up time for the second half of that race.
Yeah, it was very congested. The sort of early doors, there was a whole string of us, and I could see Rob sneaking away at the front. I felt comfortable enough, but I didn't want to get involved with what was going on behind. I could see it looked quite feisty, so if I can just sneak my way past Dan Gore, which I did 4 laps in or whatever it was, then see if we can get after Rob. But he got better pace than me, and I could catch him, but no way of passing him today.
Well, the gap came right down towards the end. There was about a few tenths of a second, but the main thing for you, I know we're over the halfway stage of the championship now. You've been on the podium in every single race. It's about that consistency that you need.
It is really. We just need to keep bringing the car back. The boys at JFK are doing a cracking job. The car keeps turning up, finishing every time, and it's not down to luck. It's down to the preparation and the hard work they're putting in.
2 more races tomorrow. It's going to be exciting and lots to look forward to.
Yeah, I can't wait. We've had good pace this weekend. I'm really happy. So yeah, we'll sleep well tonight and go again in the morning.
Good stuff. Well done, Dan. Thank you very much, and good luck for tomorrow's race as well. So there we go. Our second place man, Dan Clues, doing well in the championship and this race. Rob Wellham goes round with his first win of the season. We'll hopefully hear from him tomorrow if he's on the podium. But for now, let's go back to racing.
And the green flag lap is underway for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship race. We've seen the historic 750 Formula cars out a couple of times already today, but this is the first of 2 races this weekend for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship, and it's the final 2 races of the season for these cars as well, with Peter Bove having won all 4 races so far this season. Let's see if he can add to that tally here today. Let's give you the grid there as they're on the green flag lap. On pole position, it's the number 63 car of Dave Hodkin, and alongside him is number 2, Peter Bove. Second row of the grid is 25, Richard Jenkins, and 42, Andrew Kemp. Third row, number 1, Mark Glover, and next to him, number 11, Ray Barley. Fourth row, 4 and 7, that's Bob Simpson and Chris Goff. Row 5, 12, Conway Dorr, and 5, Rod Hill. Row 6, 46, Dan Welsh, and 55, John Donnelly. Row 7 is 17, Steve Boother, and 8, William Smith. and row 8, 82, Martin Kemp, and 73, Tony Brazier. So 16 cars we should have on the grid for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. This round 5, the 6th and final round of the championship tomorrow, all 6 rounds to count. No drop scores to worry about. Therefore, Peter Bove it is with 4 wins from 4. He has 100 points. Mark Glover, he's had a 2nd and 3 third place finishes, has 82. Chris Goff, just once on the podium, won 2nd place. He's got 74. Andrew Kemp has 64. And the other driver to watch really is the driver that's qualified on pole position, and that's Dave Hodkin. He had 2 second place finishes at Mallory Park at the beginning of the season, but he's only 8th in the championship, didn't feature in the points, didn't feature at Silverstone. So it is Peter Bove then that is the champion-elect. He could, in theory, wrap things up in this race, depending on how things go for him and his rivals, Mark Glover being the closest driver to him.
It was a wet qualifying session this morning, wasn't it? So the grid slightly mixed up, perhaps. Richard Jenkins, good qualifying from him. He starts 3rd, which perhaps we won't see the Shepherd's pace allow him to stay there, but we shall see. And Dave Hodkin was on pole position by 7 seconds, so a great job he did in the wet this morning. But it's slick tyres now, dry circuit, and in qualifying we were 20 plus seconds away from lap record pace, so it's going to be much quicker pace in the race, and that I suspect will allow the likes of Peter Bove to go after Dave Hodkin. It's been a great season obviously for Peter Bove, winning every race. The first race at Silverstone, not sure if you were able to catch that, was really exciting. 4 cars really close, battling for the lead changing positions, but Peter Bove was able to hang on there, and it'll be interesting to see if how the battle will go with Dave Hodkin today, because, like you say, it was Bove that beat Hodkin at Mallory Park back in July.
So here they come. Hodkin then, a former champion from a few years ago. Was it 2013? I want to say that he won the championship. Yeah, it was 2013, the HRD Mark 1. Well, this is the HRD Mark 2 that we find Dave Hodkin in now, the Manchester driver, and he is alongside the Derby P88, or the 88P of Peter Bove, which has been a car with a long history in the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. So the yellow car for Hodkin, the orange car for Peter Bove, and another yellow car on the second of the grid. Richard Jenkins qualified well in the number 25 Shepherd. Looking to the gantry, I can see the 5-second board being shown, so the race about to get underway. Then it's going to be a 15-minute race around this 3-mile circuit. Gets underway now. A good start by Peter Bove there from the outside of the front row of the grid. Good start too by Bob Simpson, the 4-time champion, in the middle of the grid as well. But it looks like Hodkin actually is going to get the best of the drag to the line. And you can see further back, Mark Glover looks to be making up a little bit of ground as well, possibly, as they turn their way through Richies and up towards Wilson for the first time. Then it's Hodkin, number 63, that leads to Peter Bove in second, but he runs wide there, and that allows at least 1 car through on the inside. That was the number 42 car of Andrew Kemp going through the Race Kit's Falcon. And there you can see the 17 car, Steve Boother, didn't qualify as well as he'd have hoped. We'll see what he can do from near the back.
He's side by side with Daniel Welsh's car that's been smoking a bit since the green flag laps. I'm not sure what's up with that, but he's still going for now. There is the leader, Dave Hodkin, and he is getting away, isn't he, from Andrew Kemp in the Race Kit's Falcon. Bit side-by-side action there. That's Raymond Barley is out today, isn't it? And he's just got ahead of Mark Glover, so he's going really well in the Race Kit's Falcon, just passing the similar car. Here is Mark Glover. He's lost another place. He's behind Bob Simpson too now, and side-by-side with Richard Jenkins, who didn't make a great start. Glover trying to fight back now on the inside of Simpson. He goes back ahead. That is, something like 5th position. So he gained that place early on, as you said, but obviously something's happened for Glover to mean that he lost a place or 2 there. And if he wants to keep this championship going till tomorrow, he really needs to move through the order.
There's Richard Jenkins, local driver from Norwich, regular low-cost front runner and race winner as well.
Change for second, is that? Oh, yeah, we saw that, didn't we?
We saw that, yeah. Andrew Kemp ahead of Peter Bove. That happened up at Wilton, the hairpin, when Bove went quite deep into the corner. Yeah, Jenkins has experience, has form around here at Snetterton. This car originally shared with Richard Dixon. I think they're building another one for next year, but Bob Simpson trying to get back on the inside of number 1, Mark Glover again. Mark Glover, who wrapped the championship up here last season. So it's going to be 3 wide there because Richard Jenkins now is trying to fight back as well, and he did think he has made one of those places.
Yeah, Glover, he struggled in a straight line at Silverstone. I'm just suggesting he was struggling in a straight line again there too. Dave Hodkin goes through then. 2 minutes 30 was his pole lap. His standing still start lap is a 2:17. So lap record that he may be going after, 2:08. So we'll have to watch out for that. He's already 6 seconds ahead of Andrew Kemp. Peter Bove is third. Raymond Barley is fourth. Mark Glover is fifth. There's sixth and seventh. Richard Jenkins behind Bob Simpson now. So Simpson in P6. Here's a change for second. And that is Peter Bove going back ahead of Andrew Kemp. Andrew Kemp led the race, I think, at Silverstone momentarily before dropping back. And it was that man, of course, again, Peter Bove, that won at Silverstone. He's gone back ahead into second. Big gap behind to fourth. Ray Barley, this is the best we've seen that car go, I think, Ian, ahead of Mark Glover.
Yeah, as they make their way out of Agostini. No, this is Agostini, isn't it? It's a bit further back than that. Here's Agostini, and that's the number 2 car of Peter Bove with Andrew Kemp just behind it. But yeah, already a long way behind Dave Hodkin in the lead of the race. So this is the battle involving the race kits Falcons, and there's a few of these cars. I mean, his 754 minute historically has been about the amateur designer and constructor, but Martin Kemp put together this race kits Falcon designer a few years ago, and it's proved quite popular with a few drivers either buying the manufactured car or putting together a kit to build the car for racing, putting in the Fiat 1108cc fire engine that used to be in the Panda, amongst other things, which has really been the engine used for well over 15 years now in 750 Formula, replacing the Reliant engine and of course the Austin 7 engine that was in the cars before that gave the Formula its name. So Bove here now ahead of Kemp, but not really able to do anything about catching Hodkin, I don't think.
You'd think not, would you? 6 seconds behind already. You talk about the race kits, you've got a couple of the Merlins out as well, haven't you? We usually see Martin Kemp out, but John Donnelly is second of the race kit Merlins out as well today. 16 cars, biggest grid of the season, I think. So good to see the drivers coming back out for this final round. Hopefully that bodes well for next season.
Yeah, absolutely right, because it has been a disjointed year for club racing generally, but I think 750 Formula in particular, probably a few drivers deciding to be a little bit cautious about going back out and racing this year with the coronavirus situation as well. So good tough, going to hit a little bit, but an encouraging number here this weekend. So there is Bob Simpson, and he now is in 6th position ahead of Richard Jenkins, 25, and a spin, that's Daniel Welsh. He was in 11th place in the number 46 car. Now that is Murray's, and thankfully the car does get going again, because I was a bit worried there that it might be stuck on the apex of the corner, more or less.
Proud of a 6th there, Bob Simpson, Richard Jenkins and Chris Goff. Chris Goff, 3rd in the championship, but down in, 8th position here. Not going so well for him. Chris Goff got a 2nd place finish at Silverstone in that race, which was really competitive. That I mentioned. There he goes, down towards Agostini. Do like this new camera angle we've got this year here at Agostini, Ian. Like I say, not something we usually see, but it shows the cars going into the corner pretty well, and we can see when somebody brakes really late compared to the head-on camera, which is generally used.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a nice alternative vantage point that we've found today. So there's Richard Jenkins, in the Shepherd then, and there's not much to choose between these three at all. We've got the SSF of Bob Simpson, you've got the CGR2 Evo, the lilac coloured car of, it's a bit more pure, a bit more lurid than lilac, I suppose, of Chris Goff.
Something that might happen in this race is Steve Boover wrapping up the Class B standings.
Yes,
I think.
Yes, because he was 33 points clear of Richard Jenkins, so really any kind of reasonable finish would probably do that. And he is 10th overall at the moment, and that's enough for 3rd in Class B, isn't it? In the points standings today. How far behind Rod Hill is he? He's about 6 seconds behind Rod Hill. He's not lapping any faster though, so don't think he's going to make any more places than that.
Dave Hodkin's done a 2:10.13 now, so that's only 1.5 seconds off of David Bartholomew's lap record, and not many people got particularly close to David Bartholomew, did they? So that's pretty good lap time, 18 seconds clear of the rest. We thought that lap time in qualifying, where he was 7 seconds clear, was just because it was wet. It appears not, and it's translating to dry conditions as well.
Well, and if he can go on to win this, it'll be the first time since 2014 that a car other than the Ed Pither David Bartholomew PRS, which isn't racing here this weekend, or the Derby P88, which is being driven by Peter Bove here, but has won in the hands of Robin Gearing 3 times here over the last few years. But the first time since 2014 then that a car other than those two has won a race here at Snetterton.
It's certainly got the pace, hasn't it? Andrew Kemp has re-caught Peter Bove, hasn't he? Perhaps you wouldn't have expected that. So the race kits, Falcon, drove by Andrew Kemp. Again, it's one of the best performances we've seen from that. He did get a podium last time out at Silverstone, and that pace translating again into this particular race. Dave Hodkin might be a bit disappointed he didn't make it to Silverstone, isn't he? Because he really could have took the championship to Peter Bove, you would think.
Certainly could. Certainly could, with the form that he's showing here. And Peter Bove, went very well at Mallory Park to win both races there.
Got a huge rear wing on the back of the Derby, hasn't it?
It has. So this is a car that's also been driven in recent seasons by Robin Gearing as well, and Robin Gearing won the championship in 2016 with this car. But back in Peter Bove's hands now.
Starting to break away from Andrew Kemp again. 6 seconds ahead of Mark Glover. However, this won't quite be enough for Peter Bove to wrap up the championship in this race. He'll just have to finish tomorrow, basically. But that does add that bit of extra pressure, doesn't it, into the final race?
Well, it does, especially when you do have a situation where you don't have any drop scores to be able to dispose of. And you're counting all of your points from all of the races, which is unusual. One into the pits there. Who was that?
Tony Brazier's been struggling. Is that him they just lapped? Oh, no, he's still out though.
No, he's still out there. It's launched ahead of them, actually, I thought. But again, maybe been Dan Welsh, because he'd been in problems, hadn't he? And he's not come through. So I think it's Dan Welsh that had called into the pit lane.
Looks like we might have lost John Donnelly in that second race kits Merlin as well.
Yeah. 5.5 minutes to go then. There is Andrew Kemp. It does look like quite a big wide car, doesn't it, that race kit's Falcon.
It's got quite a big side pod on it, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's an Evolution aerodynamic design on that car as well. And he's chasing after Peter Bove here. Peter Bove on course for second position, but his first defeat of the season. There's Richard Jenkins winning in 8th place, just lapping the Tony Brazier number 73 car, the BFS.
So he's fallen behind Chris Goff in recent laps. Must have happened a couple of laps ago now, I think, but Chris Goff up to 7th.
Yeah, Richard has been racing this car for a couple of seasons, sharing it last year. Max Shepherd, as I mentioned previously, raced it a few seasons ago, was quite quick in it, I remember.
It's Richard Jenkins looking for his first Class B win, because we had Raymond Barley. Well, should Raymond Barley not be in Class B? He was at Mallory Park.
That's
not sure.
Good question.
Then Steve Boover won a couple, and then Ian Barley won the second race at Silverstone.
Although, where did Raymond Barley finish? He finished. I'm looking at the table that we've prepared here, or you've prepared here, Josh. 7th, was it?
Yes.
So I think it's only if you get a 6th place that you start being eligible for Class B. Anyway.
Well, he might do that here.
Yeah. 4 minutes left to go. Here's the 25 car of Jenkins going through, then chasing after Chris Goff and Bob Simpson, who've raced together in this championship for many years. Bob having raced in the championship for more than 50 years now. Chris Goff not quite as long as that, but nevertheless he's been a stalwart for many seasons, on and off. And these two lapping in similar kind of lap times. Bob Simpson did a 2:18.15, Chris Goff a 2:18.73 last time through, although Chris Goff's best time was a bit faster than that, 2:17.88.
Both Kemp and Glover are getting quicker now. They've got the 13s and 14s. 13 for Bow, 14 for the other two, from what they were doing 2:16s earlier.
And that time through, actually, it was only 2:13 for Dave Hodkin as well, so he slacked off his pace a little bit compared to where it was in the earlier part. He did a 2:10.13.
I guess there's no point now doing those types of lap times when he's 20 seconds ahead.
It's certainly a ringing endorsement for this HRD Mark II car that they've been working on in past years to bring up to race in the 750 Formula Championship. It made its debut, this car, at Alton Park towards the end of last year. Didn't fare particularly well there, but still was working on developing the car. Certainly it's proved to be the car to have here today at Snetterton, and showing good speed earlier on in the season at Mallory Park as well. So perhaps we'll see more of Dave Hodkin out next season, and hopefully we'll have a more normal championship campaign. Here's some side-by-side action heading into Hamilton. It's between Bob Simpson and Chris Goff, and is Bob Simpson just about hanging on? Is the door left open for Richard Jenkins though into Oggies? Yes it is, and Richard Jenkins moves through in 7th place as a result.
Yes, you can see how much the other two were held up by going side by side through Hamilton. You've got so much smaller amount of room to play with, haven't you, when you're running alongside another car through that corner. And Richard Jenkins saw that and used it to his advantage, but he may lose out in a straight line to Chris Goff here. Goff back alongside. I think he's ahead. Is he? Yes, he is. The sunshine has appeared. What is that? Something we haven't seen much of in recent weeks, but these two, they're not bothered by that. They're still racing side by side. And Chris Goff is back ahead, but that has allowed Bob Simpson to get away.
Of course, you can start to be bothered by the sun at Snetterton at this time of the year, because you do get a low sun, don't you? And it's sort of aligned along the start and finish straight, really. It can be a distraction into the setting sun. Not quite sure it's going to be a problem just yet, but it might be in the remaining couple of races that we have today. It's over a minute left on the clock, so I think Dave Hodkin now on to his penultimate lap. Last lap, I should say. It's waiting for my time screen to update itself, which it seems reluctant to do.
We've had 6 laps, haven't we? So
Yeah.
one more to go.
Yeah.
And Peter Bove starting to get away from Andrew Kemp there, you can see. There's a new car that's to the grid this weekend. William Smith in the SZT Mark 1. So I think that's, to me at least, in a new car completely.
It's not one I've seen before, even down the years. So I'm not quite sure what the story is on that one. Perhaps I have to do a little bit of research on that for tomorrow, but I don't recall seeing that one before. Mark Glover just about to lap it by the looks of it, though, and in 4th place.
Good to see new cars. Meanwhile, Chris Goff is very late on the brakes. He gets it stopped, and he's ahead of Bob Simpson. That's what I was talking about, into that corner. That camera angle really gives us a good indication when somebody does brake late.
Yes, whereas the head-on, it's much more difficult, isn't it, to sort of get a true picture of how far ahead or how far behind or how late someone is on the brakes. We've counted down to 0 on the clock now. So Dave Hodkin, who was 18 seconds ahead of this battle at the start of the lap, is well on his way. Here he is, number 63. Actually, he is already through Murray's for the final time. Past the pit lane entrance he comes. The checkered flag is ready, and it's number 63, Dave Hodkin, then, who takes the checkered flag. First victory of the season in the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. First time Peter Bove has been beaten this year. And it's the first time that car has won, I think, as well, the HRD Mark II. So I'm sure Dave will be very pleased with how things have gone here at Snetterton. You might even be quite surprised how resounding his win has been over Peter Bove, who takes 2nd place. Mark Glover is his 3rd. So those two, the two main championship contenders. So that keeps the championship fight alive.
Andrew Kemp is 3rd.
Sorry, Andrew Kemp 3rd, Mark Glover 4th, I beg your pardon. The point still stands.
Yes.
The championship battle is still.
2nd podium for Andrew Kemp in a row, though, so that's going in the right direction for him. I think that was his first podium last time out with that car, and now a 2nd podium in the following round. Raymond Barney, he's had a good run, hasn't he? The 5th.
Yeah, he takes 5th place, and then 6th, 7th and 8th over the line right together, really. Number 7, Chris Goff. Number 4, Bob Simpson. And number 25, Richard Jenkins.
been close behind. Martin Kemp's got himself ahead of Steve Boover. Now he's going after Rod Hill. So can Martin Kemp get the Merlin into 9th on the last lap? Meanwhile, we see Dave Hodgkin heading for Parc Ferme.
We do indeed. So championship to be settled tomorrow then. We've yet to have our 9th place car over the line, which I think does still have some racing to complete. That would be Rod Hill, number 5, and Martin Kemp in the race kit's Merlin should round out the top 10, although has that changed? Oh, yeah, Steve Boother on the last lap has made up 2 places, number 17, up into 9th place overall, so good finish there for Steve Boother in the Derby Mark 5. He takes 9th, Rod Hill 10th, and Martin Kemp 11th, and I think Conway Dorr to come through in 12th place, number 12, and that will be the last of the finishers. So that is the first of 2 races today for the race this weekend for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. We see them out again tomorrow morning at 10 past 11 for their final round of the championship. So we look forward to seeing them then. Still 2 more races to come here this evening at Snetterton. Staying with sports cars next, it'll be the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, and then to round out the day, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So 2 more races still to come as the final car does finally cross the finishing line here in the 750 Formula Championship. Some socially distanced garland passing being done, I can see, over there in Parc Ferme. So we should be ready to head down now to Matt Stuckling once again in Parc Ferme to speak to Dave Hodgkin.
Yeah, down here with our race winner then from that race, which is Dave Hodgkin. Dave, tremendous victory. Were you quite surprised with that one?
Well, I was able to test here yesterday, and I don't think many of my colleagues were. So, in fact, it was wet in qualifying, meant that was the first time a lot of them saw a dry track. And that allowed me to get away at the start, I think. And after that, it was just don't throw it in the scenery.
It wasn't just a victory, it was a victory by about 20 seconds, so fantastic stuff.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, as I say, I can only assume that it took them a while to get their eye into the conditions.
And that's your first win this year, and is it the first win for this car as well?
First win for this car, yes. It's its 3rd time out, and I had a couple of seconds at Mallory, and then this is its maiden win, so I'm really pleased.
And that's not bad, considering it's the last weekend of racing. It would be good to go out on another victory tomorrow.
It would, but I'm sure there'll be a few people who have other ideas about that.
You enjoyed today, though?
Yeah, very much so.
Good stuff. Well done, David. Many congratulations on that. And you can now jump back in your car and head off for whatever you do this evening. We'll have a quick chat as well with Peter Bove, the championship leader, of course, with 1 race to come tomorrow. It's quite important for him, of course, to see how the race goes today, which we've just seen, and, of course, tomorrow's race. Peter, 2nd place in that race there. It's all about the championship this weekend, but some more solid points in that race.
Yeah, Andy was giving me a bit of a hassle at the start. Dave just went off into the distance. So yeah, it was a question of trying to get some good finishes and get as many points as I could and not make too many mistakes.
Andrew Kent was quite close towards the end there, but you held him off, and I think tomorrow is kind of the fact of just keeping it on the track and get the points to get the championship.
Yeah, I don't know what I've got to do tomorrow. Mark was my biggest rival, and I think he was 84th, so I've got a spreadsheet. I'll check it all out tonight and see what I've got to do for tomorrow.
Good stuff. Well done, Peter.
Thank you.
There we go. Another man who's got a spreadsheet or 2 is Mr. Ian Sowman. I'm sure he'll know the points and all the facts for tomorrow's race, which we very much look forward to. So a championship to be decided in the 750 Formula, and a championship to be decided on the track next with Bike Sports.
Yes, it's the final round of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship here at Snetterton, the 8th and final race of the season, and it is still all to play for in the championship with Charles Hall and Michael Chen, possibly Martin Brooks, probably the 3 drivers contending for this one. We'll look at the points in a bit more detail in a second or 2. Let's first of all tell you how the grid's going to line up, though. It's based on the second fastest times from qualifying this morning. So on pole position, it's the number 77 car of Charles Hall in the Spire, and alongside him, number 58, Anthony Ayres in the Radical SR3. The second row is 35 Richard Webb, who won Class B in the earlier race, and next to him is 99 Martin Brooks. third row, 91, Michael Chen, and 20, Matt Moore. The fourth row, 22, Richard Wells, and 7, Julian Griffiths. The fifth row, 44, Andrew Kimpton, and 8, David Graham. Row 6, 73, Alistair Smart, and 30, Mark Grayson. The seventh row, 24, Ian Charles, and 60, Andrew Gord. The eighth row, 6 and 23, 6, Robert Gilman, and 23, Dominic Langdon down, as one car has not got away. And then 10, James Barwell, who will go from the back of the grid here. A reminder earlier on, it was Charles Hall that took the victory in changing conditions earlier on by just over 11 seconds, just under 12 seconds in fact, from Richard Webb, so the only non-radical winning, beating all of the radicals. Richard Webb second and taking Class B away from Anthony Ayres, and he was about 15 seconds ahead in the end. And Martin Brooks towards the end got up to 4th place overall in the number 99 car, 2nd place within Class A. And Michael Chen 5th overall, 3rd in Class B. So Chen dropping points relative to Charles Hall, Josh, in the overall championship battle there.
Yes, if you were watching earlier, I failed to count. So Charles Hall was able to actually score maximum points, unlike what I originally thought. So that means he comes into this race 3 points clear of Michael Chen. So Michael Chen really has to win here, doesn't he? He has to win and really get fastest lap if he can. But if Charles Hall wins, that means, well, that's really, again, all that Charles Hall needs to do. So both of them, that's all they've got to do win. They've only got to win. That's quite a difficult task, really, isn't it? And on a circuit we haven't seen in the dry yet today, and we will do so for the first time. And I think Charles Hall may come under further pressure from Martin Brooks now it's dry compared to the wet conditions over the course of the day so far. Yeah.
So an interesting racing prospect. Charles Hall then getting the win this morning to add to the 2 that he had at Alton Park. Prior to that, we'd had 2 for Martin Brooks, 1 here at Snetterton on the 200 circuit, 1 at Silverstone. Josh Smith and Joe Stables, who are here this weekend, also had victories at those 2 meetings that we've just mentioned. But Charles Hall has been the sort of ever-present, if you like. He's had 7 top 4 finishes out of 7 races so far. Michael Chen won the Class B for the more standard engine cars in each of the first 4 rounds of the championship here at Snetterton on the 200 circuit, and at Silverstone, Leon Morel winning in Michael Chen's absence at Alton Park. And then earlier on this morning, as we say, it was Richard Webb that took the Class B victory from Anthony Ayres, with Michael Chen in 3rd position. So
and Chen starts 3rd again for this race, where of course Charles Hall is on pole, and with his main rival Martin Brooks on the outside of the 2nd row. So if Brooks is going to take the challenge to Hall, he's got to pass those 2 Class B cars pretty rapidly.
It's going to be a 20-minute race, of course, for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Rolling start, and it's going to be a spectacular race, I'm sure. The green number 77 then for Charles Hall, the 58, the red car of Anthony Ayres. Then you've got the grey and green 35 for Richard Webb, and then next to him it is the 99 car of Martin Brooks, the black and red car. So watch out for those. 20 minutes ahead of us. All of them will be on slick tyres this time, although there was a bit of a split earlier on. Safety car, the Renault McEwan, has pulled in. 20 minutes of racing for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship about to get underway. All nice and tightly bunched. And now the lights go out and away they go. It's a good start by Martin Brooks, a very good start by Martin Brooks. He was alongside and is into the lead of the race. He's got ahead of Charles Hall right at the beginning of the race, but Hall is a little bit later on the brakes into Rich's corner. Then he runs out a bit wide on the exit, but I think Hall has managed to hold on from Brooks there. Yes, he has. So they go up to Wilson Hairpin with number 77 Charles Hall leading. Number 99 Martin Brooks in 2nd, and it's Richard Wells up into 3rd place in number 22, ahead of Anthony Ayres 58 and Richard Webb 35 in 5th.
Wells has come from row 4 of the grid. That's an amazing start from him, really is. And he can actually still beat Michael Chen in the Class B championship, I reckon. So that may be one just to keep an eye on in this race. And he's really up for it, isn't he? Getting the lead of the category immediately ahead of there, Richard Webb, and Anthony Ayres, who's struggling to get his car turned in to the Agostini hairpin. Not a good start from Michael Chen. He's gone somewhat backwards. But Charles Hall, was he a bit shocked to see Martin Brooks get in alongside and ahead of him briefly, but he managed to quickly get back in front. But he has got a battle on. Now there is his main championship rival for the overall championship, that being Michael Chen. There's Richard Webb, engine builder, isn't he? Sponsor of the championship, RML Racing, and he is battling with Anthony Ayres. Here, Michael Chen is battling with the Class A car of Andrew Kimpton. There's the Class B leader. That is Richard Wells, yet to win this season within Class B, but he's leading at the moment as they turn their way to the end of the first lap.
Yep, so heading through the bomb hole and Coram now in this 20-minute race. Earlier on in damp conditions, we got 10 laps out of it. Probably get a little bit more than that this time. Wells then just ahead of Webb, but Webb right in the turn. He's going to pull alongside, I think, as they head along the centre straight as Charles Hall and Martin Brooks, the first two, go past. But Webb in third place now has got his nose in front, but they are absolutely wheel to wheel. But Webb just about hangs on. Wells, I think, backed out of that a little bit. So Webb it is that goes through and takes the position.
I think Richard Wells had to win this race if he's got any chance of the Class B title. So he fought hard, didn't he? But Richard Webb, more experienced driver, gets ahead. It was very tight between the two, though, wasn't it? Into Richard's very close to rushing one another, but they managed to avoid that, and Webb goes through then to the lead of the class. With Ayres in third and Michael Chen fourth. So Chen doing enough to win Class B championship, but the overall title looks to be going in the direction of Charles Hall, who's pulled out a 1.6 second lead.
It does look that way, doesn't it? But can't speak too soon.
Done that already today, haven't we?
we have, and it's dangerous. So there is Webb, 35 in the SR3. And he is making pretty serene progress now. He's up into third position. There is the overview, really, as you look at the cars head on down the Bentley Straight. You've seen Hall, you've seen Brooks go through.
Because of the drop score that Charles Hall can get, even if something does go wrong, Michael Chen needs to make progress, really, to the lead, I think. I think a second with fastest lap would be enough if Charles Hall did have any kind of problems.
But it's not really looking likely at the minute, is it? It's going to rely on other people having problems, I think, looking at the way things have gone over the first lap or so for Michael Chen in fourth position, seventh place overall as well. So I think it's very much Charles Hall's to lose this. Overline go the first two, then Webb in third, Wells in fourth.
So first flying lap, we're about a second away from the lap record. Interestingly, the lap record here is with a Class B car, isn't it? When Stefano Lini was racing, now a Formula 3 racer. 151.4, what was that, 3 or so years ago?
Yeah, 2017 it was, that record he set.
So I wonder if Charles Hall can beat that today.
Class A record is actually a 154.87, so that's gone, hasn't it? That was Joe Locke 2 years ago. Joe Locke, the car that Joe Locke raced is in this race, I think, isn't it? In the hands of Andrew Kimpton.
Indeed. I'm sure Charles Hall would like the overall lap record if he could get it, but like I say, that is a Class A lap record, of course. Now, Mike Chen has caught Anthony Ayres quite rapidly, and he's going through on the inside line. Is he trying to? And they run wheel to wheel, and he does go ahead. So that is third for Chen, but he's still not lapping quicker than Webb or Wells, is he? This has been a good day for Richard Wells because he only had 2 podiums before today.
Yeah.
And out of the regulars, he's a long way ahead of Anthony Ayres and Mike Chen, because of course Richard Webb not a regular. And there is Chen, 91 then, the Class B championship leader. And there is his Chen, Anthony Ayres, that's for 5th and 6th.
well indeed there. Again, interesting and difficult conditions that we had that day. So they are making their way through and down towards the left-hander at the moment, just hidden behind the Armco. Briefly, that's the 73 car of Alistair Smart, and just behind him is the 20 car of Matt Moore. So Matt Moore qualified better than he's raced, I suggest, because he qualified 6th and he's dropped back down into 9th position.
Not sure we've seen Matt Moore out before. Not sure what his prior experience is, but perhaps now it's dry, learning how to use aero. Is new to him, so that is something to factor in now it's dry. With the wet, you don't have to worry so much about it, and trust in the aero, particularly in some quick corners around here at Snetterton, is something to get used to if you haven't experienced it before. So that battle is good, isn't it? These 4 cars being led by Andrew Kimpton and Alistair Smart, the 2 Class A machines, and Matt Moore and James Barwell, 2 Class B cars, the PR6s, ahead of the SR3s.
12 minutes or so to go in this race.
Another fastest lap for Martin Brooks,
yes.
And he's bringing that gap down to Charles Hall, 151.84, 4 tenths away from that lap record for Stefano Lini. And actually, Richard Webb is kind of going with them on that pace, isn't he? 152.1, so he's also lapping quicker than Charles Hall.
Yeah, and certainly he's getting away from Richard Wells, isn't he, in the Class B lead. Not battle, because there's 9 seconds between them now.
Wells is being caught by Chen, isn't he? So Mike Chen could get second out of this yet. 5 seconds still, though, is the gap. So he has got some more chasing to do, but he is lapping over a second, a lap faster. So 1.4 seconds, Hall to Brooks is certainly a gap coming down. Got 6 tenths on the last lap for Martin Brooks. We're not halfway through this yet. So Martin Brooks would like to get his 3rd win of the season. We saw him win here in the opening round on the 200 circuit. He won the first race at Silverstone too.
Good little scrap going on here. Ian Charles just getting ahead of the 8 car of David Craham there. And up into 12th position, therefore, as a result of that. Just ahead of both of them is number 30, Mark Grayson. So we've got the SR3, the PR6 and the Pro Sport all together there. There's Craham in the 8 car. Regular in things like Castle Coombe GT as well, and Welsh Sports and Saloons. We've seen him in a variety of different cars over the years.
That is James Barwell, who's 10th, chasing Matt Moore, who in turn, the pair of them are chasing the 2 PR6s. Meanwhile, there's been a change for the lead, because across the line goes Martin Brooks ahead of Charles Hall, and another fastest lap of the race for Martin Brooks, 151.82, a slow lap for Charles Hall. So out of shot, change for the overall lead, puts Martin Brooks in front, and could this start to open up a championship battle at all, do you think?
Well, it could do, couldn't it? Because it means that all of a sudden Hall is not able, or appears not able to pick up maximum points from this race, but with Michael Chen equally in 3rd position still within Class B, he's not doing enough, I don't think, is he? But I guess the question is if Hall falls any further back, then he's got to fall a long way back, hasn't he? Sort of loses out potentially to Brooks in the points.
Yes, he's got a lot of Class B cars behind, so as long as he can keep going, that's okay. Mike Chen might get 3rd from Richard Wells, but assuming Richard Webb continues okay, nothing further is going to go wrong, going to go on there. So as long as Charles Hall can carry on, he should be okay.
I think if it stays this way, then Chen would finish 3rd in the championship, behind Hall and Brooks, separated by a point.
Change here for what is 3rd, actually, in Class A. Alistair Smart up the inside of the similar car of Andrew Kimpton. That's 7th overall. And Matt Moore was trying to buy into that. He was getting alongside Kimpton too, but the PR6 stays ahead of the SR3, in fact. But the change did happen there for Alistair Smart ahead of Andrew Kimpton.
9 minutes to go. Martin Brooks then leading the race now by 3/4 of a second at the start of the lap. We'll see if he's edged out any further, but certainly with the point he'll get for fastest lap as well, then he'll be in a position where he's going to finish just 1 point behind Charles Hall, by my reckoning. So we've got 6 starters in Class A, which is the minimum that we need to have for everyone to get maximum points. So we don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I didn't really realise it was quite so close between Brooks and Hall.
Well, you don't realise until they sort of swap positions, because that's then effectively a bigger swing than you realise. It's an 8-point swing.
Martin Brooks has just done the lap record, has he not?
Yes.
151.15. He's really flying now, isn't he?
Gap 3.22 seconds over Charles Hall. So, and Hall lapping a bit slower than he has been, so I don't know whether he's got a problem or whether he realises what he needs to do for the championship. I'm not quite sure. It's a risky strategy if that's the case.
Because it's one thing dropping off the pace, but they've dropping 3 seconds in just a couple of laps.
Yeah, so Brooks there in third, and on that lap actually in second, Richard Webber in third, but 0.4 faster than Charles Hall as well. We're watching the number 10 car, and that is James Barwell, who started at the back of the grid. That the car shared, so he started at the back and has made up a little bit of ground up into 10th position. And just ahead of him we've got Andrew Kimpton and Matt Moore, and there is the 10 car at the rear of that trio.
Martin Brooks has got a 2-point penalty as well from earlier in the season, hasn't he? And that is what might well cause losing the championship.
Effectively, yes, it could do, couldn't it? Yeah.
Not sure if it was at Alton Park he got that, not sure. Or was he a number of the drivers that got penalties at Silverstone?
May have been, I'm not completely certain of that, I must admit.
But whatever, that is going to be the thing that loses him the title by the looks of it.
Potentially, and that would be frustrating, wouldn't it?
Richard Weld has almost been caught by Michael Chen as well, so that could be a change before the end. So Michael Chen now only a second behind Richard Weld in front of this battle that's still going strong for 7th. Alistair Smart at the head of it.
Yeah, if we finish this way, both Martin Brooks and Charles Hall have had 3 wins. And it's interesting that they're both drivers that have come into bike sports over the past couple of years, having raced different categories within the 750 Motor Cup in the past. Had a bit of a break and come back. Charles Hall in Sports Specials, and Martin Brooks a bit longer ago than that in what was then RGB, is now Sports 1000.
Martin Brooks has gone another 100th of a second quicker. I'm sure it was a 51.11 before. Now it's a 1 minute 51.10 to set another lap record. And now he's 6.5 seconds ahead of Charles Hall. Surely that is not Charles Hall's real pace.
And now Charles Hall only 2 seconds ahead of Richard Webb and lapping about 2 seconds a lap slower. I mean, they're in different classes, so from that point of view, it doesn't really matter in terms of the point situation. But nevertheless, it's maybe a problem for Hall, a bigger problem than we realise. There is the 20 car of Matt Moore then going through in 9th place, just behind him James Barwell, number 10.
I think Richard Webb is showing us what a Class B can do in an overall order as well, isn't he, when you do get a top driver in one of those cars.
And Joe Staples has shown us this as well, hasn't he, in recent seasons.
And of course you go back to that Stefano Lini lap record as well, so there's a number of drivers that have done it. Here is that battle, isn't it? Weld v Chen for 2nd within the class.
So Chen in the white car, which you could barely see, just dipping out of the slipstream, bit of moving around being done by Wells, and Chen unable to make a move into Brundle and Nelson with 5 minutes of the race left to go. So Chen trying to do everything that he can to put himself in the strongest possible position to win the championship. I don't think it's going to go his way though.
Meanwhile, across the line, nose to tail for 2nd. So Richard Webb has caught the really struggling Charles Hall. He's into the 56s now. That's 5 seconds slower than the leader.
So I think if always the side by side in the battle for 2nd in Class B. It's Chen going to be on the outside line, and they're almost touching 2 or 3 times there along the centre straight. Up they go into Rich's corner, and it's well still ahead at the moment. But that was really close, wasn't it, Josh?
I think a little too close. I think that was aggressive defending. Was it necessary defending? I don't think really was. It kept weaving across the circuit like that, but they got away with it. Michael Chen had 2 wheels on the grass at one point, 2 tyres on the grass, but they did get away with it. But that kind of driving, not necessarily what Motorsport UK are looking for, is it?
It was effective. Anyway, down towards Agostini they go. 4 minutes of the race remaining. Michael Chen will have to have another go and try and find a way past Richard Wells, but I think he's got the message it's not going to be easy. Chen there in fourth over. Well, it was fourth overall on the line because he was 100th ahead of Wells as they crossed the line. He's fifth on the road, though, at the moment, with 3.5 minutes of the race left to go.
Now, I wonder if Richard Webb's got himself ahead of Charles Hall, because he was right with him at the end of 8 laps. I say Charles Hall now lapping actually slower than these two as well. So whether he's nursing a drama.
Black and white driving standards flag being shown to somebody. You can see it out of our window. I'm not sure who that is.
Martin Brooks completes 9 laps. We're going to get 11 out of this one, aren't we, with the base of the dry conditions. So who's second across the line? It is Webb. Charles Hall only crosses the line now, so 58 now. Something's not right, is there, with Charles Hall's car?
Yeah, it's letting him down, but hopefully not in too serious a way here.
Yeah, the lack of competition is a rather blessing for him, isn't it?
It is, but he's got to bring it home. That's the thing.
And we haven't really seen a challenge from Michael Chen, have we? Whether he thinks it's not worth it after what happened a lap ago.
Yeah, he may have decided that discretion is the better part of valour here. A couple of laps to go now. I think it's going to be an 11-lap race, isn't it? Looking at it.
Yes.
So 40 slaw car of 22. Richard Wells there in 4th place. And Michael Chen, number 91, in 5th. They've both pulled out quite a long way from Anthony Ayres, number 58, in 6th position. The black and white driving standards flag is for Richard Webb, I'm told. So the Class B leader, 2nd place overall driver, he's getting the driving standards flag, so if he does that again, could be into track limits penalty territory.
Michael Chen's still pretty close to Richard Wells, isn't he? Whether he's going to have another go at this. He's getting closer. Like he is keen to get 4th position away. They turn their way through Williams. And runs a bit wide though, out over the curbs. Maybe not in his plan.
Here they come down the straight again. Chen tucked in behind Richard Wells. And this time not the moving about that we saw a couple of laps ago, not necessary. I think Chen just tucking in behind. Martin Brooks has gone across the line again to complete lap 10. He's got onto his final lap now. It's a longer gap back to 2nd, which is Richard Webb, 16.5 seconds. Then Charles Hall goes across the line now. We can see from our window, and the gap back to him is another 8 seconds behind Webb. It was a 1:59, so every lap is getting slower than the previous one, isn't it?
He's got to do one more though, hasn't he?
Yes.
Michael Chen, he's keeping close to Richard Wells, isn't he? Keeping him under pressure, but not actually going for a move, which really does make you wonder if what happened earlier has put him off trying. So it's Brooks, Webb, Hall, Wells, Chen, the top 5. Anthony Ayres is 6th. Alistair Smart and Andrew Kipton are continuing their battle for his 3rd within Class A. Then Matt Moore and James Barwell complete the top 10. Across the line goes Smart, still ahead of Kipton, but they were pretty close. They were very close, in fact, just 1/10 of a second between the two of them. On the screens, you can see the Richard Wells and Michael Chen battle continuing between the two SR3s. But here is Martin Brooks and Ian looking for his 3rd victory.
Yeah, so that will put him level in terms of race wins with Charles Hall, who had his 3rd earlier on, and it will take him to a total, after drop scores, of 88 points. But we reckon that Charles Hall is going to get 89 points by the time he's brought the car home. But there is Brooks then, out of Murray's, up towards the line. Checkered flag is made ready. And Martin Brooks wins at Snetterton in the 8th and final round of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. And a convincing win. It has been 2 in the end. He set the fastest lap, the lap record as well, at 1:51.10, which is 96.21 miles an hour. It's an absolutely fantastic pace that he set in this race. So it should be 2nd place to Richard Webb, and it is. He goes across the line and wins Class B as well. One of the back markers comes through next. But then third should be, I think, Charles Hall. Here's the battle still going on for second place within Class B. Charles Hall crosses the line now, and he has done enough, we reckon, unofficially, to take the championship this year. Richard Wells comes across the line fourth. Fifth is Michael Chen, third in Class B. He will win the Class B championship, I reckon. Although sadly not the overall title that may have been his at the start of the day. Sixth across the line goes the 58 car of Anthony S, who did his personal best lap right at the end at 1:55.09. Charles Hall, by the way, into the 2-minute ones on the final lap, but still enough for second place in Class A. 7th and 8th over the line now, that's Alistair Smart and Andrew Kimpton. 9th is number 20, Matt Moore, and then I think we should have James Barwell across the line now to round out the top 10 finishers. But well, a great drive there from Martin Brooks, and in its own way, probably a great drive from Charles Hall as well to bring the car home.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we can hear from him whether that was purposeful lap time drop-off.
Or just not to that level.
It's quite an extreme lack of pace, isn't it, for somebody that's trying to win the championship, because you always hear drivers say it's easier to keep pushing on than to drive at a slower pace. You end up making a stupid mistake that you don't want to be doing, but whatever the case is, Charles Hall does come home, we believe, with the Bike Sports Championship by just 1 point. We said it was close going into the day, didn't we? And with a win each for him and Martin Brooks, that is how it finishes. And if it was an issue for Charles Hall, he's glad that the likes of Josh Smith and Scott Mattel were not out there, because they certainly would have been able to get ahead of him.
Well, I can see that garlands are being hooplaed over the neck of Martin Brooks, who has taken the win. So we'll get the drivers and Matt Suckling into position. It is a little like herding cats, getting race drivers into the position where you can interview them, where the camera's set up. But I think we're heading in that general direction now. So let's head down now to Matt Suckling for the penultimate time today, and he'll talk to Martin Brooks.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner then from that second bike sport race, which is Martin Brooks. Martin, many congratulations. Good win there. How was the drive for you?
Yeah, thanks. It was, it's great to win in the last race of the year. The RG Motorsport guys have worked so hard all year to get us back on the grid after quite a long gap, and there's nothing like taking a checkered flag. So, I made a pretty decent start, and but Charles just got the jump. He runs slightly softer tyres, and I just kept my head down, and I thought I might catch him up. It looks like he had a bit of a problem towards the end. So, so not much of a race, but the pace in the car was pretty decent. And I said, great to finish with a win at the end of the season.
It's been a strange year, but 3 wins out of this season, not too bad.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's 4 race weekends, and they don't all go brilliantly. But I really enjoyed my first year back after such a long gap, so I'm looking forward to next year.
Martin, well done. Good luck for 2021.
Thanks a lot.
There we go. Race winner then from the Bike Sports Championship, which is Martin Brooks. Try and grab Charles Hall, which is just having congratulations, because I think he's just been given the news now. So we'll see if we can grab Charles. Can you come over here and join us very quickly? He's got his mask on, so we'll grab a win with our third place man within that race. Charles, we understand you've just received the news there, all provisional, but champion for the 2020 season.
Couldn't be happier. Yeah, it's a really good feeling to what's been a difficult year for many people, and I just want to say thank you to everyone on my side, and the guys that have just put the time and the effort in, and my dad, Joy, and the lads, Matt, Tristan. Honestly, Jack, my little stepbrother, that's like my media man, is brilliant. But no, we wanted to finish on a high, and the car was absolutely flying at the beginning. And then I could just started a few laps in, just started to feel it going off and off and off. And anyway, the tyres blown up, but it's like you can squish it to nothing. So I just nursed whatever's happened to the tyre. It got me to the end now.
What must have been going through your head at that point, because you knew the championship was on a balance, you had to get to the finish for the points?
That's what I mean. So, I knew a few of the cars I'm not racing, and and I didn't have to race Martin for it, and we did enough this morning to be able to just coast and give it that little bit of a breather. And I think a few years ago I'd have probably pushed it and blown the tyre. you know, and this year I just thought a little bit longer, and I'm like, just come on, car. I'm like tapping it, just thinking, come on, please, just get me there. Anyway, brilliant, chuffed a bit.
Despite the problems, great results this weekend. Charles, many congratulations on the 2020 championship.
Yeah, thank you, and you guys do an amazing job. It's brilliant to watch back.
No problem. Thanks very much. Charles Hall then, our first champion of the weekend, and it comes from the Bike Sports Championship. I'm sure there'll be more tomorrow to look forward to. But here today we've got one more race on the cards, and it's back to the Hot Hatch Championship. And Ian and Josh, back to you.
Perfect timing, because the green flag lap is underway for the PBS Brake Solutions Hot Hatch Championship, and they are heading on to the green flag lap then for the sixth round of the championship. There's 2 more to go at Silverstone next month. Earlier on today it was Gary Preble that took another win, 5 wins out of 5. I'm sure Gary won't mind us drawing attention to the fact that he's got relatively little opposition in Class A this season. And so he was able to win by 18.95 seconds from Tony Perfect. Tony Perfect winning Class B, his first Class B victory of the season, and the third different winner after Phil Wright and Ian Williamson that we've had in that class this year. Ian Williamson, by the way, had a spin in the first race, dropped pretty much towards the back, but did climb back up to take 5th overall and 4th in Class B. It was a spin on cold tyres on the wet surface that we had at that time, and he spoke to Autosport's Jason Noble earlier on and said he was putting qualifying laps in for the rest of the race to catch the pack and get a good place on the grid for race 2, which he has achieved. Let's give you the grid then, because it is based on the results of race 1. So pole position is number 91 Gary Preble, and next to him is number 169 Tony Perfect. Second row 63 Philip Wright and 53 Paul Bancroft. The third row 11 Ian Williamson and 18 Chris Smith. The fourth row 33 Sean Green and 83 Trevor Gregory. The fifth row 37 Chris McCloy and 147 Matt Rowling. The sixth row 7 Cameron Elder and 31 Trevor Collar. The seventh row 65 and 1, 65 Ben Morton and 1 David Drinkwater. The eighth row 68 and 24, 68 is Dan Gibbs, 24 Callum Hoochin. On row 9 it's 39 William Hornsey and 9 Tim Hartland. Row 10 55 David Measday and 75 Paul Keynes. The 11th row 19 Alex Martin and 148 Wayne Shackelford. The 12th row 4 Simon Hutchings and 48 Nick Leston. The 13th row 113 Josh Larkin and 25 Daniel Cowan. The 14th row 47 Charlie Cole and 36 Peter Grist. And on the back number 98 Paul Warren. If they are all there, there should be 29 of them, but we may be missing 1 or 2. Josh, how is this looking from a championship point of view?
Well, David Drinkwater, after winning every race in Class C, is therefore the championship leader. On net scores, I reckon he's on 79, compared to Phil Wright, the next best Class B driver, on 65. Just 3 points now ahead of Tony Perfect. So the Class B championship battle is looking pretty tight, isn't it, between Phil Wright and Tony Perfect. And I guess when you bring drop scores in, does Ian Williamson get a bit close? Well, it only gets closer, but does he get close enough to really challenge?
I don't reckon he does, really.
OK, so really Phil Wright versus Tony Perfect for the Class B Championship. Interesting to watch. So Wright 65, 62 Perfect. Then 4th overall is Gary Preble on 61. And Dan Gibbs also on 61. There's a big gap to the rest. But yes, it's that Class B battle that really is the tightest, because as long as David Drinkwater carries on as he's going, he's really the favourite, isn't he? And if things don't go right, I guess, for Wright and Perfect in this race, David Drinkwater could wrap it up here, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, it is possible, though. But a busy day for David, out on duty as well in the road sports race earlier on, so he's had 3 races today, one of them being a long distance race. So plenty of more miles put on the compact that he races. 15-minute race for these cars. We're going to be starting it almost exactly on time. Great work here by the 750 Motor Club to keep us to timetable here, which is important with the nights drawing in. You'll see the headlights shining relatively bright now. It is a bit gloomy out there. As always, the pictures make it look a little bit lighter than it is.
Going to be an interesting battle in Class B, I think, here, Ian, with Tony Perfect and Phil Wright, and then of course Ian Williamson, who we know was so quick coming through, a bit further behind, but now he's pretty much with them, isn't he, on the grid? And we've got a full dry circuit too. It was quite dry earlier, but now it is fully dry, isn't it? And it should be a good battle there. Then looking back to the Class C, you've got David Drinkwater and Dan Gibbs. They had a good battle earlier, and there's no reason why that shouldn't continue. And if Josh Larkin's car has been fixed, he'll be one to watch much further behind, but he'll have quite a few cars to pass if he's to catch them.
So looks like we are almost ready for the final few cars, just slotting into position at the back. 5-second board is now shown, and we are almost ready then for the 15-minute race to get underway. The red lights go on and go off. And away we go then, and it's a pretty even start, but Gary Preble you'd expect to be able to make it into the first corner first. That much more powerful car. Looks like someone's wing mirror has gone for Burton. Is that Paul Warren that was struggling to get off the line at the back of the field as well? But it is Gary Preble. It was Paul Warren. It is Gary Preble then that has the lead as they turn their way into Richie for the first corner. No surprise there really, with little opposition in the way of Class A, apart from Trevor Gregory of course in his Clio.
Into the hairpin they come. There is Trevor on the inside line. Oh, locking up in the middle there, but I think they got away with that. Tony Perfect held on to the lead of Class B ahead of Phil Wright, and then Paul Bancroft, who's sideways in front of Ian Williamson. Here's Trevor Gregory going side by side with Sean Green. The Civic is going ahead. Luckily it's a long lap here to allow the marshals to get Paul Warren's car out of the way. There's Gary Preble, car up on 3 wheels, turning through the Agostini hairpin, and Ian Williamson behind Phil Wright dives up the inside of Paul Bancroft, and look who's off the road again. It's Josh Larkin.
At the same corner as well, I think, isn't it? The 113 car of Josh Larkin. He's right to the back, and there's Bancroft and Williamson going wheel to wheel. It's Bancroft ahead at the moment then in the number 53 car, but that was a side-by-side moment through Hamilton and towards Oggies.
Yeah, Williamson got through at Agostini, obviously ran a bit wide, and that allowed Paul Bancroft to re-challenge into the next corner.
Yeah, so they're making their way onto the Bentley Straight once again.
Looking there at Chris McCloy, novice cross on the back of his Honda Civic, and look down the Bentley Straight. Yellow flags is there.
Yeah, there's a car parked. They've just passed it, I think, on the left-hand side of the circuit. So I don't know if you can work out who's not come through at the end of the first lap. You can't really very easily can from the information on the timing screen without doing a proper check through. But anyway, this is the battle for 4th and 5th then. 53 Paul Bancroft and 11 Ian Williamson, both of them in Class B cars. Ian Williamson, of course, having those 2 Class B wins at Silverstone.
Looking at Class C, all the Golfs have got ahead of David Drinkwater.
All of them.
Dan Gibbs, Tim Hartland and Nick Leston, all ahead of David Drinkwater. Well, if there's any more Golfs, it isn't all of them, but 3 of them at least have got ahead of Drinkwater, which perhaps isn't what you would expect. So Dan Gibbs leads the way.
Oh, that's why. That's why.
Quite significant damage to David Drinkwater's car, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, he's got 1 Golf behind him. Was that one of the 3 that
Has
you
he got back
mentioned?
Or was he... Has he got back ahead of Tim Hartland? Or Nick Leston,
He's just behind the Simon Hutchings Peugeot 206 at the moment. So he's past Leston, I think. He's got past Leston.
So, despite the damage, the car's going okay, it would seem. But he obviously lost time in whatever happened on that first lap.
Yeah.
And we've only had 25 cars through, so I think we have lost a few. Obviously, we lost Paul Warren.
Yeah.
But there are some others too, it would seem. There is Tim Hartland, isn't it?
Yeah.
Making his hot hatch debut, I think, this weekend.
long-time racer in the Mark II Golfs, though, and it's good that we have these Mark II Golfs here. And the Peugeot is trying to get back on terms with David Drinkwater through Nelson that time. That's Simon Hutchings in the 206 GTI.
In road sports, we were talking about armed forces drivers, and I think Simon Hutchins is one of them, isn't he? That's getting a go out before the season's over. I'm not sure if there's any armed force teams doing the Burkitt next week.
I believe there is. I believe there is one team that's looking to do it. So
perhaps this could be a bit of just a bit of prep before. Oh dear, that didn't go well. If this is prep for the Burkitt, he gets clobbered by William Hornsey's Peugeot 106. So the two Peugeots got together, the 206 and the 106. What's that make?
A mess, really. I mean, that was a slightly bizarre incident, wasn't it? Because Hornsey seemed to come from quite a long way back and collected Hutchings, who seemed pretty hapless in all of that.
We've got a Class B lead battle on, I think, between Tony Perfect and Phil Wright, because there's just 6 tenths between them, and Wright is catching. They're a long way ahead of Paul Bancroft and Ian Williamson, though. So Williamson unable to get past Bancroft, and that has absolutely allowed the other two to pull away.
Gary Prebble did a 2-minute 10.36. The Class A lap record is a 2:06.31 for Ben Rushworth. So some way outside that, but as you were saying earlier on, not really needing to push to the full abilities of the car.
Yeah, that lap record really is outstanding, isn't it, from Ben Rushworth? Because that was quicker than we saw the cars going road sports earlier today.
Yeah.
So yes, that's pretty impressive stuff. Ben was racing a Mini at Silverstone today. I don't think that went terribly well looking at the results, but he's sort of moved into the historic racing scene. There's a Ford Fiesta, not too many of them out today. Who is that? 25.
Daniel Cowan.
Oh, right.
And I noticed it's got the road plates on as well, so I don't know if he's driven it to the circuit, which is always a possibility, I suppose.
Well, the 206 is still going, isn't it? I think William Hornsey didn't. So there, that is Simon Hutchins, isn't it? And he's battling there with a Citroen Saxo. That's Alex Martin.
Yeah, so here's Hutchings.
Across the line, Tony Perfect starting to get away from Phil Wright again in the Class B battle. We can see the big dent in the door on the 206, can't you?
Yeah, quite a sizable one. Hopefully that will bang out. 8 minutes to go, so coming up to halfway through this PBS Brakes hot hatch race here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. Here's side by side very nearly between Chris Smith and Chris McCloy.
Both novice crosses on the back.
Yeah, for 7th and 8th, and McCloy goes through there at which just gets the place back away from Chris Smith, which was lost briefly. So they're turning their way through Wilson Hairpin now. Let's get on with in Class C. It's still Gibson Hartland ahead of Drinkwater, we can see, but look at this scrap involving Trevor Gregory and Matt Rowling, and there was Cameron Elder, the other one in there, I think. Was involved? Yeah, I think it probably was. A lot of dirt on the circuit there from an earlier moment. So these trio in the gathering gloom here at Snetterton. The sun has gone in. We've not got the problem with the setting sun. Head through Agostini. Fairly close order. Good racing all the way down the field in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which will conclude at Silverstone next month on the 14th of November. Final round of several championships being held there.
Phil Wright's lap record in Class B was a 2:11.8. He's beaten that, but he's not gone as quick as Tony Perfect has. So Tony Perfect, new Class B lap record, 2:11.14.
Okay, he's in second, and Philip Wright's in third. There's about
he's not anymore.
Oh my word! And just keeps it out of the barrier. How did he manage that?
A long way off.
I was going to say.
That was at the bomb hole, wasn't it? And
yeah.
So whether he was trying to challenge Tony Perfect.
There's plenty of runoff there, at least.
So we'll check who does come through. Looks like Ian Williamson's got himself ahead of Paul Bancroft, but this isn't going to do Phil Wright's Class B Championship any hope of goodness. Sideways again, isn't he? Perhaps a bit of dirt on his tyres. Well, it was a slower lap from Perfect, wasn't it? 2:14. So whether there was a bit of a moment between the two of them.
Could have been.
We didn't catch that, but Tony Perfect's got away with it, and this we'll see him take the championship lead within Class B heading into the final rounds on the Silverstone National Circuit next month.
Yeah. There's Ben Morton going through in the Integra, 9th position for car number 65, 10th Cameron Elder, 11th Matt Rowling, Trevor Gregory 12th in the clear, just falling off the back of those two a little bit now. As we've got just over 5 minutes of the race left to go. There's Drinkwater, the number 1 car, the reigning champion, with that rather battered front end. Not quite sure what he battered it on the opening lap.
He was lucky to get away with that, I think.
He was. And he's coming through now.
He's lapping much quicker than the two Golfs in front of him.
But he's quite a long way behind them. He's sort of 5 seconds behind Heartland.
That was 1.5 seconds quicker, so he has got the pace, but like you say, perhaps the gap's too big.
I'd say it's probably going to run out of time is the problem, because we've only got less than 5 minutes of the race left to go. So probably 3 laps, including the one they're on, I would think. So that rate of progress, he would just about catch Heartland. So it's only the 3rd, so it'd be the first. So he dropped a point earlier for fastest lap, didn't he, as well?
Yeah.
And this would be possibly his first position drop this season in the results.
Yeah, Dan Gibbs is 5 seconds ahead of Tim Hartland, isn't he? But Tim Hartland is going quicker than Gibbs. I think Tim Hartland's really been a front runner as well, hasn't he, in the Mark II Golf series?
Yeah, it's certainly been a winner when I've seen that in the past. Of course, the Mark II Golf's, their debut really as a separate racing entity was with the 750 Most Club of the late 2000s. Before they moved off elsewhere, and some of them have migrated back to racing the Hot Hats Championship now as part of a mixed grid. But for a time there was a couple of different championships catering for Mark II Golfs, which was maybe slightly odd.
There's Phil Wright. I don't think he's had the season that he wanted, really. He would come in hoping for the championship. He got a couple of wins at Mallory Park, but since then it hasn't particularly gone to plan, and being way off the road a lap or so ago will continue into being not the plan for Phil Wright, I suspect. He's in 5th. He's not really catching Paul Bancroft. The leader of Class B is Tony Perfect, with again a slightly slower lap, but he's still 7 seconds ahead of Ian Williamson with, 2 laps to go. It'll be a 7-lap race, I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
So 7 seconds. 2 seconds a lap Williamson's doing at the moment won't be enough. He'll have to be quicker than that, and Tony Perfect, you would think, has more pace left in his car if he needs to use it.
Yeah, 3 minutes left to go. Gary Preble then leading overall by 11 seconds, leading Class A as well. Class B being led by Tony Perfect. Class C being led by Dan Gibbs in the Golf in 13th position overall.
We just saw him flash across the line. He's in the 223. He's continuing to be caught by Tim Hartland, but the gap there is 4 seconds. On that lap, David Drinkwater was slower, so that chase really is over. Then 4th in Class C is the Vauxhall Corsa of David Measday, a car that, well, you don't see many Corsas race, do you? But David Measday does.
There's the 68 car, which is Dan Gibbs, then our Class C leader. Green car.
Yeah, he was one of the people that really took to this last season, wasn't he, joining in with Hot Hatch, and looks like this weekend he's brought a few of his mates along, hasn't he?
Yeah, we had a few on occasion last season, but it's good to see good numbers of them here today. I mean, Dan Gibbs was 6th overall in the championship last year, and he won overall top 10, but 5 class podiums last year, and a 7-time winner in the golf class last year. I think Paul Foreman had a couple, and George Haynes had a couple last year as well among the golfs. But certainly Dan was the most successful driver last year. He finished 1 place behind Gary Preble in last year's championship, actually, and just ahead of Matt Rowling.
See him working at the wheel as he turned there through Williams, as the back end started to come out a bit. James Bart started off in Golfs, didn't he? Who's won the Clio Championship in recent seasons.
And I guess as well, a bit like the Honda Civic Type R in the 2000s, this was probably the iconic hot hatch of the late 1980s. This would have been, wouldn't it? I guess the Volkswagen Golf Mark II.
It's sort of a bit of a bigger engine, isn't it, than sort of the classic stock hatch cars that we have raced, but of a similar era.
Yes, absolutely. And it would, that would have been one of the cars that you'd want to have. It'd either be that or a 205 GTI. More than likely, you could be making your selection between, or maybe an XR2.
Ben Morton hasn't come through, so we may have lost the Integra.
That's a shame.
I think he was on for his best result of the season as well. I saw there was a car parked up earlier, so I wonder if that was his. There is Gary Preble, who's on for yet another win this season, not just in Hot Hatch but elsewhere as well. He's been winning during the course of 2020.
Yeah, if you missed it, in the recent issue of Autosport that celebrated Castle Combs' 70th anniversary, there was a long interview with Gary as well, because he's won more races at Castle Combs than anybody else as well since he first raced there in 1990. So he's coming through, only 7.65 seconds to go, so we'll get the checkered flag this time.
Behind in Class B, the gap's come down to 4 seconds. Ian Williamson was over 3 seconds faster on the last lap, so that is just one just to check that Tony Perfect doesn't get caught.
Okay, but Gary Preble it is that's coming through Murray's. Out of Murray's he goes onto the centre straight for the final time then. You can see that John Elsey ready to get the photograph as he comes over the line, takes the checkered flag then, does Gary Preble, and another clear win in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship and in Class A as well, of course. And just that battle then for second to watch out for. Here it is. Well, it's not this one. This is for the third place, but
they've both gone off.
They've both gone off. Well, that's exciting. And it's Phil Wright that's got ahead of Paul Bancroft as a result of that. In the meantime, Tony Perfect has gone across the line in 7th place. He was about 3 seconds clear of Ian Williamson in the end. Then it's going to be Phil Wright up into 4th place on the final lap and Paul Bancroft 5th.
I don't think Phil Wright will admit that to be one of his better overtaking moves, but it come off.
It counts. And after the off he had earlier on in the race, which we didn't see how that started, then
crikey.
That is Matt Rowling.
It's all going on down there at Murray's on the last lap. For anybody that stayed right to the end of the day, has got action right to the end of their day here at Snetterton.
Yeah, so that's dropped him down the order. Ben Morton's now showing on the timing screen again, so possibly it was a transponder issue.
Oh, so he's ended 7th, I think will be his best result of the season.
Yeah, so 6th, 33, Sean Green, 7th, 65, Ben Morton, 8th, 37, Chris McCloy, 9th, number 18, Chris Smith, 10th, number 7, Cameron Elder, 11th across the line after that moment at the Murray's was number 147, Matt Rowling. 12th and 2nd place within Class A to number 83, Trevor Gregory. Then we're still waiting for 13th to come across the line.
And to note, David Drinkwater did a really slow previous lap, so let's see if he can make it to the checkered flag.
So we've had Dan Gibbs go through and we've had Tim Hartland go through as well. So both of the two Golfs have gone through, separated by about 2 seconds in the end.
Really came down, didn't it, that gap? But David Drinkwater did a 2:38 on the previous lap, so he's all well with that damaged BMW.
Is it going to make it to the flag? So that was 40th Tim Hartland that's gone through. Then we've got Callum Hoochin that's gone through 15th, so getting ahead of David Drinkwater on the final lap. And there is David Drinkwater, so he does get 3rd place within Class C, despite those late dramas. So he'll get 10 points for that, I think. He didn't get fastest lap, did he?
Yes, he did.
He did, so he gets 11. Phil Wright, he got 1, 2, 3. He was 3rd, so he gets 10 points. Gary Preble, I think, will get 10 as well. Tony Perfect should get the points for the class win and the fastest lap, so he gets 16. Gibbs gets 15. And that's probably going to do me. So I reckon after, with drop scores now, I think we've got David Drinkwater on 79 by my reckoning with drops. And then Tony Perfect on 68 second. Phil Wright 3rd on 66. Then Dan Gibbs 4th on 62. That's by my reckoning, unofficially. So it's not wrapped up yet.
But a really interesting Class B Championship decider at Silverstone between Tony Perfect and between Phil Wright, it would seem. But for the final time today, I think we can hear from Matt Suckling in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Down here with our Class B winner this time, which is Tony Perfect. You've got 2 out of 2. We spoke to you, of course, in race number 1. Said, could you do the double like everyone else this year? And you've got it done. Well done, Tony.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was a bit of a challenge off the start, under a bit of pressure, but managed to hold into second behind Gary. Run out of track at the end of into the hairpin about 4 or 5 laps in, and Phil actually come past me. And then I was saved by Phil having a big incident under the bridge. So, yeah, well happy with that.
There's a few pressures from behind in terms of, as you said, Phil, there, but then Ian was on your tail right towards the end. The gap was coming down and down, but you just kind of had it under control.
Yeah, I mean, quite a few, after Phil went off under the bridge, I looked in the mirrors, there didn't seem to be anything anywhere near close that I could see. So I sort of lifted a little bit, and then a couple of laps from the end, I see this orange dot coming up behind me pretty quick, so I had to pull the plug again, but no, it was all good.
Luckily, the weather conditions have changed for this second race. We've got 2 more races to come, of course, at Silverstone next month. We're not too sure what the weather's going to do there, but they should be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, middle of November, it's likely to be wet, but it's the same for everybody, so you just got to dig deep and carry on.
Great stuff today, Tony. Well done on your 2 victories in Class B, and good luck for Silverstone.
Thanks very much.
We go then, Tony Perfect, who is our Class B winner. I'm not too sure we're going to see. Oh, we are. We've got Dan Gibbs here, who's going to be our Class C winner. Come and join us, Dan. Many congratulations on Class C. First on this year, because David Drinkwater's done all the winning, but you've got the victory here at Snetterton.
I was so close in the first race. It had to happen this meeting. Unfortunately, David got held up in a bit of a incident up on the first lap, which helped me out anyway, to be fair. But no, over the moon with that. My first win in the hot hatch Class Cs.
Just shows your speed is improving. You're getting the racewear into you as well, so it's all coming good.
Yeah, it's a new car. As much as it's the old car underneath, it's a new car. It's still getting the fine little bits that I've lost in the old car. But we're getting there now with it. It's improving. It's driving really well. Happy days.
You finally cracked it. Let's see what happens at Silverstone.
Let's see. Yeah, brilliant. Lovely.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations to you on Class C victory. There we go then, some great racing as ever from the hot hatch. They're off to Silverstone in a few weeks' time. We've got lots more to look forward to tomorrow here at Snetterton with a very busy day ahead of us. But for now, guys, back to you.
Thanks very much, Matt. Yes, a busy day ahead tomorrow, centrepiece of which is going to be the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, the 2-hour race at 1:45 tomorrow afternoon. And also we've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well tomorrow, which has got a very big grid, hasn't it, Josh?
Yes, nearly 40 cars, looking to have the biggest BMW Car Club grid, and one of the biggest club enduro grids too, really, haven't we? 47 cars there, I think, were on the entry, so 2 huge grids, but Snetterton is a track that can cope with that okay, isn't it? Big 3-mile layout.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also got racing tomorrow for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. They've got 2 races, and 750 Formula and Sports 1000 have a race each as they both conclude their championships, and both of them still to be decided.
Absolutely, they both look likely who may win it, but what is likely isn't necessarily what will happen, and we shall look forward to coming back tomorrow at a slightly earlier time, aren't we, about 10:30, something like that. We'll come on air and for a day of racing with some new content, as you say, but some returning content too.
Indeed. Thanks, Josh, and enjoy the rest of your birthday. We've got practice underway tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with an untimed practice session, followed by the BMWs and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship as well. And then the first race of the day getting underway at 10:40, the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. So we'll be on air 5 or 10 minutes before that. Do join us then. But for now, from me, Ian Sowman, from Josh Barrett, and everyone here at Snetterton and the 750 Motor Club, have a very good night.